Yeah, you already know this is Pawn Boxing, a.k.a. Mr. Woo! Shot himself, a.k.a. El Adobo, a.k.a. El Sazón, a.k.a. El Borracho, a.k.a. Café Bustelo, a.k.a. El Pastor de Boxeo. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, where you have it, wherever you at this side of heaven. God bless you all. Shout out to everybody. Fight week, ladies and gentlemen, fight week. Las Vegas, Nevada, T-Mobile's arenas. The phenom that once was a champion in the 168-pound division moved up recently to the 175-pound division. La Bandera Roja, the Mexican monster, the Ecuadorian monster, the Dominican monster versus David Morel Jr., El Cubano. Let's go. Fight week. Fight week, baby. Fight week. Shout out to PBC TGB, Al Hammond, Lua de Cuba, Samson Liquid, and everybody on that side. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to all the boxing content creators that break it down unbiased, logically, and objectively. Shout out to all the fighters that, performs out there. The modern day warriors, modern day gladiators, the one that put their life on the line for pure entertainment. Shout out to the fans. Shout out to the community. Woo! All right. David Benavidez versus Dave Morel. Good matchup. Got to give a lot of credit to David Benavidez. David Benavidez is a non-champion, but fighting like he's a champion. Daring to be great like a champion. Fighting hard competition like a champion. Ladies and gentlemen, to be honest, David Benavidez is putting in that work just as much or even better as active champions in the sport of boxing today. Even if you look at the pound-for-pound list, right? Even if you got Alexander Usyk, who is number one. Naoya Inoue, the 4th division world champion, 2 division undisputed. You got Canelo'S, the 4th division world champion, 1 division undisputed. You got Terrence Crawford, 4th division world champion, 2 division undisputed. You got Bam Rodriguez, 2 division undisputed, and unified the titles, lineal title. You got Teofimo Lopez, 2 division lineal title. You got Shakur Stevenson, 3 division, unified the titles in the super featherweight division. You got a lot of people, ladies and gentlemen. You got a lot of people putting in that type of work. You got a lot of people putting in type of work, I say. Smashy the like. And of course, when we're talking about David Benavidez, we always going to be talking about a potential fight with David Benavidez and Canelo Alvarez, because still, in my opinion, that is the biggest fight in the sport of boxing. And yesterday we was talking about the influence of Turkey Al-Sheikh. And we was talking about that. Of course, everybody is intrigued with Turkey Al-Sheikh. And Turkey Al-Sheikh is making big moves in the sport of boxing. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to tell you about he's not making the type of move that I never seen before. He's not making the type of move that we never seen before. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people is just, interested in the new face. Just like if you go to a new community, right? Just like if you move from the city to the suburbs or the suburbs to the city, or you move to the new block. Interesting because you bringing something new to the table, bringing a new style, but you the new face. Just like if you go to a local club or a local bar and everybody knows each other, and then here comes this new person, you can identify the new person, and they cool. Be a lady, damn, she good. Where's she from? I never seen her before, stuff like that. Or maybe you're the new face, right? Everybody's always intrigued with the new face, with the new laugh, with the new smile, with the new jokes and stuff like that. And then you get to know each other, and then it's almost like a relationship, folks. You know what I'm saying? You break up with a chick. Let me give you an example. You break up with a chick, right? But when you first met the chick, y'all connected, y'all had chemistry, y'all laugh at everybody, y'all laugh at each other's jokes. What's your favorite color? Black. My favorite color, black. So who's your favorite artist? Who's your favorite hip-hop artist? You know what I'm saying? I like Jay-Z and Nas. Yeah, I used to like Jay-Z and Nas too. Who's your favorite singer? Yeah, Lauryn Hill. Yeah, I like Lauryn Hill too, and stuff like that. Everything is going good. You're the new the new face, the new fresh, the new scent, the new smile, right? Everything. The new sex, the new la mamada, right? And then 9 months go by. You ain't laughing at each other's jokes no more. You be like, what's your favorite color? Before you told the black, you be like, nah, my favorite color was red. Who's your favorite artist? Jay-Z, I like Kendrick Lamar. Yeah. They not like us. You know what I'm saying? Everything is switches up. No coochie, like no new coochie. Fernando Lopez said. Yeah, but then that new coochie become the old coochie, right? Right? And then when you figure it out, you be like, damn, when you break up with the new one, you'll be like, damn, my ex wasn't even that bad, right? When you break up with the new one, you'll be like, damn, my ex wasn't really that bad. You get remarried, and then you get the second divorce, and you be like, you know what? My first marriage, if I would have done my thing, it would have been good, right? Because at the end of the day, it's just another Vijiji juice. It's just another coconut water. You feel me? It's depending when you get the coconut water, right? When you all feel and you ate a lot, you're eating barbecue chicken and barbecue ribs and stuff like that, and you're stuffing yourself up, you know that coconut water don't taste the same. It's all right. But when you in shape, vegan, not eating stuff like that, put yourself in shape, and then you drink that coconut water after a good run, shit tastes good. But it's still the same coconut water if you understand what I'm talking about, right? Don't matter how much coochie you got or get, it's all about how she treats you and if she really real. Nate Johnson say, right? In the end of the day, it's the same thing. Sometimes, see, it may feel different. No, it's that the attitude is different. And then when you make love, it feels different, but it's still, you're still stroking it the same way you were stroking another one, right? I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're going right on this, but I'm just going to give you an example. I'm just giving you an example. Quality matters, says Body Bags. Yes, quality matters. You know what I'm saying? You ever find yourself, back in the day, hey yo, fellas, you know, back in the days when you catch a good one, when you think you catch a good one, right? And all of a sudden you had just too much tequila, you had too much Henny, you had too much Remy, right? And then you're like, what the fuck? But shit ain't working like hey yo, my guy ain't ain't even up there like that. You know what I'm saying? It don't got the strong vein. It ain't even up there. You got this good looking chick that you damn. Why it's not working, man? Ain't got the strong stiff. Sometimes you with a good looking chick and you'll even come, and sometimes you back a little eye chick, and then you come like what the fuck? I ain't even come with this shit. What the fuck? You're like, what the fuck? Where I'm going with this? Where am I going with this? What I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, that yes, Turkey Out Shake is the new Vijiji juice in the sport of boxing. No disrespect. I'm just giving you an example, ladies and gentlemen. I know. Turkey Out Shake is the new money guy. It's the new bank. It's the new ATM. It's the new thing. And everybody is all hype. Everybody acting like we never seen this before. Just like a new chick, a good-looking chick, everybody seeing like you ain't never seen a good-looking chick before. At the end of the day, just a chick, just like another chick. She never seen this guy before. But you know what? It's just another dude, because at the end of the day, it's unlimited. Man, it's unlimited. No, you did not compare Turkey to Coach. But I get what you're saying. What I say? That's all money or something else. It's all money. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind y'all folks. And I know we're talking about the David Benavidez and Canelo'S, but let me get y'all where you know what I'm saying? Y'all know I'm acrobatic with these examples and stuff like that. Domingo Bonilla in the building said, dímelo Ponstron Boxeo, a.k.a. El Pastor de Boxeo, a.k.a. El Borracho, breaking it down. Boxing, unlunged. As much as we appreciate Turkey Out Shake, we appreciate Turkey Out Shake because we didn't know how to appreciate the ones before Turkey Out Shake. As much as there's going to be boxing content creators out there, independent media, people with a Twitter account, formerly known as Twitter, people on Instagram, they're going to make believe like Turkey Out Shake is doing something that we never seen before. But we've seen this before. Turkey Out Shake is not doing something that we never seen before. Turkey Out Shake is stacking up the cards. That doesn't mean we never seen a card that was never stacked up. We seen Floyd Mayweather versus Miguel Cotto. In the co-main event, we had Canelo Alvarez versus Shane Mosley. In the same co-main in the same card, we had Jesse Vargas versus Steve Forbes. In the same other card, we had Omar Figueroa. In the same card, we had what's his name? Carlos Quintana. In the same card, we had Keith One-Time Thurman. But they want to make believe like we never seen this before. Like we never seen a card where Julio Cesar Chavez versus Major Taylor and Tito Trinidad on the same card. Like we never seen that before. Frankie Randall on the same card. Like we never seen that before. Is that we're blinded by new money. We seen the cards. We seen the fights. We seen Undisputed before. Oh, yo, Turkey Al Sheikh is putting Otol Baturbiev versus Demetri Bivol, and he's putting the rematch. Oh, yeah, we see that on the PBC side, where we seen Brian Castano versus Jamel Charlo, and we seen the rematch of Brian Castano and Jamel Charlo. We seen that before. We seen the best fighting the best also in the heavyweight division. Now, of course, a lot of people may have wanted to see Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua, right? But we got to see Deontay Wilder versus the lineal champion, the guy that never lost, in Tyson Fury. We ain't see it one time. We ain't see it two times. We saw it three times. We did see Bud Crawford versus Earl of True Spence. We seen the best fight that we was asking for. We seen it. Turkey Al Sheikh, shout out to Turkey Al Sheikh, Ring Magazine, everybody. We are seeing something. Yes, we've seen it before. We've seen the best fighting the best. We've seen CBS primetime free TV. Danielson Garcia versus Keith Von Tom Thurman, 8 o'clock p.m. CBS free TV. Unification bound the welterweight division, the best fighting the best. We've seen it before. We didn't have to pay for that. We didn't have to pay for that. We've seen a unification bout with Jamel Charlo versus Jason Rosario. And then in the co-main event, we've seen Jamar Charlo versus Sergey Derevchenko. We seen this before. We've seen great fights. We've seen lucrative fights. We've seen Gervonta Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia. We did see it. We've seen the undisputed between Canelo'S versus Caleb Plant. We did see it. And the reason, ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking about this is because I don't want y'all to fall into these boxing content creators and their narratives. We breaking it down unbiased, logically, and objectively. That doesn't mean that you don't give one entity the benefit of the doubt, the other. You know what I'm saying? We could play those games. You could give who you feel. You could give Turkey Al Sheikh the benefit of the doubt. You could give Al Heyman the benefit of the doubt. You could give Bob Arum the benefit of the doubt, or Eddie Hearn the benefit of the doubt. Shout out to Eddie Hearn. He's the one that actually was showing so much love to women boxing. Let's show him love for that. G Smooth in the building. He said, preach is taking time, but we all seen it before. Hope and pray that Turkey understand. Thank you, G Smooth. See, we hardcore boxing fans out here. We seen this before. This is the reason why I talked the way I was talking, especially yesterday on the live. And the reason why I'm probably the only boxing content creator that's talking about it the way that I'm talking about it. No, I'm not kissing no mother effing ring. I like what Turkey Al Sheikh is doing, but I could also respect what Al Heyman did. I could also respect what Bob Arum did. I could also respect what Oscar De La Hoya did. I could also respect what Eddie Hearn did. I could respect what ESPN done. I could understand. I could respect what the Zone has done. They're trying to make this out to be, oh, that Turkey Al Sheikh is the guy and everybody else wasn't shit. Nah. And I understand that fans and boxing content creators has built their channels and subscription off of their own narrative, so they can't keep it real with their own subscribers and followers. Cool. You know, I respect the hustle. It is what it is. Can't knock your hustle. Boxing comes and goes, and most of the time, business entities come and go. Sometimes you need to remix those business models in the sport of boxing, but ain't nothing changed. Ladies and gentlemen, boxing fans have become bipolar throughout the years in the sport of boxing. Let's not forget that when Don King was on, right? Remember, we didn't value Don King. But when Don King was on, we were saying, yo, Don King was allegedly robbing fighters. Yo, Don King ain't paying the fighters. Yo, Don King is raping the fighters. Yo, these fighters are suing Don King. And then we felt collectively there was an energy that we were feeling sorry for the fighters and saying, nah, fighters should get respected. Fighters should get paid. Fighters, yo, they being taken advantage of. And then here comes Al Heyman. And then Al Heyman was the guy that actually was paying the fighters. And at the beginning, we was, yo, Yeah, Al Heyman is paying the fighters, the modern day warriors, modern day gladiators. These fighters are happy. These fighters not buying cars and mansions and opening up businesses and stuff like that because Al Heyman is also showing them how to invest their money. But then along the line, we started saying, man, we miss Don King. Then we become bipolar. And remember when PBC was giving you free TV, did everybody like the free TV, the NBC deals? Huh? We need to pay for Thurman versus Porter. Man, Thurman versus Porter, that was a great fight. Then we started drowning in narratives as soon as the YTBC became a thing and then it became a business, right? Because before, we're boxing content creators, independent media, and we're doing it for the love. But then when it started being a business, then people started looking at everything as a business. And now, dudes can't sell you Thai food and cheeseburgers in the same place. So if you were selling your followers Thai food, you got to keep it Thai food. If you understand, if you were selling your subscription that, for example, pro-black channels was like, F everything that's not black. Then you have Latino channels that was going to debunk those other channels. And then you had the UK channels. And then you see how the UK and the Americans was going at it with the Deontay Wilder and the Anthony Joshua, the Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. And it became, little by little, became a business. And people forgot to break it down unbiasedly, logically, and objectively. Now it's defending your agenda, defending your argument. People now debating off bullshit. People talking about, people was having debates about people's 60-40, 80-20, 70-30. You're not in the business of boxing. You don't have no idea what these guys are making. You have no idea what's in their contracts. And then some people in the boxing industry say, you know what? YouTube is the thing. Let me go to YouTube and let me infiltrate certain channels that got a good spin. And then they're going to spin my ish, right? Bubba in the building. So now, right now, the narrative is that Turkey Al-Sheikh is the boxing messiah, and Turkey Al-Sheikh has no agenda. That Turkey Al-Sheikh just wants to do everything for the sport of boxing. I'm sorry, not for the sport of boxing, but for the fans. He's going to give us the fight that we asked for, and that's why yesterday, the fight that we asking for is David Benavidez and Canelo'S. It's not Terrence Bud Crawford and Canelo. That's not the fight that we asking for, Turkey. Yeah, I like you, Turkey, but that's not the fight that we're asking for. I don't want you to pull and give Canelo'S all the money that he can't refuse for Terrence Bud Crawford. I want you to give Canelo'S all the money that he can't refuse to face David Benavidez, because that's the fight that we've been asking for. The Bud Crawford versus Canelo'S is a fight that you want. It's a fight that you want for your own entertainment purposes, Turkey. I want Canelo versus David Benavidez. The fans want Canelo versus David Benavidez. I want you to give Canelo Alvarez the money that he can't refuse to fight David, not Bud. That's a fight that you want because Bud is your favorite fighter. It's the same shit as, Al Heyman putting up Jamal Charlo with Canelo. But everybody say that Al Heyman, PBC, that's a cherry pick. Why you giving us Charlo versus Canelo? Or even if it was going to be Jamal Charlo, why you giving us Jamal Charlo and Canelo? We want David Benavidez. And we was smoking and we was flaming Al Heyman. But then we're talking about Bud Crawford and Canelo Alvarez and praising Turkey Al-Sheikh. No, Turkey Al-Sheikh, I got high expectation over you because of the power that you have in the sport of boxing. So the power that you have, I have high expectations. And my expectations is for you to deliver the fight that the fans want. The primary fight in the sport of boxing is David Benavidez versus Canelo Alvarez. And I want nothing less. We want nothing less. You got the praise, you got the funds, you got the money, you got it all, you got the support, you have the promoters in your pocket, you have all the feelings in your pocket, you have everybody around the world, you have unlimited cash. I don't want you after all of that, what you got on that power to bring me a Bud Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. Fuck that shit. We want David Benavidez and Canelo Alvarez, Cinco de Mayo. If David Benavidez, of course, is successful versus David Morel Jr. this Saturday. That too much to ask? He said David won't want to leave PBC. What you mean that David won't want to leave PBC? Body bags, what you mean that David won't want to leave PBC? Al Heyman never held no fighter from getting that money. He didn't hold Daniel Jacobs to go out there and get Canelo Alvarez. He didn't hold Andy Ruiz to go out there and get Anthony Joshua. He ain't hold Sergey Derevyanchenko to go out there and fight Triple G. It's a narrative in the YTBC that says that Al Heyman has held his fighters from getting the most of their buck, and that's a lie. He didn't hold Mikey Garcia to go to the zone and get $7 million to fight Jesse Vargas. Passion makes me right, body bags. Passion, because I'm the fucking man. I tell the truth. Passion makes me right. Intellect makes me right. Truth makes me right. Because everything that I just said, you can't debunk it. Because everything that I said, you cannot debunk it. Debunk it then. As a matter of fact, I send you the link right now. I want you to debunk it right now. What I just said right now, debunk each and everything what I just said. That he didn't tell Daniel Jacobs, as he's advised by Al Heyman, go to the zone and get that money versus Canelo Alvarez, Sergey Derevyanchenko and Triple G, Andy Ruiz versus Anthony Joshua, Mikey Garcia to go out there and fight Jesse Vargas. You gonna debunk that? Come debunk it right now. Hold on. Come debunk it right now. Because I'm a liar. I want you to debunk it for me. Come on. Debunk it for me right now. Not debunk it right now in the panel. You don't got to be in the chat. Debunk it. Anybody who wants to debunk that one, please tell me. Come on. Come on. Don't call me a liar in the chat. Call me a liar in the panel. Did Deontay Wilder get the opportunity to fight the lineal champion Tyson Fury, who didn't lose? Wherever the money at, if there's an opportunity, because it's against the Muhammad Ali even act, if there is more money on the table, your manager, your promoter can't even keep you from getting the most money of your buck, the most of your buck. You can't. Matter of fact, they did offer Canelo Alvarez $70 million and $50 million by Showtime, backed by Showtime and PBC, in which I did the interview with Steven Espinoza. When I was even saying, nah. When I asked the right question, I'm going to this press conference, I'm going to ask the right question. I want to know, because Benavidez said that they send the money, that they send the offer. And I'm like, I never heard that one. A promoter. Ain't nobody going to hold David Benavidez in terms of turkey outshake type of money. Now, I'm not saying that Samson Likowitz didn't lose out an opportunity to fight for the Eliminator a long time ago for the Canelo Alvarez fight when he lost his belt, because the WBC re-ranked him in the 175-pound division, and then they send him a letter to go back to the 168. So David Benavidez had the opportunity to fight Artur Beterbiev if he was the number one in mandatory position to face Artur Beterbiev. And then they wanted him to be re-ranked in the 168-pound division and find an eliminator, not a final eliminator, an eliminator in 168. Yo, turn
Hey,
that
what up,
TV, turn the
Punch?
TV off.
Hey, okay, yeah. What's up, Punch? What's good, man? Salute, brother. What y'all
What's good?
on, man? What we
What's good?
talking
What's
about?
good? Y'all ready
Hey,
to debunk? Yeah, somebody ready to debunk me or something like that? I want to be debunked.
damn, man, I ride with you. I'm on your side. But you know
Ah,
what? You know what I want to say, man? I want to say that Canelo's about to kill Bud. And you know what, man? Everybody be all on Bud's nuts, but Bud's gonna get beat up. And you know what? Steven Nelson got his ass whooped by Pacheco, and that's the downfall for the whole Bomac camp. Bud's gonna lose. Shakur's gonna lose. The only one that I do like is Keyshawn Davis because he talks shit, but he backs it up. But sooner or later, he's gonna get beat up by fucking Tito Mercado. And Latinos, bro. Latinos are taking over boxing.
what you feel about what you feel about Turkey Out Shake? Is he doing
Okay,
something you never seen before?
bro. I mean,
Is Turkey Out Shake doing something that you never seen before in the sport of boxing?
you know what? He's doing some good shit as far as putting out some good shows.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, but I'm gonna be honest, bro. Turkey Al Sheikh is a terrorist, bro. He comes from that terrorist ass family, Saudi Arabia. They killed that one reporter in Turkey. They chopped his ass up, and everybody's over here on his nuts and all this. But I mean, he's doing good as far as trying to make the fights happen, giving money out. But to be honest with you, bro, he's on that terrorist shit. His whole family, all the Saudi Arabians, also on that terrorist ass shit, and that's the truth, bro. And everybody knows it, but nobody wants to say it. But I'm gonna say it, bro, because I'm from Chicago, and Chicago we kill, bro. And he's on some terrorist shit, Punch. But you know what? As far as putting on some shows, he puts on some good shows. I mean, he's trying to make fights happen. He's doing a pretty good job. We got a really good schedule up and coming. I'm really happy and excited. He's handing out the money. He don't like Tank. Tank ain't trying to jump on board. So he's like, you know what, bro? You don't want to jump on board? Then we're just gonna pass you up. And you're gonna be fighting these little lame ass bums and you're gonna make some money, but you ain't gonna make the true bag. So I mean, Turkey's good. He's better
I'm
than
not, no,
all
no.
these other
I
promoters.
think I think Turkey is great. I think
Mm,
Turkey is great. All I'm
yeah, he's
saying
good. He's
is
great.
that I mean he's not doing anything that I never seen before. I just see that people want to pick and choose who they give respect to and who they like. It's like I hear so much hate with PBC and Al Heyman outside of the pay-per-view model, the pay-per-view, you know what I'm saying? Um, that's the only thing that I could see that why fans is could be irritated with with Al Heyman, right? But at the end of the day, even when Al Heyman put up a great fight, people still robbing the fight. People still robbing the fight because even if because to be honest, if Terrence Bud Crawford versus Earl the True Spence was the number one fight in the sport of boxing, the number one fight, and it only did was 600K, 600K, maybe 700K. That was supposed to be up in the millions. That means there was a lot of people that was robbing the fight.
Let me say something really quick, Punch. You right. Turkey ain't doing nothing out of the ordinary that these other promoters been doing, Al Heyman. But Turkey, we're in an era, like everybody knows and everybody says it, where we got smartphones and we pay a huge ass cell phone bill every month, right? So if we're gonna steal the fight, I think we should be entitled to do whatever we want. We're paying the bill on these cell phones. Why not use it to its full capacity? 600K is not a
You don't
lot
see
because when you
that's
when
stating
you
for the
look,
fighter.
yeah, well, I mean, and I hate to use this at the end of the day phrase, but at the end of the day, we all go to bed, bro.
What's
And
that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean?
we
Like
all
we
go
all
to
go to
bed,
bed.
bro.
What's that supposed? All
Meaning,
right, we all steal for the fighters and we all go to bed. Like what's that
but
supposed
you
to?
know what? But let me ask you this: is it really stealing?
Yeah, stealing, man.
I mean, we're using our smartphone that we pay for to
Man, it's
go
stealing
on
the fight.
these platforms to watch a fight. And like I said before, these cell phone bills. I work in the cell phone industry. I know about these cell phone bills, bro. They're $300, $400, $500 a
What
month.
that your bill have to do with stealing the fight? Since you're a boxing fan, I'm gonna give you. So let's
Yeah.
get an example, right? This guy said, T from Lopez said that I don't that he didn't want to fight Subriel Matias because they got $100,000 threshold, right? And then after the $100,000 threshold, that's when he gets his pay-per-view back end.
Okay.
So if we steal a fight, then Tio and Subriel Matias don't get paid that pay-per-view back end, then we're stealing from them.
I get what
That's
you're
an
saying.
example. So
Here's my rebuttal.
But then, put it this way.
Yeah.
But then we're the same ones as boxing fans that's saying, yo, but fight Subriel Matias. You know what I'm saying? Who cares? 2.8, man. Take the money. It's more money than you was gonna get paid before. But then you're a person that will steal the fight.
Yeah.
But that's the reason why he wouldn't fight him, because it wouldn't be enough.
Well, here we go. Well, check it out. This is where we move into the question, is Turkey doing something out the ordinary? And my answer is going to say yes, because now we don't need, he doesn't need us to buy pay-per-view no more. He don't care about making a profit. He's there. He got the bag. He's there to pay the fighters. He wants to see the good fights. So he doesn't care about a back end or making money or losing money. He's going to give these fighters the bag so they can fight. He doesn't care about pay-per-view revenue because he knows that we're stealing these fights. He knows that we ain't gonna buy. The only people who are tripping on that is like the Al Haymans, the Bob Arums, probably the Eddie Hearn, the De La Hoyas, but now they're all in bed with Turkey, and Turkey got the money. So Turkey bypasses all of that. Buy the pay-per-view, or why are you still in pay-per-view?
So why even if the pay-per-view was $29.99 or $39.99, if you don't care about the pay-per-view, why put it on pay-per-view?
I'd buy that. I'd buy the.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, we all go to bed, right?
What businessman don't care about revenue? What businessman?
Hey, man, a motherfucking terrorist don't care about no revenue, bro.
No. Forget about the terrorist allegation. But
all right, for sure.
But what businessman does not care about revenue? I know within the business, you're gonna pull more money in the beginning to invest, and then hopefully you get the crowd, you get the people and stuff like that. And then, but what business in the world don't care about revenue? Isn't that something to really think about? Now, of course, then the narrative is, well, you pocket watcher, who cares? We get in the fight. Who cares? Who cares where the money come from? Who cares where the money come from? But we did care a while ago, or boxing did care where the money was coming from when it comes to PBC. See what you understand what I'm saying? When they say, who cares when Turkey outshake money and where it comes from? It's unlimited. The fighters are getting paid. But then when PBC, Al Haymon was paying his fighters, and then there's Al Haymon lost $900 million. Now they
did.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they say. It's okay to count Al Haymon's money and how much he lost and how much he's paying the fighters. But when Turkey is just overly paying the fighters, then it's okay. Why in the boxing is shit on Haymon to praise Turkey when Turkey is just using Al Haymon's business model?
Well, I don't think it's shitting on Haymon. I think it's out with the old, in with the new. I think the old days of buying pay-per-view and the old ways of business is out the door. And Turkey is the new generation. And he made that happen because all the promoters are greedy and cheap. And they're looking for a come up, which is okay because they're businessmen. But Turkey Al-Sheikh came in and said, hey, fuck business. I got money. We want to see these fights. And now he's creating a monopoly where it's no longer a franchise because there's only one person now, which is Turkey. And he's taking everybody out of business.
Look at this. The Zone keeps on hiking the price, right? The Zone was the one to say, What's good, bro? Chilling. The Zone was the one that first said that this is free TV. Not free TV, I'm sorry, that they're not paying for pay-per-view. No pay-per-view. That's what the Zone said. That's what Eddie Hearn said. You know what I'm saying? But now we paying for subscription way more. So even with the pay-per-view, think about it, we paying subscription for the Zone and pay-per-view. We paying for ESPN subscription and pay-per-view. So at the end of the day, we're still paying. We're paying more than we ever paid. And we never thought by subscribing to the Zone that we was going to be able to pay for pay-per-view. We was watching Canelo and Anthony Joshua without paying pay-per-view, but now we have to pay subscription in the month, in every month, or if you pay for the whole year, I think it's $230 and that's going to go up because the NFL got into the zone. So we're still paying. Everybody's still charging us.
Yeah, bro, it's the same thing as if you were paying a cable bill. It's just
But
moved to
what
apps.
I'm
It's
saying,
just moved to an app.
but it's different with the PB because the PBC they're not putting all these shows. Everything is on pay-per-view. They're not forced. Look. PBC is not forcing you to pay each month for something. If there is no fight, they're not forcing you to pay. They just got the pay-per-view. But let me ask you a question. Look, we pay every month for ESPN. How many fights has Top Rank given us that the fight that we want to see? But we pay
Well,
every month.
so I'm not too inclined with, because I don't subscribe to any of these
Because
subscriptions,
you
so I
robbed
don't
it because
know
you're a
monthly.
thief. You rob.
But no, well, I'm not really, a thief or anything like that. But look,
You say you don't
um,
pay. You say you
well,
don't pay.
I feel like if I'm gonna pay, I'll pay for something that's worth it. I mean, I'm still feeling the effects of when I go on crack streams or when I go on Stream East, the buffering. So I'm not really enjoying it. So I could fucking dip into my pocket and pay and have a better experience, right? But ESPN, it has other sports besides boxing. So they're not really focused too much on boxing because you can get football, baseball, basketball, everything, UFC probably. So it's just a different business model that they're moving into, because in the old days we had HBO and Showtime and Cinemax where we got fights, but we were paying a cable bill. Now we're paying individual apps that are less than a cable bill, so they feel like, well, they're not going to be paying as much as they were for cable. Maybe that'll free up some money to buy these pay-per-views, and maybe we could lower the pay-per-views because Turkey is funding the big purses, to where we don't have to depend on the pay-per-view back money for the fighters. And I think that's a pretty good model for the fighters to get paid and for the consumer not to have to worry about paying an $80 to $100 pay-per-view on top of a huge cable bill, or on top of whatever app fee that you're going to subscribe to.
Juliano, talk to us. Talk to us.
Shit, what we talking about, man? We talking about pay-per-view? Let's talk about some fighters, man. Let's talk about the
Yeah,
fights,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. Let's talk about the fight. We got David Morel versus David Benavidez and stuff like that. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that, I'm saying that I believe that David Benavidez is actually doing. He's actually fighting better competition than most champions. Without a belt, he's putting in the work. His last four opponents is Kalen Plant, Demetrius Andre, Alexandre, and now we got David Morel Jr.
Yeah.
And so, what do you feel about David Benavidez and how he's approaching his career, and this fight? What you think about that?
I think this is gonna be a great fight. I'm going with Benavidez. I give him the edge because just off experience and his mentality. You know what I'm saying? I could tell he's taking his craft real serious. You know what I mean? You can just tell when people going through some things in their life and they take things to a whole nother level. And I can see that. I can see the dog in him. I know he's ready. I know he's gonna win, bro. He might. I don't think he's gonna knock out Morel, but I feel like he might stop him though. I think he might stop Morel. I could just
I
yeah
think I think he's gonna stop him as well. Later
yeah
on,
yeah
I think he's gonna stop him as well. But of course, in the beginning, I think he's gonna, you know what I'm saying, he's gonna try to figure him out.
yeah.
He is a big guy as well. David Morel. I don't think he got the experience. I don't know if he got the dog to go later rounds. Where the David
I think
Benavidez
he does.
he's
Not
gonna
to
stop.
cut you off. Not to cut you off. I think he does. He's Cuban. Remember, they those Cuban fighters, bro. They different too, you know. But I just think Benavidez is just an all around better fighter, and like I said, experience is gonna play a factor, and he's gonna come up on top though. He got that
You,
one.
Now,
if I could chime in really quick,
go ahead,
Punch.
go ahead.
What I've been hearing from everybody else, like the pundits, all the boxing coaches and analysts, is that they're saying that the conception out there is that the Cuban fighters, they got this good style or whatnot, and all this and that. But they're saying that the Cuban style is more an amateur style. So, and what I've been seeing from Morel in these face-offs with Benavidez, is that he's scared of Benavidez. He's
Nah,
shook right now.
I don't think
He's
he's.
over there like, I think he is, man. I think he's smiling too much. He thinks it's a joke. He's playing around. I don't think he's gonna come in there looking for the kill. I think Benavidez is coming in there to really, really hurt this guy, really make a statement. And I don't think Morel is ready or gonna be ready for this style that he's about to encounter.
Yeah, I just feel like Benavidez, bro. He just got that chip on the shoulder. Like he got something to prove, you know. Like that's why I feel like he's gonna win. Like he just always walking around with that chip. Like man, like yeah, I'm undefeated, but I still people doubt me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just feel like just with that chip, he's gonna come up on top. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how I feel about that. You know.
Coach Eddie in the building was good, man.
Hey, what's up, brother? Salute, brother. Salute to the panel, man. Yo, man, I agree with everything my man just said. I think Benavidez is really a throwback fighter, man. This dude is he's a mean dude too. You know what I'm saying? He don't mind getting there fighting guys who gonna really give him a good test. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And like I said, I know a lot of people love Canelo, man. I know Canelo's career like the back of my hand, man. Let me tell you something about this guy, man. I know I'm gonna upset a lot of people in the chat. Man, this dude right here, Canelo, I'm telling you, yo, this dude got like 20 people on his resume with losing records. You don't believe me? Go look at it. You know what I'm saying? This guy right here was luxury. He what I would call he's a good fighter. I'm not gonna take nothing away from him. He's a good fighter, but he's not what we think he is. He has the machine behind like wrestling. When a guy that you know is gonna get the push, they're gonna give you all the marquee matchup. He was able to get all the old champions on his resume. He got guys like Shane Mosley, he got Miguel Cotto, he got all these guys on his resume. He pulled guys up from different weight classes. They gave him credit for fighting guys like like friggin' Amir Khan and fighting these real small guys, Liam Smith, and these other guys, Matthew Hatton. He got credit for these guys, man.
So,
Literally, the dude got.
so basically, you're not giving. You just said 20, so you're not giving Canelo Alvarez no credit for what he's done in his career, because
I'll give Canelo credit for beating Triple G, which I think Triple G won the first fight. I'll give him credit for that. That's really the best competition.
Hey,
He
can I
got
ask you a
never
question?
he got never Floyd Mayweather, and he should have been able to beat Floyd
why?
because it's good.
Can I ask you a
Think
quick
about it. Go back to
question?
history. Yeah, give me one second. I'll tell you why
Yeah.
I think he should have been able to beat Florida. He was that good. Because if you really go back to history, all the young champions who were really good beat really, really good old champions. They beat them. Like Oscar De La Hoya beat the old champions. Camacho beat Sugar Ray Leonard. These guys were young, and they was able to get him out of there. At age 24, with 40-something fights, he should have been able to beat a 36, 37-year-old Mayweather. If he was that good, he should have been able to beat him.
So you're comparing. You wanted him to do something great, like the other fighters at 23. So that's Canelo Alvarez's fault that he lost a split decision loss with Floyd Mayweather. And
I just feel like he should.
Floyd Mayweather is arguably one of the greatest that ever laced him up as well.
Let me
Hey,
interview you really
man,
quick, Punch.
go ahead.
Floyd Mayweather, he doesn't have a better resume than Canelo, even though he beat Canelo.
Before hold on. Before we go to
Yeah.
that route, because I know where this is going. Every time somebody's discrediting Canelo, here comes the praise for Mayweather. When they want to credit Mayweather, this is the community. I'm not going to go that route. This Canelo Alvarez and Mayweather stuff is going to go for a whole 50 hours. I want to stick to the David Benavidez versus David Morel. I think Canelo Alvarez already done. It's nothing there. Nobody could debate about it. He's going to be first ballot Hall of Famer. He's highly accomplished. He got the best resume. I don't care when and where they beat him. At the end of the day, people's talking about Cotto's age and they're talking about Kovalev's age, but then they're talking about this fight with Terence Bud Crawford, and Terence Bud Crawford is going to be by the time he fights Canelo Alvarez, he's pushing 38 years old. So, but then there's people saying that Canelo Alvarez and Bud Crawford is a good fight, but he's fighting a little guy and nah.
I think
If
it should be talked about though. Only because it was kind of brought up.
It's not because
Nah, you're right. You're right. I don't want to hijack the topic. You're right. David Benavidez doing his thing, man. I like the fight with the Morel fight. I think this could be an interesting fight. I believe based off the size, that Morel is a really, really live dog, and if he's able to cut David Benavidez's punch output down, he has a great chance of winning this fight. David is kind of comes in like a tidal wave. He overwhelms his guys and he physically beats them up. That's how he wins a lot of his fights. And David is a much bigger guy and can probably stand up to that tidal wave. And if he can use that Cuban school of boxing, where he can keep David at bay, keep that jab on him, and land, get his. I think we got a different fight on our hands. A good fight, good matchup.
Let me get this super chat. Good looking out, Leonardo Rodriguez with a $2 super chat says for 10 undefeated fighters, 2 undisputed champs. Shout out to Leonardo Rodriguez. I think that this is a good fight. I think he's daring. I'm not gonna say daring to be great, but daring to keep enhancing his legacy. This is a fight that enhances legacies. He's a prime fighter. He's a fighter that a lot of people felt that it was a boogeyman in the 168-pound division. Outside of David Benavidez, David Morel was in position. He was in better position than Edgar Berlanga through the WBA, right? So there was people that was echoing maybe a Canelo Alvarez will pick David Morel, right? But then it looked like that he wouldn't pick a David Benavidez and a David Morel. So basically, they're gonna have to fight each other. David Benavidez also fought Demetrius Andre. Demetrius Andre was linked to Canelo Alvarez ever since the 154 in 160 possible undisputed bout. Canelo Alvarez didn't want to face Demetrius Andre, but at least David Benavidez took care of that. So. And then he moved up and fight Alexander, in which it was a good opponent at a 175. So I think that David Benavidez is actually doing this thing. He's enhancing his legacy. He's putting himself in position for Canelo or for the win of Beterbiev and Bivol. His father had an interview with me a month ago and said that those are the monsters that he's looking for. The winner of Dimitri Bivol, Beterbiev, or moving up to cruiserweight and fight Suldo Ramirez. And I think that route is probably harder than even a Canelo Alvarez fight. The win of Bivol and Beterbiev, and then go up to the cruiserweight division and fight Suldo Ramirez. What you think about that route?
Hey, that's a great route. Look, I like what Benavidez is doing. He's training with some good trainers. He was talking with Andre Ward, getting some tips. Morel, he's training with. Who's his main sparring partner? Hot Rod, the guy who some say beat him. And he couldn't really gather any offense against Hot Rod. I think David had a better fight against Gvozdyk than Morel did against Hot Rod. And I think Gvozdyk would beat Hot Rod. I think he's a harder matchup. Hits harder, he's bigger. Man, Benavidez is just doing his thing. But now Bivol, Beterbiev, that's the fight to make. And I do foresee Benavidez in Canelo's future, because Canelo has a couple more fights left. And I believe he's going to do the Crawford fight. Even though people think it's a mismatch, I want to see that fight. I want to see that fight because.
Hold on. Let the other ones answer. Land quick, so the other ones. Let's get their point. Fight sports.
I was about to cook, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you for having me on, Punch. I've tweeted to you publicly about how I disagree with some of your points, but all respect, brother. I actually just got done debating an entire panel full of Canelo fans. I don't see how anybody can say Canelo's not ducking Benavidez. As far as what he's doing, I actually think he's taking a harder route, because David Morel, I think stylistically, is all wrong for him. And we've seen Benavidez, he doesn't look that good when he's not as much of a weight bully, but I don't hold that against him, because Canelo's been weight bullying most of his career. And again, he's going to have to hurt Morel big time. And if he does, and he goes on to face the winner eventually between Bivol and Beterbiev, that I think is a tougher fight than Canelo. And yeah, I can't hate on what Benavidez is doing. I mean, he's doing this instead of going for the money fight in boxing, which is pretty unheard of.
I think the route is good. But I'm also holding not only just Canelo Alvarez accountable, as we all feel like, he has the power to also face David Benavidez, right? But I'm also holding the accountable of a Turkey Al Sheikh, where everybody's saying that he got the power to do everything, got the power to get any fight, got the power to got the money, unlimited money that nobody will refuse. I want him to deliver David Benavidez versus Canelo Alvarez rather than Canelo Alvarez versus Terrence Bud Crawford. I don't think that Canelo Alvarez is afraid, to be honest. I just think that there is an understanding. There is an understanding that he's avoiding him. There's also an understanding that at this point, who is really David Benavidez for Canelo Alvarez?
Well,
who truly is him for Canelo, not for us, not for us. I'm not saying that's a fight that we want, but if you're looking at the lens of Canelo Alvarez, is he the guy you're going to shame me with? Is he my Mayweather versus Manny Pacquiao, where it's legacy versus legacy, icon versus icon? Yeah, I got to shame me for him. Is David Benavidez that guy?
That is a great point. And I debated several panels of Canelo fans, one of them today, about this. And I only made it my channel a year ago, so I don't have videos on this. My whole opinion on that is, okay, I say he's been ducking Benavidez for the last 2.5 years. I'm not one of these people who say that he's been ducking him for 8 years. I know where that narrative comes from. My opinion on that is Canelo has done a great job to defeat all the champions when he did at 168. My reason for saying that, to answer your question, Punch, that I think he deserves not to be rubbished, but I believe he deserves criticism for not taking the Benavidez fight. My reason for that is, one, none of the champions at 168, and I'll hold true to this, none of them had a resume that is better than what Benavidez has occurred now. Not what Benavidez had in the past, but with Benavidez defeating Caleb Plant and Demetrius Andrade back to back. By the way, I don't rubbish Canelo for not taking the Andrade fight. I wanted it, but I don't rubbish him for not taking it. But I believe Benavidez, since beating Plant and Andrade back to back, I believe his resume is better than Callum Smith, who beat George Groves, who was a worthy champion, but he struggled with John Ryder and Enrico Noling, 2 European level fighters. Caleb Plant beat Uskatigi, who was past his best, and then beat I don't even know who. I can't even remember who else he beat. Billy Joe Saunders was an okay champion at middleweight, but I think he's this era's greatest ducker. I don't think he didn't fight anybody at 168. He blatantly ducked Demetrius Andrade. So my opinion, so to answer your question, Punch, and I appreciate you having me on, is that I think he deserves criticism because Benavidez, first of all, athletically, this is a much bigger challenge than John Ryder, than Callum Smith, who was a champion, much bigger than Edgar Berlanga and Jaime Munguia. But also, resume-wise, again, I've already said his resume is better than those champions. And also, Canelo, one of the reasons why he deserves criticism is because going back to when he was in his prime, he was pulling all of these technicalities and to duck fights. We all know he tried to age out Golovkin. After avoiding the Golovkin fight, he went and fought Liam Smith and then fought Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., the biggest joke in boxing. And he picks and chooses who he fights, and he did that before he was in his prime. He did that when he was in his prime, and he's still doing it now past his prime. So if you're that choosy and you're that picky, I feel, when a guy comes along who has as much hype around him and as much and is as formidable as him, he does deserve criticism. Last point on this, Punch, and again, appreciate you giving me this time, is that Canelo, when he came out of having a little holiday over Christmas last year, he said in that Fight Hub interview with Marcus Villegas in Spanish, he said, I want 200 million to fight. And then he said, I don't know, one of the reporters who I think is a Canelo fanboy said, don't you think it's funny, Canelo, they keep on moving the goalposts? And he said, yeah, I fight Callum Smith, and then they say, oh, he's no good. I fight Caleb Plant, they say he's no good. Nobody was calling for those fights, really, because none of them had the hype behind him that David Benavidez has now. Now, fans could say back then, after he beat washed up David Lemieux, David Benavidez is a hype job. Who has he fought? Well, now he's fought 2 former world champions, one of them undefeated in Andrade, and Canelo, he could not be happier that Benavidez has moved up.
I'm a time in. I'm a piggyback of what you were saying. I'm gonna let the other guys get their point.
Sure.
Yo, Giuliano, and then Coach Eddie, and then Chicago, go at get your points across.
Yeah, I was gonna say, bro, I just feel like with Canelo, it's a pride thing, bro. It's an ego thing. He just don't want to give Benavidez his payday, bro, because he said himself that Benavidez, he just too disrespectful. And when a man's just too disrespectful, Canelo, bro, he's the top dog. So he's cash cow, right? Like if he's saying this dude's too disrespectful, he just don't want to, he's saying fuck you. Then I don't want to give you no payday. Talk to me nice, and then talk to me nice. Then we can fight. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think that that's like a new wave of betaness in my opinion? Like that's something I don't agree with Canelo Alvarez. Like be nice,
Yeah.
to me. Be
I
nice
with
to
you.
me and speak to me nice,
Yeah.
and maybe I'll give you the opportunity. Because then the guys that get in the ring, they don't have no edge. Like a writer, like look how he was in that press conference. Nobody even asked him a question. Like thank you. It was like a celebration of thank you for the opportunity. Just like Jaime Munguia, gracias. I thought he was gonna kiss him in the cheek or something like that. Like, Canelo, you in a combat sport. You know what I'm saying? And let's be real. David Benavidez was not always saying that you pussy, or he was not always disrespecting you. It was the blank push off and the moving the goalpost saying that, oh, you haven't fought nobody. First, you haven't fought nobody, and now, okay, then I fight Kellen Planet, then I fight Demise Andre, and then now I'm moving up. Now, in my opinion, before all this, he's ducking David Benavidez. I could honestly be like, well, David Benavidez is not bringing that into the table and stuff like that. But now, if he beats David Morel, he got the best four win streak, four opponent win streak. I put him up there with like a Danny Dubois or a Bam Rodriguez. They're great opponents, because I do think that that was a body shot versus Alexander Usyk with Danny Dubois. If he would have got that body shot and seen the next four opponents in Hergovich and Gerald Miller and Anthony Joshua, I think that Danny Dubois would have been the guy right now in boxing. David Benavidez, Danny Dubois, and Bam Rodriguez got the best four win streak, in my opinion, with good opponents. I think that Canelo Alvarez should stop moving the goalpost when it comes to David Benavidez, and just be like, I'm not gonna fight him, and I don't want to fight him. But now saying that, oh, you got to fight this when you haven't fought nobody. All right, then he fight somebody. Then saying that, oh, you got to speak to me nice. I'm not giving you a payday because you're not speaking to me nice, bro. When he's speaking to you nice, you still didn't want to give him a payday. The reason why he is actually cursing at you, and his father cursing at you, is because you're not fighting him, and while they in the position as a WBC mandatory position to get the fight. So I don't. That's one thing about Canelo Alvarez. Before that he didn't want to face Mexican fighters. So it's always a thing, and it's a different excuse. So I understand the frustration with the Canelo Alvarez fan, with the people that are with Canelo Alvarez. But also the same thing where Fight Sports Talk was saying. But I have to disagree with some of the things that he said, saying that Canelo Alvarez just was a weight bully himself. He was not a weight bully versus Triple G. He was not a weight bully versus Daniel Jacobs, because Daniel Jacobs didn't go along with the rehydration clause. He broke the rehydration clause and got, and got fined for it. So it was he still came in over 15 pounds. So he was not a weight bully there. He was not a weight bully to become a 175-pound champion versus Kovalev. He was not a weight bully versus Dimitri Bivol. So he put himself in position not yet to be the guy to pick the fights, but he didn't put everybody in a disadvantage. You know what I'm saying? We understood why he fought Amir Khan. It's because of Amir Khan's name, and he got a country behind him. Just like Floyd Mayweather will pick a fighter like a Ghost Guerrero or a Victor Ortiz, because they feel like they got the Mexican behind those type of fighters, rather than picking fighters like a Keith von Tom Thurman. Who was in position because he had no fans. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, I understand most or half of what you were saying, but in that sense of him. Or David Benavidez, they say he's a weight bully, and Canelo Alvarez is a weight bully. Just because there's a narrative with a David Benavidez, that doesn't mean we need to look at somebody else and put that narrative on them, just so we can have a equal type of, or a balance within the debate or a dialogue.
Well, Punch might. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm good, y'all. Hey, y'all have a good night, man. God bless y'all. All right.
Good looking at Giuliano.
All right, better.
Just to respond to that, Punch, I agree he hasn't been weight bully in his entire career. He didn't weight bully when he moved up to middleweight and super middleweight now. But what I was saying was that when he was fighting the likes of James Kirkland, and when he was fighting Ancient Shane Mosley, and I mean, he did a good job fighting Austin Trout with no rehydration clause and stuff to get a shot at Mayweather. I give him full credit. I still actually hold that as one of his top 5 victories. I was talking about the Amir Khan situation and situations like that. I just feel he has been a weight bully at times. So David Benavidez, one of the many excuses, and I'm really glad you brought up all of the excuses. He says, well, he suggested, people need to be respectful to me. It's like you said, Benavidez wasn't always disrespectful. And then he says, well, he doesn't bring anything to the table. Then he fights two former world champions back to back, one of them undefeated. And then he moved the goalposts again. And now his fans are saying, oh, well, he's too big. I actually debated Rick Glazer, I had him on my channel, and I said to him, look, why is he not fighting him? He said, well, he's a big guy. And I said, well, he's fought at 175 and he has weight bullied at times in his career. So for me, there's just no excuse. It's not even a case that Benavidez flat out defeats him. I like Paulie Malignaggi, but I disagree with him when he says this fight isn't competitive. Benavidez runs over him like a truck. I just think it will actually be competitive, unlike Munguia and Berlanga. And another thing, a lot of Canelo fanboys, they criticize Benavidez early in his career for being undisciplined and not unifying in the past. Well, Munguia and Berlanga, they've ducked so many fighters when they stepped up in competition, and they got the Canelo fight because Canelo, at this point, he wants easier fights.
Do you feel like Canelo versus Bud Crawford is a good fight?
I have said on multiple panels, I did not love that fight. Again, I only started my channel a year ago, so nobody was watching me back then. I don't like the fight at first, but I do. To answer your question, I do like it now because if Canelo is going to, well, not if Canelo did it all of last year, which is why he's no longer the face of boxing. He's going to fight contenders who don't have a lot of hype behind him, who can't really challenge him. So even a small guy in Crawford, and I'm going to break this fight down on my channel in due course, that fight at least will be more competitive than those guys. And I'm not saying that Crawford's going to win. I actually don't think he'll ever win because size should matter. But like how Marvin Hagler was, including the Ray Leonard fight, the guy who pushed him the most was.
So you're going to compare Leonard to Bud?
Not exactly. What I was going to say was,
he was going to go there though.
No. This is where I was going to go. I got you, but this is where I was going to go with that. The guy who pushed Hagler the most was the smallest guy he fought, Roberto Duran. And I'm not saying Crawford is on a Duran level. He certainly isn't, but he has an extremely high fight IQ, and it was the fight IQ of Duran and the overall skills that allowed him to push Hagler more than anybody, including Leonard. I think Crawford has that kind of fight IQ. So for as long as the fight lasts, I think he's going to challenge Canelo more than those guys, which is why I'm okay with the fight.
The only thing is that I do hear the comparison or the potential comparison of the Leonards of the world and the Roberto Duran of the world. I don't think that Terence Bud Crawford, his resume tells me that I need to even look that way to compare it, because his resume, he may have Hall of Fame accomplishment, but his resume is not Hall of Fame tier one. He don't got the resume like a Floyd Mayweather. He don't got the resume like a Leonard. He don't got the resume like a Roberto Duran. He don't got the resume like Oscar De La Hoya. So he got Hall of Fame first ballot, Hall of Fame accomplishment, but when it comes to the resume, he still got more to prove. So it's unfair for us to even try to compare the Leonard and the Duran situation. And to time in on the Duran situation as well, people always forget about history. People think that Duran went from 175 and straight away went from Leonard. Let's not forget that Duran had a couple of fights in between. Sure. In between. He didn't go straight over there. You know what I'm saying? So he got his feet wet in the division. Not against the elite fighter, but he got his feet wet. Just like we saw Bud Crawford move up to the 154-pound division. And that fight right there with Mazurmov indicates to us logically that, you know what? What do you mean that you're going to go to 168 and fight Canelo Alvarez? You didn't pass the test even at 154.
Facts, man. You cooking, Punch. Hey, let me chime in real quick. Punch, everything you just said is all about perception. That's what boxing is all about. It's a product. Terence Crawford, let me tell you something. Terence Crawford fights Demetrius Andrade. Demetrius Andrade will stomp a mud hole in Terence Crawford.
Facts.
And that's fact. But you'll hear people who will, no. I'm telling you, they fight 10 times out of 10. Andrade will stomp a mud hole in Terence Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
and that's a fact. You know, you take it with a grain of salt. It is what it is.
Nah, and that's what I said the other day, that perception and illusion is the new reality. You know, the reality is been pushed in the back burner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this is, in my opinion, right now, what's going on right now, and I'm like seeing it from afar, but also seeing it because I'm on media credentials and media, and you know what I'm saying? I see that ain't no pushback on this fight because nobody wants to even question what Turkey wants. See, Turkey is the one that put the battery on this Bud Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez because he's going to put the type of money that Canelo Alvarez probably won't refuse and the type of money that Terrence Bud Crawford won't refuse. So nobody now, they trying to come up with this narrative that Mazrimov was this guy that had all the skills and talent. And now you even hear people saying, I think that Mazrimov got, I think Mazrimov got better skills than Canelo Alvarez. Crap. No, he don't.
Crazy.
Hasn't done in the sport of boxing in the professional level to even compare the skill set or the skill set that Canelo Alvarez put himself up against to even for anybody to be like Mazrimov got better skills than Canelo Alvarez. That's just a narrative to save the face, to save the mismatch of Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez.
That's exactly what it is. You know, I'm gonna tell you.
This fight, we was talking about Bud versus Charlo, and then all of a sudden it went from Bud versus Canelo Alvarez. What fight indicated that I want to see that fight, or that fight is even close? Nah.
You know, I think Bud got a lot of credit for beating Errol Spence. But like I say, if you really look at Bud's resume, it's really not stellar. I'm gonna keep it 100. It's not on Floyd Mayweather's level. It's not on Oscar De La Hoya's level. He doesn't have a freaking what's the guy name of the Nigerian fight? I mean the African fighter that the bazooka jab. What was his freaking name? Ike Corte. Ike Corte was a tough fighter, man. Mm-hmm. You know, a lot of people forget about those guys. I like those guys because they took on all challengers. They didn't just want to fight names. You know, it was a lot of guys who didn't have a big name, but they were good fighters, man. And that's what's missing right now. Everybody just want to fight names. Just cause you go, and this is the crazy talk right here. They saying, well, Bud, they think automatically. This is why I hate how you can come from a weight class and skip the line and go straight to the top dog. I don't think Bud gets out of the 154-pound division unscathed. Yeah. It's a lot of hot dogs. It's a lot of dogs there. I don't think he beats the guy over there, the British guy in the middleweight. What's his freaking name? He's a tall, lanky guy that fights on the rehab season card. Janabek is another guy too that just beat the crap out of Austin. What's his name? What's that guy name? Ammo Williams. The guy that beat the brakes off of Ammo Williams. What's his name?
That wasn't.
Yeah, that dude's a problem, man.
I've been saying it for years that the 154-pound division is the most competitive division. Facts. It's the most competitive division in the sport of boxing, but because everything I'm telling you, then these platforms and the YTBC and Twitter and IG is built off a bunch of narrative. So nobody was respecting Jermell Charlo, the 154, because people didn't like Jermell Charlo for whatever reason, a guy that was carving his own legacy. As soon as people, Bud Crawford moving up to 154, and then he struggled with Mazrimov, and then we see Boachuk versus Virgil Ortiz. Now we're looking at it, these Eastern European fighters is really no, they always was good. They always was good. Everybody showed their vulnerability at 154. Demetrius Andre got dropped at 154. Jermell Charlo lost at 154. Tim Tszyu got exposed at 154. Gausha, Brian Mendoza, Tim Tszyu, Erickson Lubin, Tony Harrison, everybody who ever stepped in the top.
Fondura got cooked at 54.
Everybody that hit the top 10 have faced some type of some close fights, drops, some vulnerabilities in 154, adding with a Terrence Bud Crawford as well, in which there was people that felt that he even lost the fight or it was a draw. You know what I'm saying? So if you couldn't pass that test, and we seen when Jermell Charlo, who knocked out all his opponent to become undisputed, moved up to 168, and Jermell Charlo even personally told me, Canelo Alvarez didn't feel none of my punches. What makes you think that Bud Crawford, who could even, in my opinion, didn't pass a Mazrimov test? It should be a rematch, just like Floyd Mayweather give Castillo and Maidana a rematch. Who are you not to give these people a rematch? You don't got the resume to just say, I'm going straight to Canelo Alvarez and Mazrimov don't need a rematch. Now you got to get that damn rematch. You got to put more weight on that resume, in my opinion. And I think that they letting Turkey outshake because the turkey I'll shake, we giving Bud Crawford a pass to overlook a potential fight of the winner of Virgil Ortiz and Madrimov, and that's the fight that Bud Crawford should be looking forward to.
Look, Punch. Let me land this plane real quick. Let me put everything into perspective as far as what the first question was, which was about Canelo, right? Canelo. All the haters on Canelo, I gotta look. He is the face of boxing. He's the only throwback fighter in this generation that we could look to who fights his mandatories, takes tune-ups in the middle of waiting for a big fight, and then fights the big fight. He took out Charlo, who was the king of 54, who was knocking everybody out, fucking everybody up. Now, the misconception is that Canelo is ducking Benavidez. I mean, you got to really analyze what's ducking a fighter, right? Benavidez moved up to 175. You know, he missed the opportunity a couple times. He chose to move up to 75.
Run around us something that we know. Give us something that we don't know.
Well, I'm breaking it down so like you totally understand.
Nah, man, you
right?
you
So,
you
hold
can't
on.
you
Let
capping
me
right now.
land
Is
the
what
plane
you doing,
and
man.
let me finish. So look,
come on,
yeah.
man.
Okay,
We know
so
that he moved back to 175.
as far
and then he goes
as
through the panel
people
now.
saying that he's ducking Benavidez, what he's really doing is he's saving Benavidez. He's saving Benavidez
Let's not play the
for
game.
the best fight
He's avoided David
because
Benavidez.
that's the best fight.
He's avoided David
So
Benavidez.
why?
Is he scared of David Benavidez in terms
No,
of
you guys don't want to let
No.
nobody talk. You guys don't want to hear another opinion. Let me finish.
I just
So
don't
look,
I just don't
you
want to listen to
guys,
the same
but you know
opinion.
it's true because deep
Give us a
down,
view.
he can't be ducking Benavidez.
Man, you
Benavidez is
serious,
the
man?
one looking to fight him,
This is
right?
crazy.
And he's gonna fight Canelo. He's gonna
Sorry,
fight
man.
Canelo. He got the
Man,
best
stop it,
resume
man.
out there.
The thing is,
He got
brother,
some fights
you
that he
can't
got to
say that.
do. Canelo got some fights that he got to do. But Canelo's the face of boxing. You
But
can't
brother,
deny it.
No.
And
With
if you do deny it,
I believe that he's the face of
you just
boxing.
gotta,
But
you're just a
I
hater,
believe that he's the.
right?
Yeah, I believe that Canelo Alvarez is the face of boxing. But being the face of boxing is the responsibility of being the face of boxing. Being the face of boxing is keeping a status and the bar because the other past face of boxing kept that status. Oscar De La Hoya fought anybody, anytime, anywhere. As the face of boxing, you got responsibilities. Sugar Ray Leonard had responsibilities. The four kings had responsibilities. Mike Tyson had responsibilities.
Roy Jones, James Toney, Bernard Hopkins. Come on, man.
Exactly, they have responsibility.
Bro, but this is a different era. These are different fighters.
Wait. Being the face of boxing is just not doing what you want to. Yeah, you could do what you want to do, but doing what you want to do is doing the right thing to do. And I said this, and I put this example. Even in life itself, we all could do whatever we want to do. You as a man could do whatever you want to do. I as a man got to do whatever I want to do. But guess what? Me doing whatever I got to do, I still got to do the right thing. I'm still responsible for my kids. I'm still responsible to bring the bread home. I'm still responsible to take care of the significant other. I'm still responsible as a father, as a husband.
All right, bro, you're going into some other stuff now, bro. You're going into another strategy.
No. Check
We're
this out.
talking about boxing.
This is boxing.
That's not boxing. That's ordinary life, bro.
No, that is boxing. You got
We're talking about a profession, a job. We're not talking about what we got to do as a man for our family.
Great. Thank you that you said job. You got to be responsible. You got to be responsible to do your job. You got to be responsible to come on time. You got to be responsible, right?
How is he not doing his job? Let's name off the champs he beat. Mosley, Cotto, fought Mayweather.
Know that, bro. You're not talking to nobody that don't know that. We know
Charlo,
But we know the resume. Chicago
beat up fucking Berlanga.
Bro. Relax, bro. Because then you're not gonna draw me.
Credit for those things. He's gonna fight Benavidez.
Bro,
we've been hearing
David Benavidez. We've been hearing that. We said the PBC
and
deal.
The Crawford fight's a good fight, bro.
The three fight PBC deal that we were supposed. That David.
You're not giving Crawford enough credit.
I was gonna give. No, we giving him credit, but he got responsibility.
Even his own black brother ain't giving him no credit.
Responsibility
ain't
kind
got
of
anything to
shit
do
is
with
that,
black is
bro?
reality, bro. What you
What kind
talking
of shit
about,
is
man?
that, bro?
Nah. Canelo
Come
Alvarez
on,
got
man.
responsibilities, bro. As the face of
Give
boxing,
him
you
some
got
credit.
responsibility, and as a champion, you got
Give me credit.
responsibility as well. You don't want Canelo Alvarez to have responsibility because we feel like he's done enough.
No, nobody's saying he's done enough. He's not
No,
done. He's not done.
but you're trying to
He's not
take away
done.
the responsibility. I try to give you an example, and then you brought the example as a job. It's Canelo Alvarez's job as the face of boxing to hold the standard, so everybody that's coming up and every champion, which is whether you're a pound for pound elite fighter in your respective division, you got to follow what Canelo Alvarez is doing.
And who's doing better? Who's doing it better than Canelo Alvarez right now in this generation?
Hey,
Who's doing better?
In the last 4 fights, in my
Who's
opinion,
doing better?
in the last 4 fights, in my
What
opinion,
fighter?
in the last 4 fights, in my opinion, when it comes to Canelo Alvarez and David Benavidez has beaten a better quality opponent, in my opinion.
Because he fought
Definitely.
Andrade? Because he fought Andrade?
Yeah, he drawn Andrade, and he went up to Alexandre, and he about to face David Morel. So if he beats David Morel Jr. in the last 4 fights, yeah,
he never
hold on,
fought.
hey, what's this dude's name? What's your name, bro?
Look,
I'm not gonna compare the whole
if he
career.
beats Morel the way Canelo beat Kovalev,
Man, Kovalev was
he's doing
washed, man. What are
something,
you
bro.
talking about,
He's
man?
doing something, bro. Because Kovalev, hey, you got to remember, Kovalev killed
Canelo to David Benavidez. We
killed
can only compare
somebody in the
the little
ring,
bit that we got.
and Morel
Only
put somebody in a coma in the ring. So he's the equivalent of Kovalev. He's Canelo's Kovalev.
No,
You
he
got
ain't
to knock him out. You got to knock him out, bro.
You never been a world champion like that. And I'm talking about the last 4 fights, bro.
He fought Ward and beat Ward the first fight.
I'm talking about
He
the last.
beat Ward the first fight, arguably.
I'm talking about the last 4 fights.
Yes or no? Is that true or not?
I'm talking about the last 4 fights, bro. You going away. I'm talking about the last 4 fights. I ain't talking about no damn Kovalev. The last 4 fights, adding with David Morel. If he beats David Morel, David Benavidez, last 4 fights, including David Morel, will be just as impressive or more impressive than champions. He's not even
perfect. That's the perfect matchup. They're both the best.
Man, listen up, dog. Let me tell you. Hold on.
The reason why David Benavidez went up to the division and fight Alexandre and went up to the division to fight David Morel is because he's been in position for the Canelo Alvarez fight until he's getting pushed over. That's the reason why he's fighting these fights.
So look, you brought up the whole analogy of you got to be a man, you got to work for your family, you got to stay at work late, you got to do overtime.
You got to be responsible.
But then you respect Benavidez for moving up to 75 and leaving his work and not finishing his work at 68 and just leaving early.
Man, what are you talking about? The dude don't want to fight him, man. Canelo don't want to fight the guy, man.
Bro, how can you say that though? How can you honestly in your heart say that Canelo doesn't want to fight Benavidez?
Okay, and if you can be quiet for 20 seconds, I can tell you how, man. You won't shut up. Just keep talking, bro. You keep.
Hey, look, bro. First of all, don't talk to me that way, bro. I'm from Chicago, bro. And
I don't care where you from, man. I'm so sorry. You're from Chicago. Whatever,
bro.
Hey, no. We ain't gonna have that in this channel.
Whatever, man.
Respect me, bro, because I never disrespected you, bro. So respect me, bro.
This
when you talk to me, you talk to me with fucking respect.
Hold on, chill out.
That's what I
bro,
command, bro.
Whatever, man. Whatever, bro.
Hold on, guys. This ain't the free smoke. This ain't the channel.
Nah, I don't know this dude tripping, man.
Relax.
You tripping. You tripping.
Relax on that. Talk boxing.
Check yourself, bro.
Talk boxing.
Bro, are you done now? Are you done? Are you done? Okay, we like 1,000 miles away. What are we gonna do? We gonna fly somewhere and meet each other? Come on, bro. Be serious, man.
Where you live?
We 1,000 miles away from each other. I'm not catching no plane to meet you. Come on, man.
Back to boxing, bro.
Be an adult, dog.
My point is that I'm serious, and you just talking shit, bro.
Shut up, yo, my brother, man. Hey, yo,
you live in Chicago, man. I live in Georgia. God dang, brother. Come on, I'm not gonna come find you.
Exactly, bro.
Hey, yo, back to boxing, bro. I could do this shit myself. Back to boxing.
Yeah, for sure.
You ain't worried about somebody killing you over there, bro.
Yo, go
what
ahead.
What are you talking about? I gotta go to work tomorrow. I'm not even on that type of time. I'm a grown man, dude.
Coach Ed, bro. Leave it alone, man. Yo, back to boxing, bro.
I was the one who brought up Duran and Hagler, and I agree with you 100%, Punch. And what's your other name, bro? The one with the
Coach Eddie
guy in the ring?
Yeah.
Oh, I agree with both you guys that Crawford's resume it's definitely not comparable to the greats of the past. It's not comparable to Mayweather or De La Hoya. Like, I haven't done a video on this, but I definitely, bro.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, it's all about the discredit. Like, we don't need to give somebody disrespect somebody to give somebody credit. Like, I don't even.
But it's okay to state the facts, though.
No, but if we look at
but these are your opinions, bro. These are not facts. These are your opinions.
If we're gonna go comment on everybody's resume, right? Even from the past. Go look at the past resume. The past resume, you see also in between fights. You seen Hagler fight somebody that was 2-9 after his loss, 2-9.
That's what Canelo does.
Can you imagine?
Hating on him?
Can you imagine if somebody today, if Devin Haney would have fought his next opponent after Ryan Garcia, that's 2-9? What was gonna say about Devin Haney? But the Haglers and the Durant did that.
And Canelo
he fought John the Beast Mugabe too, though. He fought Mugabe too. He fought John the Beast Mugabe.
But what I'm saying is, if we don't have to go that route, the same that's what I'm talking about. I like if we're gonna have some new narratives, man. Let's go with some new narratives. I want to hear some new narratives. The old narrative is the fighters from the past is way better than the fighters of today.
Nobody's saying that, Punch. Nobody's saying that.
Well, that wasn't the path I was going down. I was saying that, like Duran was a small guy, and he was but he was an extremely skilled attacker and a defender, and he had a very high fight IQ. He just didn't have the discipline. He was the one who was able to push Hagler the most. I feel that Crawford, because of his
but look what Tommy Hearns did to fucking Duran, though, bro.
Well, if you just give me a second, bro.
Coach Eddie, you got something in the background, brother.
What you say?
What?
You got something in the background, Coach Eddie.
What I was just going to say was, I feel that Crawford, because of his overall skills, because of his fight IQ, because of his discipline, and also how competitive he is, I believe he can push Canelo more than guys recently like Jamel Charlo. He had the size, he had more size than Crawford, but stylistically Charlo has always been a stationary fighter, and that plays into Canelo's hands. And
stationary fighter? That's how he beat Brian Castaño off the back foot and hurt him?
Come
on now. He's
not
Punch.
We're not saying that Crawford is going to beat Canelo. We're saying that he's going to give him a good fight. That's what we want to see.
No, that's an illusion that we're going to give him a good. Why is he going to give him a good fight? Why is
Crawford is a bad motherfucker, bro?
I'm not saying who is a bad motherfucker. I still don't think he's going to give Gervonta Tank Davis a good fight or Lomachenko a good fight.
Well, no, he should.
I think he'll give Loma a good fight. I don't know about Tank.
No.
They got power.
In a way, should never move up. In a way, should never move up to lightweight. Definitely not. The reason why I'm okay with this is because I feel stylistically, and you brought up Madrimov earlier, Punch. I'm not saying Canelo. I'm not saying Madrimov is a better fighter than Canelo, because he's not. However, stylistically, Madrimov can do things that Canelo doesn't do, and Jamel Charlo, okay, he can move, but he can't move like Crawford. Charlo likes to meet you more in the center of the ring, and that typically favors Canelo. Crawford can move better. He can switch stances more. I just feel stylistically he can give him a tougher fight than some of these other guys. I think the only guy at this era who has a resume comparable to the all-time greats is Usyk. I feel that his resume, again, it's not quite on the level of those guys, but I believe stylistically he can give him trouble. And I agree, he's not going to beat a lot of the guys at 154. 154 is a shark tank. He's also not going to beat a lot of the guys at middleweight, but it'll be similar, I feel, to how Duran, again, he gave Hagler hell, and Tommy Hearns slept him in 2 rounds because styles make fights.
And look, can I say something?
I think that even Madrimov neutralized Bud Crawford with just feints. Anything he hurt him, anything that was just
he frozen.
Bud wasn't in that fight, bro. Bud didn't care about that fight.
For a pound fighter, remember who we're talking. We're talking about Bud Crawford, and we're talking about Benavidez. We're not talking about.
Bud did good in that fight, because when Bud would punch Madrimov wouldn't do shit.
No, fuck that. That's the narrative. He didn't do good that fight. He looked an ordinary fight. He's an ordinary fighter versus Majumov, bro.
He had the
didn't
ring
do good.
generalship in that fight.
Stop it. He didn't do good.
Majumov couldn't do nothing.
If any elite fighter will fight a 10-0 guy that hasn't beaten no former elite champion or elite fighter in their respective division, and they would have done the same thing that Bud would have done with Majumov,
he would have lost. He would have lost.
We would smoke Alexander Usyk. We would smoke Jamel Charlo. We would smoke Teofimo. We would smoke Tank. We would smoke everybody, bro. Nah. He ain't do good versus no damn Majumov.
You guys are crazy, man.
He ain't do no good versus Majumov, bro.
He did okay, bro.
Satisfactory performance, bro.
Yeah, he should have fucked him up and knocked him out, but he didn't.
No, it's not even you gotta knock him out. I'm saying satisfactory performance because who is Majumov and who is Bud Crawford regarded as pound for pound number one?
Yo, Punch, I think the Canelo Crawford fight, Crawford has no chance to win this fight. I'm gonna tell you why. Even if it goes to the distance, he's not going to get a decision. That's out the question, and he's not knocking Canelo out. So it's a money grab at the end of the day.
It is.
He's not going to get a decision against Canelo. It's a money grab.
Like I say, like this: if it wasn't a money, if for me, it's a money grub. If it wasn't a money grub, and Bud Crawford truly want to put himself in a position to beat Canelo Alvarez, challenge Canelo Alvarez, that he would take an in-between fight. He wouldn't be saving himself. Saving himself for what? Saving himself so he won't have to fight nobody in between and have a performance like Majumov so he won't fuck up the bag. So he's thinking about the bag.
Facts.
He's thinking about what a fighter of his stature needs to do to prepare for a guy like Canelo Alvarez, the king in the 168-pound division, because Canelo Alvarez is going to rehydrate like he rehydrated way more than Jamel Charlo, and Jamel Charlo, bigger than Bud Crawford, moved up and only rehydrated 5 to 6 pounds. The same thing. Is not going to think about Tio Canelo Alvarez back. Like
think about Tio and Bud.
Push Majumov back. He's not going to push Canelo Alvarez back. He's not going to go toe-to-toe with Canelo Alvarez. He's not going to stand there. Bud Crawford also versus Majumov didn't do that well because he wasn't sharp. Why he wasn't sharp?
I need some move time, bro.
Because he had 1 year layoff. Now you're going to go another year layoff being the older fighter versus Canelo Alvarez. Let's not forget, Canelo Alvarez is younger than Bud Crawford as well, more seasoned than Canelo than Bud Crawford as well.
But he got more mileage.
In that he got everything going for himself.
Canelo got more mileage.
More mileage.
And he's lost twice.
Doesn't care. He didn't get demoralized.
But it's a fight he's not going to win. He can't. Only way he can win, he's going to have to knock Canelo out. That's the only way he wins.
He didn't lose bad.
Floyd didn't have to knock Canelo out.
But that's Floyd. Okay, who's the A side? Who's the A side in the judges' side? Canelo is.
You want to go back, but Floyd didn't do that. Floyd ain't.
I'm just saying, bro.
Ain't fucking Floyd, bro.
These are facts, though, bro. I'm just stating the facts. That's all.
But Bud ain't Floyd.
We know that.
Floyd is the ultimate A side. Floyd is the ultimate A side. We seen Marcos Maidana. We seen Marcos Maidana give Floyd the business. Go back and watch that fight. Marcos gave Floyd the business, and they gave it to Floyd.
Is the A factor in fighting,
man? Hey,
not the skills, bro. It's the heart and the size of the heart and the lion, bro.
Hey, yo,
Crawford, he got that.
Shit got tight. Got hard at 154. Yeah, stay at 154 and give the rematch, or get the winner of Virgil Ortiz versus Majumov. And because I'm gonna tell you this. If Virgil Ortiz beats Majumov, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna be like, hey, yo, Virgil Ortiz versus Bud. And what? We're gonna let Bud say, nah, I want Canelo? Hell no, bruh.
Would you rather see Virgil? Would you rather see Virgil and Bud than Canelo and Bud?
Yes. What?
If Virgil goes out there and stops Majumov, we got a whole new conversation now.
What are you talking about, bro?
I mean, what's a bigger fight night? What's a bigger fight night? What's a bigger event?
I don't care about
Canelo
the
versus Bud.
Night. I don't care about
what?
The event.
Parts? Why?
I don't care about the event. Why?
Why not? Why not? Why not?
Why? Why
not? Why wouldn't I? People want to go out and party. People want to go dressed up. The excitement, bro. The excitement, Punch, baby.
I bet you were the same one that was like, fuck Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul.
No, I watched it. I was going for Mike Tyson. I wanted to knock that white boy out.
Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. Why are we praising that we have an entity like Turkey Al Sheikh that's going to put quote unquote the events and the fight that we all want to see. All right, so give me the winner of Virgil Imagimov and Bud Crawford at 154. Put it this way, why I'd rather see Virgil and Bud Crawford, because Virgil Ortiz and Bud Crawford has been marinated more than a Bud and Canelo Alvarez since the division.
You know, boxing needs to follow
that.
what the UFC did, because the UFC is putting on fights that the fans want to see.
Yo, bro,
BKFC bare knuckles putting on fights that the fans want to see.
Bro, I don't understand that. Look, even the boxing fans was praying for a video game. You got a video game now. Go play the Canelo versus Bud.
We don't play video games over here, bro.
Yeah, the boxing fans was desperate for video games. Go play your little video game with Canelo versus Bud, and let's get the realistic fight.
We hide out in the reality.
You know what? We're gonna get the realistic fight that's gonna move boxing into the new era. See, because Canelo versus David Benavidez. If David Benavidez win, we go into a new era. Virgil versus Bud, we go into a new era. A Bud versus Canelo is a dead fight. It doesn't do nothing to move the sport of boxing.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. It don't move the sport of boxing.
It's exciting.
No, it does
put
not.
eyes on boxing.
No, the passing of the torch does.
Casuals are gonna watch.
We know the outcome. We know the outcome of that fight. We know
boxing is not for the hardcores no more. Boxing is for the casual fan. So you can get new fans.
Jake Paul rules everything then.
Nate, you got to let other people talk. Punch, I can respond to what you...
Bud, you crazy.
Oh, man. Punch, I can respond to what you said, because it's a similar problem I've got with Turkey al-Sheikh. I did one video on it yesterday. Last year, excuse me. I should have done more. The reason why, and I really like what Turkey's doing, but, you know, we're objective boxing fans, so we point out the good and the bad. What he is doing, unfortunately, is he's pushing for the biggest fights. Turkey last year was pushing for needless weight jumping fights that between the names, which didn't make sense. He was very arrogantly calling for Inoue to fight Tank Davis. Now he's taking pictures with Inoue and supporting him, so I think he's learned his lesson there. But he was also pushing for Dimitri Bivol, small light heavyweight, to step up to cruiserweight and face Jael Patai, a completely pointless fight. And he was calling for.
But who says that's pointless?
Well, hold on, brother. Let me just respond to.
Let him finish, please, sir.
Punch brought up Hold on. I can't respond to the point. Punch brought up a really good point earlier about why is Turkey not pushing for Bud to fight Virgil Ortiz when Virgil Ortiz has proven to be an elite contender since moving up. The problem, this is where I agree with Punch, and I agree with you guys. The problem is that Turkey, he loves fights that just don't make sense. I just brought up how he's pushing for Bivol to fight Opataya and Inoue to fight Tank. These fights are pointless. The reason why I'm trying to convince myself it's okay for Crawford and Canelo to fight is because Canelo's ducking the best contenders at 168. And I'm not saying it's the greatest fight. I would prefer if Canelo fights Benavidez and Morel, but he's not going to. So, and another thing,
75.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
You don't make sense.
Bro, you've got to stop interrupting.
Bro, you don't make sense, bro. What's wrong with boxing is you podcasters.
You don't let anybody finish. You interrupt everybody.
Your opinion sucks and it's stupid because you guys are boring.
Why are you here? You're not even here to debate,
bro. And that's what's killing boxing is you little stupid podcasters with your little stupid opinions,
bro. My brother, ain't nobody going at you, man. They talking boxing. They got their opinion. You get yours.
Exactly.
They're not talking boxing. They're talking about things that don't even make sense.
His opinion, bro. This ain't free smoke, bro.
You keep interrupting everybody, bro.
Ain't free smoke, man.
Free smoke.
I like to have boxing conversation, man. Leave that crazy shit.
That shit's boring, though, man.
Well, go to Age Money if you want free smoke. Go there. You can yell and scream all you want, man. We trying to talk over here, bro.
Free smoke is fun.
But go to Age Money. Go to Age Money. You can yell and cuss and threaten people all day long over there. You can threaten the people and cuss people out. You can do everything you want over there at Age Money. Go over there if you want free smoke, man.
Anyway, I'll just
go ahead.
Anyway, I'll just finish my point. So yeah, I don't love the Crawford fight. It only makes sense to me because Canelo's ducking the top contenders at 168, and yeah, he should be fighting the other champions and the other contenders at 154. But Turkey, deep down, he is a hardcore fan, but he's also pushing for fights that don't make sense. And I think he also sees the money in this situation. I mean, he did himself a disservice when he cut off all ties with Canelo and he was talking trash about him. Now he's managed to lure him back in. The Canelo fight, the Crawford
Hey,
fight,
your brother,
there's
not even that he tried to talk shit about the Canelo. He actually put up a UFC fight on the Canelo Alvarez night.
Yeah, which was a dirty move. And Crawford,
Mhm.
the
What's
fight
so
does sell
dirty
more
about
than.
that?
Well, the Crawford
What's
fight
dirty
does
about
sell.
that?
Oh,
Let me ask
man.
you a question.
Yeah.
What's dirty about that?
Because it's a boxing night. So it affects boxing. He tried to affect boxing, and he's the face of boxing, right?
This is the hurt game, Punch.
What are you
You guys
talking
not
about? The hurt game?
understand what we're talking about?
What are you talking about, bro?
We're talking about fighting. We're not talking about move up the ranks. Who's the up and coming? No, bro. We're talking about the big names fighting the big names and
But just
So what
because
you
the
catchweights
just
big
told, what you
name
just
don't
told
and
mean
me.
it's going to be a
catchweights,
good
bro.
fight. I
Because
mean, it's
like you
going to
said,
be a good
Punch, in the
fight.
beginning, this is a business, right? UFC is making business moves. People are fighting people at fucking weight classes don't even matter anymore. Weight
Well, that's the
classes do
problem.
not matter, bro, because when you're got a
Bro, what we
big name like Bud,
you don't
Canelo, and there's nobody at 68. The two main
Yo, let
guys
me let
move
me
at
let me tell you,
75.
at 68, Canelo need
Yeah.
to relinquish the belts because it's like a traffic jam at 168. If he wants to fight whoever he wants to, just give the belts up so everybody else at 168 can stop waiting on the Canelo sweepstakes and fight each other. They can mix it up then. Everybody's waiting for Canelo to freaking pick them. Hey, pick me, pick me, pick me, and we're not getting any fights. Canelo clearly not fighting the best competition at 168, so just give the belts up and let everybody
I,
else fight for him.
yeah, you're right. I like what Turkey's doing when he got this tournament style fights with T.O., Boots, Ryan, Shakur. That's what we're talking about, guys. That's what I want to see. That's what the people that I know want to see. And I know the hardcores want to see that too, bro. We don't want to see number 3 fight number 2. No, fuck that shit. That shit is old. That shit is dead. You know why it's dead
But
and
if
old?
but
Because
it's
all the
wrong
old
though. It's
promoters are
wrong,
dead and
man.
old. They're all
This is
done.
It's wrong
ridiculous.
though. It's wrong.
I don't know if it's
Is
wrong.
it? I have to think about it. If
Yo,
you've
you
been
hear
in the
me?
It's
weight division,
fun. It's
you've been in
fun.
the weight division, and you work your way up the ranks just to get leapfrogged by a guy from another weight division. Come on,
Shit, you
man.
got
I
to
mean,
get your
it's boxing.
promotion up.
It's
You got to
wrong,
knock
bro.
motherfuckers out. Right or wrong? Don't you want to see knockouts? Don't you want to see people fighting all
This
bloody,
guy's just arguing for the sake of arguing.
putting their will in there?
But I also respect the hustle and the grind where a guy worked his way up in the division and earned a shot at that title and deserves it. You
I
know
mean,
what I'm
that's
saying?
cool. That's cool,
I
but
respect that. You know what I'm saying?
we don't want to see that, bro.
Punch, can I
We don't
ask
So
want
you
to
a
you
see
ain't
that.
want.
question?
So let me ask. So you ain't want to see Kell Brook versus Earl Spence?
To be honest, it was cool. It was like, oh, because Kelbrook sold it, but he was talking about his brownies. He's gonna put these fudge brownies on you. Hey, that was cool. I was like, man, Kelbrook's talking shit. Kelbrook beat up Sean Porter. Kelbrook is a beast. He's talking shit.
Right then.
Earl Spence,
You
Earl Spence, look, Spence
you
was lame.
respect,
Spence is lame, bro. Spence is
bro,
fucking
bro, bro, bro,
lame.
bro, bro.
Yeah,
Listen,
I'm
bro.
sorry. I
So you
love you, bro,
respect.
but yeah.
So you respect the guy coming up in mandatory position to get his shot, right?
I mean,
Yeah,
but yeah, of course.
yeah.
But
All right,
bro,
then
there's a
that's the
way to
point.
do it.
That's the point.
You gotta earn,
That's the
you
point.
gotta talk your way
He
into that
earned
shot.
it. He earned it. He earned it. And Errol Spence didn't talk his way into the spot. He fought his way to the spot.
Because he was the big fish. But even though that still was boring. Wasn't
No, it was not
exciting.
boring, bro.
I
You,
wasn't
I no, no, no,
excited.
no. Yeah, yo, my brother, you a troll. You acting like a troll right now, bro.
Bro, I'm 42 years
Been a
old,
Get the
bro. I
troll
fuck
this
grew up
out of
whole
here.
with
time.
boxing, bro. I grew up
Exactly,
with
and that
boxing. I'm
exactly. Why
Mexican,
you going?
bro.
What?
I'm from
Bro,
Chicago,
why you
bro.
gonna
I
be
know all
42 and a
about
troll,
this
bro?
shit,
Look at the
bro.
panel. Look at the panel, bro. Look at the
What
panel,
about the
bro. We
panel? What
talking
about him?
boxing, bro.
What
That we
about
talking
him?
straight that we talking straight
Nah,
boxing. You
bro. You
talking
guys
about
want to be
Kel
fucking
Brook,
like I went to
and
college, I went to
Kel
school, and
Brook.
I'm all
But with that,
fucking
so
this
go
and
to
that.
boxing school,
Bro,
bro.
fuck all that bullshit, bro. This is the
Get out of here,
You know
man.
what?
Get the
I've
streets.
fuck
been
out of here,
debating.
bro. Get the fuck
This is
out of
the
here, bro.
streets, Punch.
Nah,
This is
this
the
ain't the
streets,
street. That's what I'm
bro.
saying. Nah, we
It's not
sophisticated
the
out here,
streets.
bro.
This ain't the streets.
Nah, this ain't the street. Nah,
What
this ain't the
is it?
street, bro.
This is
This is
fun,
an
bro. I
institutional
like
learning right here, bro.
Nah, bro. Nobody wants to learn. Everybody knows shit already. Everybody that's
Nah.
listening,
Nah, it's because you're
everybody
not
that's
bringing anything new, bro. You're not bringing
everybody
anything
that's
new, bro. People in the
nah, bro,
chat
you're
want to
just
talk
hating right
boxing,
now.
bro.
Everybody that's listening
Nah,
to me
man.
right now is like,
Nah.
man, this motherfucking this is
Nah,
what we
you trying to
want.
make your mark, bro.
This is
You
what
trying to
we
make your
want.
mark, bro. You talking to Punch Drunk
I ain't
Boxing. You
trying to
can't
make no
make
fucking
your
mark. I
mark
don't
on
got no
Punch Drunk Boxing,
podcast. I
bro.
don't got no podcast, bro. I'm not trying to
But
make
you
no
trying to
mark.
make, all right then, so
The
talk
fuck am I
boxing,
trying to
bro.
do?
You just talking bullshit. That Earl Spence
Okay,
and Kell Brook was not an exciting fight. Get the fuck out of here. So it was an
it
exciting fight.
wasn't.
Huh? Casimero versus Rigondeaux?
Kell Brook versus Porter was exciting.
More exciting
Keith
that
Thurman.
more exciting that Earl Spence and Kell Brook?
Yes,
You
bro.
bugging, bro. You bugging.
Keith Thurman
You
versus
bugging,
Porter
bro.
was a great fight. Keith
You
Thurman was
bugging.
running
You
around that
bugging.
ring, landing shots,
We ain't
ducking,
talking about the Keith
dodging.
Thurman fight. We ain't talking about the
Why
Keith Thurman
not?
fight.
That was a great
I said
fight. That was
we ain't talking
exciting.
about Keith Thurman.
And you probably think Canelo Alvarez versus Aldo Yerim was a great fight too. I mean, come on, man.
Look, bro, you want to fucking be funny and make jokes? That's stupid,
Anyway,
man.
Punch,
That's
I
all
was
you've
just
That's
been doing
dumb.
since you've been up here,
That's
man. You
dumb, bro. I'm
just
not making
been
jokes. I'm not being
you
funny.
are.
No,
I ain't
bro.
even gonna go there with you. I
Nah,
forget you
yeah,
might
don't go there.
you
yeah,
might you might you might
Don't
hop on
go
the
there.
plane and come see
Don't
me. I
go
forgot.
there.
Sorry, bro.
yeah.
Nah,
I'm
I ain't gotta
afraid.
go to fucking Georgia. I ain't gotta waste my time in Georgia, bro. Come on, dude.
Punch. I was just going to ask
Crazy.
you one. Punch. I was
Go
just
ahead,
going to
brother.
ask you one question. I appreciate it's about Teofimo Lopez, and I appreciate you reading out my questions when you've interviewed Teofimo. I appreciate that. But when he was calling out Crawford, I saw you pointing out that that Teo has, because he beat Lomachenko and he beat him without question, that he had a better win on his resume than anything Crawford had done. Would you have been okay with Teo stepping up from light welterweight to light middleweight to challenge Crawford?
Hell yeah, I'll be good. I was
Okay,
good with
well,
that.
I understand because Teo's a very skilled fighter and he'll be more dangerous when the less weight he cuts, the more dangerous he is. And he's a sharpshooter. I'm a huge fan of Lopez. However, that isn't much different than Crawford calling out Canelo, where there's a two-way class jump.
False. You know why?
Why?
Because when Teofimo Lopez called out Bud Crawford
Yep.
was when he was at 140, and when he was on his way to prepare for Josh Taylor and say, I want the winner of Earl Spence and Bud Crawford before fighting Josh Taylor. When he beat Josh Taylor, right? Then
Yes.
several days, we was in the New York City press conference of Bud and Earl Spence, and Teofimo Lopez called out the winner of Bud and Earl Spence, and even spoke. I was with them, and even spoke to Bomac in wanting the fight with the winner of Bud Crawford and Earl Spence. He was at 147, meaning there was one weight class away. Remember, the Teofimo Lopez versus Bud Crawford was before Bud Crawford even landed at 154. So
Okay.
technically, Bud Crawford was still a 147, and Teofimo Lopez was a 140 pounder, in which it was a validation when Josh Taylor beat Jose Ramirez, and it was a quality opponent for Bud Crawford when he was at 147 when they was in the UK and they had that face off. Why it wasn't a legitimate fight for Teofimo Lopez and Bud Crawford then when he asked for the fight? So I
Well,
was going off the beginning of when the fight was asked, and when it was trying to get marinated. Bud Crawford was still at 147, and Teofimo Lopez was the lineal champion at 140. So my content was the lineal at 140 versus the lineal at 147.
What
okay.
about Boots?
Moving,
What about
Okay.
Jerron Ennis? What about
Okay,
Jerron
I got the
Ennis?
timeline wrong there. My bad. So, okay, I understand it's a little bit different. That would be a competitive fight, regardless of weight division, because of Teo's skill. I just feel that I feel that Crawford, he can challenge Canelo because I feel again, due to size alone and because weight classes matter, well, they should matter. Canelo should win the fight, but because again, the reason why I'm okay with it is because Canelo is ducking the top guys at 168. So in that case, I think it's an okay fight. And also, I can kind of understand. I don't agree with everything Crawford does. I didn't agree with when he was pushing for more than 60-40 with Spence. He should have taken 40% because he was the lesser name. But when he was at welterweight, until Sean Porter had to get mandated for him to get a big name. And then he had an entire organization in Al Heyman and PBC freezing him out. So when you lose valuable years of your career because you want to fight the best fighters, but you have a business executive working against you, as much as I don't like him taking a cash out fight, I can kind of understand it. And also, again, I think it's more competitive than the fights Canelo's given us lately.
Well, Canelo ain't ducking nobody at 68.
Yes, he is.
No, I don't think so.
Facts.
That's opinion.
He's
It's
being
opinion,
very
it's not
selective.
facts.
He's being very selective at 68. Basically, Canelo is doing the Money Mayweather
But
thing right now.
how
He's
is he
getting his
ducking those
money.
guys when those
Yeah,
guys
hold
move
on,
to
man. Just
65?
give me 10 seconds. He's doing his Money Mayweather thing. He getting his bread. That's all Canelo doing. He getting his bread right now.
Nate,
That's
I've
it.
debated 2 panels full of Canelo fanboys about this, so
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense because you don't make sense. Because those
He's
two
getting
fighters at
Canelo's getting his
175
he's getting his
pounds,
bread
guy.
right now. He's getting
They're
his
at
bread.
Okay, answer me this though, UK guy. They're at 175. How is he ducking them at 68?
Man, that dude been there for years
No,
trying
no,
to get
I'm
the
asking
fight,
him a
man.
question.
No,
Those two fighters that you're saying that
hold
he's
on,
ducking
Canelo.
are
Hold
at
on one second.
175 pounds. They're about to fight this Saturday at 175, but you keep saying that Canelo is ducking them at 168. How does that make sense, guy?
Okay,
can you let me?
let me get it real quick. Canelo is a walking
No, I was
contradiction.
asking the
Not
UK
not
guy,
well. It
brother.
doesn't matter, man. You've been
Or
doing
I'm
a
not
lot of
from
whatever.
the
talking, so
UK,
let
bro.
somebody
Whatever.
else
What
talk.
are you talking
You
about?
I
know,
mean, you guys want to hate on me. You don't want to answer my questions
man,
because you guys
you just
can't
all over the
rebuttal
place,
that. You
man. You
can't
just rambling.
debate
You over
that
there.
because that's facts.
The man is a walking contradiction, man. The man said you
Ooh,
fight with
Canelo?
nobody.
I don't know.
The man said you fight with nobody, and he turns around and fights somebody. He fights with nobody. The man said you ain't done that to deserve the fight. Then he turns around and fight somebody who absolutely done nothing to deserve the fight. The man said you don't bring nothing to the table, and then he turns around and fight somebody that doesn't bring nothing to the table. You can't have it both ways, man. Which way is it, man? Canelo's walking contradiction. He don't want to fight David, hey, and his prerogative. That's his prerogative. You don't want to fight him. It is what it is. Like Mayweather said, at this point in my career, I earned the right to pick and choose who I want to fight, and that's what Canelo's
And
doing. He's picking and
I want to
choosing who he wants to fight. It is what
I
it
want to
is.
say
Well, I
I
think
want to
the
say this. I want to say this. When he said that they try to blackball Terrence Book Crawford, and in the beginning years ago, I echoed that, but in all actuality, that's a narrative in itself as well. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that Book Crawford had the same opportunity. Well, I do believe that Book Crawford had the same opportunity that Manny Pacquiao did. When his contract ran out, Manny Pacquiao went to PBC, and Manny Pacquiao said, "I want to face the best welterweights." The best welterweights was on PBC. Well, Terrence Bud Crawford could have done the same thing, but what he did was sign an extension to Top Rank and said that the reason why he signed the extension, I can look it up yourselves in the article. He said that I'm in a big platform with ESPN, and I'm happy to fight under the ESPN banner, and he got his title shot with Jeff Horn. See, so Bud Crawford could have gone to PBC and get the welterweights a long time ago. But the thing is, there's this notion that Bud Crawford is all about legacy and not his money. Bud Crawford was getting paid. His minimum was $4 million plus. He was getting paid more than all the welterweights at PBC uh, um um in terms of his guaranteed, in terms of his minimums. Bud Crawford was all about his money. This notion that they kept Bud
True.
Crawford from the fight. No, Bud Crawford kept himself from the fight. And just like a money hungry Terrence Bud Crawford, remember they were supposed to fight. He was supposed to fight Earl Spence November 19th, and it was Bud Crawford who pulled out of the fight with Earl Spence and went to BLK Prime to get himself a quick $10 million versus Dave Avenesian, in which he almost fumbled the bag with that if anything else would have happened. So Terrence Crawford, this notion that he didn't want that PBC they kept them blackballed, that's all bullshit. Let's also not forget. In conclusion, let me go a little bit back. Keith One Time Thurman not only sent one contract. PBC representative of PBC for Keith Thurman sent him 2 contracts to fight Terrence Bud Crawford during the pandemic, and Terrence Bud Crawford fought Kell Brook. So this notion of they wanted him blackballed, no, I believe it was one time that the Fox network didn't include Terrence Bud Crawford, which looked like he was blackballed, but it wasn't about Terrence Bud Crawford. It was about that the PBC didn't have a good relationship with the WBO. That's why they kept Bud Crawford out the Fox telecast.
Well,
well,
Punch,
now
great.
everything is wide open and
Nate,
Bud
can
can
I
fight
respond to that
everybody
point?
now.
Nate,
And you know
can I?
what? Hold on one second, because I gotta kind of rebuttal about the whole Canelo ducking and a walking contradiction, because it doesn't make sense that we say that the four kings, the Hearn, Duran, and Leonard, that they fought each other, but in between those fights, they fought other people. But when
Facts.
Canelo does it, that's a bad thing. But it's okay for them to have done it. That's a
Well, mate, let
contradiction
me.
on you guys. Another contradiction is for the Canelo haters is that instead of hating Canelo, you should embrace Canelo, because Canelo's career isn't done yet. It's not done. You're acting
Okay,
like
well,
you're acting like he's done. He's retired. It's all said and done. I think he signed what, a 3-fight deal, if I'm not mistaken.
you're
So
moving you're moving the goalpost though. Like, I don't
how?
rubbish everything Canelo does. I'm criticizing it. It's the same with every fighter. I critique
There's
them
no
when they
goalpost.
deserve it, and yeah, he deserves it. But Punch, I just want to respond to what you said. I mean, great points. Like I said, I don't side with everything Crawford does. I don't side with everything any fighter does. I don't side with what I think Crawford was being very silly when he when he sued Bob Arum and he accused him of racial bias when he re-signed with him. I disagree with him there. However, I mean, we all saw it during the Keith Thurman Manny Pacquiao fight. The PBC put up a list of the welterweight champions, and they didn't include Crawford. And as for the Keith Thurman fight, I don't know enough about that
I just said that.
situation. So okay, Crawford could have done more, but there was definitely a point where they were trying to freeze him out. I mean, the first thing he did when he moved up to 147, he called out Errol Spence, and Errol Spence came out with the two infamous lines of, "You're too small." Meanwhile, he ended up fighting Mikey Garcia, and he said, "Why should I not go the easier road and fight the easier champion?" He said, and then Crawford said to him, "Look, you told me to get a belt. Well, I got a belt." He said, "Well, Sean Porter got a belt too." So, I mean, in the end, Errol Spence was not afraid. He was not afraid of Terence Crawford like Riddick Bowe was afraid of Lennox Lewis, because he ended up taking the fight and he pushed for the fight. But he pushed for the fight when he had Jerron Ennis breathing down his neck.
But Crawford,
Riddick Bowe threw Lennox out of the ring.
Hold on, Nate.
He threw his ass out the ring.
First, Bud Crawford didn't call out Earl Spence first. Bud Crawford called out Keith Thurman. There was also he also was on First Take with Max Kellerman and Stephen A. Smith, and they was trying to bring up Earl Spence, but at that time Earl Spence didn't even have a title. That was the same year that Earl Spence was gonna fight Kell Brook. You know what I'm saying? So Bud Crawford was calling out Keith on Tom Thurman. That's what he was calling for in the beginning. People was forcing the Earl Spence and Bud Crawford, but in all actuality, it was Keith Thurman versus Bud Crawford. That's what Bud wanted. After the fight in the 140-pound division, his last fight, he called out Manny Pacquiao, Keith Thurman.
Well, can I just throw out something to play, not to play devil's advocate, but I feel that we do need to acknowledge this. And I'm not saying I agree with everything Rick Glazer says. I mean, he's been very generous with giving me his time quite a bit. My thing is that he was one of the first guys when we were praising PBC for putting on fights with the champions at welterweight, or like you said, Punch, the champions at 154, and I give Jamel Charlo tons of credit for becoming undisputed. When we were giving him credit for that, guys like Rick Glazer were saying, look, the PBC, they waste so much money, Al Heyman has no idea what he's doing, hence their guys are very inactive. I mean, the PBC is literally on his deathbed now. So maybe Crawford understood that. I mean, he could have ended up like Keith Thurman if he signed with the PBC. He could have been laid off. He could have been sitting out for a long time in between fights. I mean, Keith Thurman has lost so many years of his career. It's crazy. And it's not all down to him. I believe he would have fought more regularly if he could. So in the end, Crawford, again, I'm not saying I agree with everything he did, but the PBC back then, before they let Jerron Ennis and Deontay Wilder go after years of hair pulling, they wanted to keep fighters under long-term contract. He did have links. Well, he did have links to the PBC. They let Wilder go because they couldn't keep anyone busy. They let Andy Ruiz go, and in the end, Crawford did the right thing by not signing with PBC, because he would have been under the PBC's thumb, and he would have had long layoffs, and he would have been very inactive. Which, I mean, every fighter at PBC is inactive, and thankfully the PBC.
I like this. I like this. You know why?
I
Because
love it.
once again, I had to disagree in this sense. I understand where you're coming from, but you leaving pieces out.
Yeah, he
You know what I'm
is.
saying?
Which pieces?
Because
Because
a lot of those fighters bought themselves out of those
what,
contracts. They weren't laid
no,
off.
no. Let me explain. You said Jerome Boots Ennis, and I said Jerome Boots Ennis is not a PBC fighter, but he did say that. But he fight
Ruiz.
under the basically he fight under the PBC umbrella, right?
Yes.
Before Joseph Parker, who's the most active elite fighter in their respective division? Who's the most active fighter of 20? What was it? 2023. Who's the most active fighter? 2023.
Spence.
2023.
That was getting praise. He was getting praise.
I haven't really
Come
thought
on
about
now.
it. Who is it?
Must say Spence.
No, Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu
yes,
fought
Tszyu.
3 times.
Yeah, Tim.
Tim Tszyu fought Tony Harrison. He fought Carlos Ocampo, and he fought who? Brian Mendoza.
Yes. Oh yeah,
Yep.
Tim Tszyu was amazing that year.
Exactly, he was amazing that
Tim
year.
Tszyu was getting a huge push, and I knew that Tim Tszyu wasn't going to pan out. They were just pushing him
All
too much.
right.
They were trying to force him on us. You know what I mean? That's what it felt like.
Oh, what I'm saying is Tim Tszyu was
Man, you
under the
fucks are
PBC
boring.
umbrella. So PBC was doing good with a upcoming star, putting him out there. So when Rick Glazier was talking about that, he don't mention the Tim Tszyu. You know what he was saying? Well, it wasn't PBC. It was No Limit. Well, PBC is a show. The promoters, No Limit, does work with PBC, just like Samson Lickowitz does work with PBC, just like Lou DiBella used to do work with PBC, just like Mayweather Promotions and Manny Pacquiao Promotion does work with PBC. PBC is a show. PBC is Reha Season. Reha Season is a show, just like PBC is a show. The promoters that Turkey got is Eddie Hearn, is Eddie Hearn, Oscar De La Hoya, Frank Warren. Just like PBC, the show, got Manny Pacquiao Promotions, Mayweather Promotions, TGB, Samson, and Cameron Duncan used to be a manager and promoter. You feel me? It's the same. It's the same thing.
And remember this:
you.
everybody hates Rick Glazier, so I wouldn't listen to what he says.
No,
Everybody
and
hates
but also this. Think about this. They said that he said that PBC is sinking and things of that nature. Let's be honest. Every promotional company got their ups and got their downs, and some of them, they do good at a flow, right? But every promotional company has ups and downs. Every entity. Look at Frank Warren. We thought that Frank Warren was going out of business. The only thing that
Rick
kept
Glazier,
Queensberry
piece of
in
shit.
business was Tyson Fury. You take out Tyson Fury, we don't know what Queensberry will be at, right?
It's
And
really
now they
the
got Daniel
networks.
Dubois. So now they got Daniel Dubois. So now they're in the up. You feel me? And if we're gonna say that PBC is dead, it's sinking. Let's not. Where's Top Rank going? Who's top
They're
ranked?
done too, bro. They're done too.
Hey, yo, Point, I want to jump in real quick.
Why the narrative is not that top
Well,
rank?
aren't they all in
It's
bed with
sinking.
Riyadh? Aren't they all in bed with Turkey?
Let me.
They're all in
It's-
bed
I'm
with
just
Turkey.
gonna.
It's mostly the networks, man. It's like even Don King Promotion is still around. I think it's not a promotion coming. I think once you lose the TV time, once you lose the network, that's when you suffer. Like we lost HBO, we lost Showtime, and the networks is what keep the fighters on. You know what I'm saying? So right now,
Exactly.
they're searching for a new network.
Punch, I'm gonna respond to you. I agree. It's not all black and white. The PBC, they did do some good things, but what I'm saying is that in the end, Crawford, we can criticize Crawford's resume, etc. He fought who was in front of him. At least with Top Rank, he was active, and in the end, the fighters at PBC have been extremely inactive. I mean, just look at what Sebastian Fundora had a great comeback against Tim Tszyu, and he's pretty much become the forgotten champion in boxing. I mean, it's been terrible what has happened, and that's all because Al Heyman has messed up. I mean, he's ruined that guy's career. So,
who is Terrence Crawford big fight? Who's Terrence Crawford big fight? The biggest fight of Terrence Crawford's career. What is it?
Errol Spence, man.
I know where you're going with this. It was with
Where?
Errol Spence.
Where?
PBC.
Come on now. Come on now, spit it out.
Okay,
Come
Punch,
on,
Punch,
baby.
I hear, brother. I love this debate, but I hear you, man. It was good PVC, but
That's a fact.
that
That's not a
happened.
There you
debate. That's a
go.
fact. That's a
Bro,
fact, baby.
but that, brother, that happened years after hair pulling, man. I mean, we had to go through hell to get that fight. I mean, Errol Spence almost had to lose his life for that fight to happen. I mean, it took so many years for that fight, man. And I mean, and we got to blame Errol Spence. Excuse me, no, not Errol Spence. I believe Errol wanted the fight. We got to blame Al Heyman for that. I mean, his spokesman, Floyd Mayweather, or the biggest flophead in boxing, Leonard Ellerby, saying, "Well, we're not going to make Crawford versus Spence."
How?
I mean, those guys ruined that.
But brother, the opportunity that PBC gave Terrence Bud Crawford is the opportunity that he took full advantage of, and now we're talking about Bud versus Canelo. If Bud never gave it, if PBC never give Bud Crawford the opportunity, let me tell you like this: PBC didn't have to give Bud Crawford that opportunity because they already had an in-house fight with a Thurman and an Earl Spence. And even if a Thurman said, you know what, I don't want to fight Thurman, I'm going to 154, like he said, he would drop his belt, there would still be an Earl Spence versus a Tim Tszyu. PBC didn't need to give Bud Crawford an opportunity. They gave him an opportunity. So
Yeah, but that was the biggest fight.
Well, Punch.
Yeah, but guess what? But to make it a big fight, to make it a big fight, and that's what I'm saying, that we don't really actually need to discredit any power entity, because the people that built Bud Crawford was Top Rank. The people that built Earl Spence was PBC. They did their job to build those type of fighters so we could get the biggest fight in Bud Crawford and Earl Spence. And that's my initial real argument, is that we don't need to say, yo, Turkey Al Sheikh is the man, PBC and Al Heyman ain't shit. No, Al Heyman had his time and his success. Turkey has his success for the most part right now. Top Rank has had their success. Eddie Hearn has his success and things of that nature. That's all I'm saying. We got to give everybody their credit.
Well, Punch, I completely understand what you're saying. And like I said, I love these debates because everything's very nuanced. It's not black and white. I'm not saying that one thing that I want to ask Rick Glazer about in the future is when they gave us great fights. They gave us unification after unification at the 147 division and 154 as well. So I give Al Heyman credit for that. My feeling is that, I go back to the Sebastian Fundora situation. The reason why Crawford ended up fighting Madrimov when he moved up to 154 is because the PBC went out of their way to freeze Crawford out when he said, okay, I'm going to move up to 154 and by the WBO standards become mandatory for that belt. They said PBC was working night and day to freeze Crawford out again. So, and look what it's done to Sebastian Fundora's career. So, yes, in the end, they gave us Spence versus Crawford, like how they gave us Tank versus Garcia. And last year, no one is a bigger fan of Vasyl Lomachenko than I am. He did pull out of the Tank Davis negotiations. He ducked the fight. But who did Tank Davis get into negotiations to talk to? Lamont Roach, who nobody knows or cares about. So, Al Heyman, I just feel that Crawford, what you just mentioned, Punch, about how every promoter does a good job and a bad job of building some fighters up correctly. Crawford was built up. He fought. He's been with Top Rank for a long time. They had him fight Yuriorkis Gamboa. That was like Lomachenko's Gary Russell Jr. fight. So it was a good fight, and they built him up correctly. But I just feel that Crawford, he made a bad decision. And at PBC, he saw the likelihood of him possibly getting frozen out, and in the end, he would have been right. Look what happened to Keith Thurman once he lost. We never heard of him since, and there's a problem.
But the Keith Thurman also was injuries as well. You know what I'm saying? There's multiple surgeries as well. I think for the most part, what Al Heyman was to several fighters, because not everybody was signed. Not everybody that fights under PBC is signed to Al Heyman as he is their advisor and manager. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, let's say Pitbull Cruz is fights under PBC, but he's a Manny Pacquiao fighter. You know what I'm saying? So they have the responsibility for Pitbull Cruz, not really Al Heyman. Now, when it comes to the people that Al Heyman advised and managed or did both, you know what I'm saying? They had their opportunities, and some of them people lost with their opportunity, but they got their opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And the end of the day, it's a business as well.
Hey,
And
what are you guys,
Terrence
the
Bud
fucking
Crawford,
lawyers, or what is it? Are we talking fights? Or are we talking fucking the back
nigga,
business?
this
Like if you
this
know
is
what the fuck
boxing.
is going on, man.
Yeah,
Mate,
this is boxing.
you're not talking
Like if
about
you
anything.
fucking know, like if you actually talk
Yeah,
to like
because you know
Crawford
because
and
what you
Spence and all that
used to,
shit,
nah,
fights.
because what you used to is cursing at each other and saying, yo, meet me here, meet me there, and you don't
Yeah,
like this
motherfucker, it's
grown,
fun.
you don't like this, you don't like this grown man boxing shit. You like
Let's talk about
that little hood
fighting.
shit.
Let's talk about
Nah,
fighting.
this is boxing.
Nate,
This
I'm
is
you're not
talking
boxing.
interested
about the
in.
business
Nate, you're not
aspect. Like
talking anything.
this
Nah,
is
this is
boring,
boxing, bro.
punch.
Go to the channels, bro, and go rip
Come
your
on, I'm
asses
trying to
out,
help
bro.
you out, bro.
Nah, you ain't helping
Come
me out,
on,
bro. You can't help me
I'm
out.
trying to help you
Fuck out of
out,
here, bro. Get out of here,
punchy.
bro.
What are you
Nah, get
drunk?
out of
Come
here, bro.
on. Trying to make it
Get out of here,
exciting and
bro.
fun. What are we
Nah,
talking
that ain't
about?
exciting to me. I'm not wasting my time,
Why are we
bro.
talking about Rick
Before,
fucking Glazer? Who the fuck is that
Anyway,
fat fuck?
Punch, you and
Come
the other brother,
on.
not Nate. Nate, you're not even talking boxing.
You're not
What's your
talking
name, bro? The other
boxing. You're
guy.
not talking boxing. You're talking the
nah,
business of boxing.
I'm talking about coach.
Like if
I'm
you
talking about, but
know,
I was just,
like if you
I'm talking
know
about.
the back scoop, bro. You don't know. You're just talking out your ass.
No,
You're just
he talking about building
Oh my
fighters. I
god,
mean,
bro. Let's talk about
you can
building
take Golden
fighters.
Boy. Golden Boy
What's
built
going
Canelo.
on? Those companies
Did
are
a great.
done
He did.
already.
They
It's
did a
all
great job
turnover.
building Canelo.
look at this now, right? We're talking about the PBC and we're talking about Turkey out shake. But look at this
What?
weekend. We got a great fight under PBC.
We do.
So
We do.
just
It's
like
peaceful.
and guess what? The PBC is moving David Benavidez and giving him good opportunities to enhance his legacy.
I
So
agree.
no,
I
I
agree.
don't think with
That's what I'm
fight
saying.
and sometimes it does need to take that one fighter to keep that business entity afloat.
Yeah.
Just like when Golden Boy Promotions lost everybody, but they still had Canelo Alvarez. But if they would have lost Canelo Alvarez, Golden Boy Promotions would have died. So
Would have went
sometimes it
down.
just take that one fighter. Matchroom Boxing had Anthony Joshua. Sometimes it just takes that one fighter. You know, it's gonna be ups and downs in these promotional companies or power entities. But in the end of the day, look, I like what Reha season is doing. I like what PBC. They're not as effective as they used to be. But week. Then on March 1st,
Yeah.
we got Gervonta Tank Davis. Regardless, people like the fight, but it's probably gonna go sold out, and people gonna watch it, and people gonna talk about it. And then and February 22nd, before that, we got Reha season. Before that, we got Keyshawn Davis. So everybody's doing their thing in the sport of boxing,
Oh yeah,
including
yeah.
PBC.
So
Oh yeah.
let me
People.
ask you
Yo,
guys a
I got a
question.
question
Since
real quick. I
you
got a
guys
fight
seem, hold
question.
on. Since you guys seem like you have the inside scoop, what's going on with the whole Ryan, Tio, Shakur, Devin tournament? What's going on with the boots? What
Shakur,
do you guys know about
Shakur's not
that?
in that tournament. Shakur's
You
not in
guys know
that
any?
tournament.
No. So like, when is that supposed to take place? Is that like in April, Cinco de Mayo, summertime, spring? You guys
I
know
have
anything
no
about
idea.
that?
I'm clueless. I have no idea on that one.
Yeah.
They already said
And
they already said that. They already said that Devin Haney going to be fighting in March 2nd. So probably everything starts on March 2nd.
Anyway, what were you going to ask, brother?
But who's Haiti gonna fight though? Who he's fighting
he's supposed to be
Ramirez.
fighting that
Bro, they
freaking
Ramirez,
yeah,
bro.
Perez. Yeah.
Man, dude, I think that is gonna be a good ass fight. I think Ramirez is gonna step up. He might not win, but he's gonna give Haney a hell of a fight. We're gonna see Haney's heart. We're gonna see it's gonna be a good fight. I like the fight with Ryan and Rowley. It's gonna be a fun press conference. Looking forward to that press conference. I'm looking forward to the shit talking. Looking forward to the face off, to the stare down. You know, I'm looking forward to you guys having maybe live fight night chats and shit like that. But that shit is fun to me, to people I know. That's how boxing used to be. Tyson. And nobody was ever scared of Lennox Lewis, especially not Riddick Bowe. Riddick Bowe hated Lennox Lewis. And they
Okay.
had the nastiest rivalry, from what I remember. Riddick Bowe
Yo,
threw his
man,
ass out the
Riddick
ring.
Bowe was a huge disappointment, man. Riddick Bowe once he beat Holyfield, man, that dude went downhill, man.
What were
The
you going to
way
ask,
What
the way
brother?
he
Who
let
rivalry
did
they
beat
never
Anthony
fought?
Holyfield though? That's a big feat. He beat Holyfield, bro. Holyfield
Yeah, but
only
after that,
Foreman.
man, Riddick Bowe lost his mind, man. He got started getting beat up by Andrew Galata, man. Andrew Galata was beating the
Hey,
brakes
he
off
was
of
no
Riddick
joke.
Bowe. They just
He was
I
bringing
don't
his
know.
balls.
Remember Tommy
Riddick Bowe, man,
Morrison?
he was like an underachiever, man.
Yo, my favorite fighter was Tommy Morrison. I love that dude, but he got beat up by Mercer. He got beat up, but I love Tommy fucking Morrison until he got AIDS. And then it was like, fuck, Morrison, how the fuck you get AIDS, man? What the fuck were you doing? Why weren't you on your shit?
Yo,
Man,
I think Schofield's gonna get Shakur some problems, man.
it's gonna be a good fight.
Yeah. Well,
It's gonna
Yeah,
be a good
I
fight.
think Schofield's a live dog in that fight, man. And I think if Shakur comes and Shakur, he's walking a thin line. If he comes and he doesn't put on a good performance over their Riyadh season, man, I don't think they're gonna want him back on the card, man. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have to go out there. He's gonna have to be entertaining, because one thing about those fights from Riyadh season, those fights are entertaining fights for the most part. Most of the matchups are
All right.
competitive.
Now peep this, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Gervonta Tank Davis, right, is fighting Lamar Roach, and everybody criticizing the Lamar Roach fight, right? He's a champion moving up, right? But we all like Shakur, who's a 3 division world champion, fighting Kid Austin, who hasn't fought a world champion, former world champion, or things of that nature. You see what we pick and choose? What's a good fight and what's not a good fight?
But
well, can
only
I?
because Kid Austin got
Why?
his dad backing him up, bro. So it's a
No, no,
dynamic
I
that they
like the
bring to
fight. I
boxing.
like the fight. I love the fight. I love the fight. Y'all know I support Kid Austin. What I'm saying
He's a hard
is,
hitter.
you see how you see the narrative when we say it's a good and a bad fight.
Well, Punch. My thoughts on that is, I think the reason the response is different is because, first of all, the Zepeda, maybe his hand is injured, maybe it's not. Either way, the fight, him and Shakur is the fight that should be happening, and it's not happening. And Kid Austin is a well-known prospect with a lot of hype behind him. I think that's the reason the narrative is different. Lamont Roach is a washed-up guy who nobody cares about. He was
He's
never
a
in the
champion.
discussion.
He's a
Well,
champ.
he's a
He's never
former
washed
champion.
up.
Schofield, it's one of the hyped up prospects challenging a guy who I think, and many people think, has pound for pound greatness in him. So I think that's why the narrative is different.
I gotta disagree. Look, Lamont Roach,
So
I
so
think
if
is doing
Javante
better
would
than
have, if
Zepeda
Javante,
because look, Punch. Zepeda had a crazy fight with Tevin Farmer. Zepeda's not ready. That's why he's not fighting Shakur. He's not ready. De La Hoya knows he ain't ready. He ain't gonna put him in there. He's not
so
ready. He didn't prove himself.
If Javante would have fought Kid Austin, well, people would have loved that fight.
They would have
Nah,
criticized
not
it
really.
heavily, man.
Hold on,
Ah.
Heavy criticism.
Punch. Can I respond, my brother? Can I respond?
Go
I
ahead.
think
Go
the
ahead.
reason I hesitated is because would Tank Davis be calling out the top fighters in the other promotions? Like, would he have been calling out Shakur? Would he have been calling out Zepeda? If the Schofield fight was happening in place of those, I think people would say, okay, it's not the fight we want, but it's a good fight. I think Javonta's never fighting Shakur. He's never fighting Devin Haney. Maybe Devin. I think there's a good chance he knocks Devin out, but regardless, he's not fighting him. So I think
Oh, do you?
that's why. Yeah.
So do you agree that? Let me say on the panel. I just want to check the temperature. What is the main fight in the lightweight division? The number one fight.
Let me
Should
the
be
number in the
Tank and
lightweight
Shakur, man.
division.
That's a fight to make, man. Tank and
Yeah,
Shakur.
Tank, right?
yeah,
Tank and
Shakur, no
Shakur.
question.
So all right. So we're looking at them like they're the same level, right? Because that's the best fight, the champion unification bout. They're in the same level. Y'all believe so? Javante St. Davis and Shakur Stevenson?
And I
They're the
think
two
Tank the
tops
A
right there.
side, man. Of course, he the A side.
No, no, I'm not.
I
No, no,
think
Takes
I
A
mean,
side. Takes A side.
no,
Takes
no,
for the
and
win.
I'm not talking about A side. But I'm talking about like matchup, like the fight
The
game,
skills,
not the business. Yeah,
skill
not
no,
the
skill
business.
I
skill
think
to
Tank's a
skill.
more dangerous, more
Yeah.
polished fighter than Shakur.
Yeah,
I
they're
think he's more proven. I
Punch,
think
to
he's more
respond to you.
proven than Shakur.
I think they're pretty even. I think that's a fair point.
I think that's a different styles, but they're in the same level up to this part, same level.
You know,
Not meaning the same style, but same level. That's why it's the best fight at lightweight, right? So they're respected as two. I even think that Shakur Stevenson is more accomplished in terms of hardware than Javante Tank Davis, right?
Yo,
Yeah.
but should I mean, hey, but Punch, I got a
No,
question for you. I
Shakur's
got a
not
serious
more
question for you.
accomplished.
Think about it.
No,
Think
no,
about
no,
all
no,
the
no. Because
Olympians.
what?
Think about
No,
all the
I'm just asking.
Olympians, you know, who didn't pan out. All the gold
No,
medals who
I'm just.
didn't pan out.
I asked that question because why is it a good fight for Shakur and Kid? But if I say, what about Javante Tank Davis March 1st would have fought Kid, man, people would have criticized him. So
I'm
Well,
gonna tell you,
but
is
Punch.
but
Tank and Shakur on the same level?
They're
I
not on
think
the
the
same
reason
level. I think Tank is held at a higher regard than Shakur because of the knockout, the knockout, the 90 something percent knockout rating. You know what I'm saying?
well
He's high. He's held at a higher regard, in my opinion.
All right. All right.
well,
and the
well I
truth
think
is when you got power like Tank, hey, that's the X factor. That's the X factor, bro. Shakur don't got power. Kid Austin don't got power like that. So a fight between Kid Austin and Shakur is more equal than Austin and Tank. You see what I'm
Facts.
saying?
I think if Keyshawn Davis knocks out Dennis, I think Keyshawn versus Tank will be more compelling.
I believe that too.
Woo!
If
Keyshawn,
he
man.
knocks out Dennis, if Keyshawn
I
knocks
believe
out
that.
Dennis,
Yeah.
Keyshawn versus Tank will be more compelling in terms of sales pitch.
I
Yeah,
agree. Well,
Keyshawn's a bigger fighter too. He's tall. He's rangy. He'll give Tank some problems. You know,
yeah, and Shakur's
for as
a
long as it
And
lasts.
he's not scared. He's gonna talk shit. He's not gonna back down. That pressure's gonna be the shit. Tank's gonna be quiet. Keyshawn's gonna talk his shit. That's gonna sell tickets. People are gonna be in tune. People are gonna want to see it. Yes, that's a badass fight. It's
Now,
not gonna be boring.
but then this what makes it interesting because this what makes it interesting because all this fight is around the same time. So yo, a lot of opinions is gonna change within weeks. So
Yes,
what about if Shakur Stevenson stops Kid Austin?
I doubt
I
it,
don't
but
see it
that'd be a
happening,
that.
Punch.
Hey,
I
he's
don't
probably
see
not
it,
going
man.
to.
Exactly.
I don't see
No,
that.
no, no.
I don't
I
see it
know we don't.
happening.
I know we don't see it because I don't think that people see Shakur stopping anybody because of his style. But if he does, if he does stop Kid Austin, because he's a favorite already to win. But if he stops Kid Austin, then it will make that Tank versus Shakur even more interesting. Even if Keyshawn Davis stops Dennis.
hold on. What if
I got you one better than
Austin
that.
stops
What
Shakur?
if the Lamont Roach and Tank Davis fights turned out to be goes to distance and turned out to be super
A
competitive?
bunch.
Then what
Ooh,
we got now?
That'd be
What we talking
dope.
now?
I like
Well,
Lamont Roach, man. He's
well, the
good. I
other,
like him.
I mean,
mm,
Punch. I agree with you. I agree that the two are pretty even. I mean, I don't stylistically. I give Tank criticism for what the PBC does, but I don't rubbish Tank Davis's skills. I think Lomachenko was right to pull out of the negotiations because at this point, the way his legs are at 36, I don't think he wins the fight. But I mean, the problem is that Tank Davis he only showed interest with Loma once he got to 36. So that's why people. I mean, people hold. We all know fighters are held to different standards when it comes to ducking. I mean, Tyson Fury, he has a history of ducking tough fights for over like 13 years, and so many fighters have given him a pass. Or so many fans, excuse me, have given him a pass for a long time.
He
As for
ducked
Keyshawn Day,
AJ.
well, as for Key, eh,
Can
what's
we?
up?
Is it fair to say that Lomachenko ducked Tank? Is that fair to
He
say
did.
on record? Is that
He
fair?
did. I mean, no one is a bigger fan of Lomachenko than me, but I call it
Okay.
how I see it. He did duck the fight.
I think he avoided, but I don't think that nobody respectfully see that Loma is scared of Tank because Loma wanted to fight Tank a long time ago when he was in his prime.
And that's a great point. I completely
I
agree with you. I completely sorry. The only point I was going to make is to answer your question earlier. I think that's why people criticize Tank more because he hasn't shown interest in fighting Devin Haney and going out of his way to fight Shakur Stevenson. So if Tank Davis was fighting Floyd Schofield, people would criticize him because they would say, "Well, this is just a carry on of what we've seen for years. You're not fighting the other guys who we want you to see. You're fighting guys who we don't really care about."
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I think Tank's a little diva, man, and I'm glad that Turkey's in the game because he's showing Tank that, hey, you know what? You're a little diva. Fuck you. get out of here. We're gonna do business without you. And you're gonna be looking on the outside looking in while all these guys are making all this money that you could have had, but because you're a little diva and you don't want to do shit, you just want to be a little quiet fuck that says I'm from Baltimore and Baltimore is the lamest fucking city. They're gonna pass him by and he ain't gonna have no legacy. That's my
Punch,
point.
can I
That's
ask
my
you a question? If Keyshawn Davis was breathing down Lopez's neck, and we all, I mean, first of all, do you think? I understand if you can't say it because the Lopez's have told you in confidentiality, but do you know if Lopez is actually? Well, I'm not trying to ask you to say something that you may not be able to say, but do you think Lopez
Hey,
is
bro, I
actually
can say
out of
whatever.
his deal with
I can
Top
say
Rank?
whatever I want to say,
Man,
bro.
you
Okay,
guys
well,
are
I
some
asked you
scary little
one of the
fucks in
questions.
England, bro.
One of the questions I
Fuck
put in a
outta
super
here.
chat when you had Tio on was is he going to be out of his deal with Top Rank? Do you think he is?
To be honest, I think that Top Rank, Teofimo right now is Top Rank's golden goose.
But then
You
Outside
think
of
so?
okay.
yeah, because you think about the
I
collab,
guess.
you can't say Tyson Fury and Inoue because those are collaborations with those
True.
other promoters. You know what I'm saying? Teofimo Lopez is the guy that has the most views that they put into the big fights.
He's from
Right
America.
now,
He's from America.
Tio is the
But they pushing Keyshawn and Abdullah Mason, all those young guys, man. They pushing
Yeah,
those
yeah,
but
yeah,
guys
but
right
they're too young.
they pushing him. That doesn't mean that they're right now still the guy. Now Keyshawn is getting close. You know the way that they're gonna push him, and he's gonna be a champion. But Tio's still the guy,
He's the guy
I
right
right?
agree.
now. Those guys are the
So so
future.
I so
But
I think that
goddamn Bob Arum frustrated with T.O., man. He's already, displayed his public frustration with T.O. Say T.O. turned down every goddamn fight that he offered him, man. He's like, Bob Arum, one thing about Bob Arum had the likes of Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard. So T.O. doesn't really do anything for Bob Arum as far as, great fighters that he had. I mean, he's nothing but another fighter
if,
like a
if
dime a dozen.
they like to say that, but if they truly feel like that, then why it's not easy to let him go?
Well, Punch, what I was going
If
to
he
ask you
doesn't bring,
was, yeah,
go ahead,
go ahead. Well, I was just going to ask you, brother, do you think, because I really love what Tio said to you, and I made a video about it, about his potential 3-5 deal with Turkey. However, we know he doesn't he feels Keyshawn is getting a lot of the limelight, and if Keyshawn beats Berinchik, which he will, then he's a world champion. Do you think Tio will take that fight? Because I think that's what you just said about Floyd Schofield fighting Shakur, how maybe he's not getting the criticism Tank would if the same fight was happening. I think Keyshawn, again, he beat a washed up Pedraza when Tio beat Ortiz, but if he beats Berinchik and he calls out Tio, I think that's a really good fight. I think that's one of the best fights in boxing.
If Keyshawn's is truly, I'm not saying that these fighters wouldn't fight each other, but if they truly want the fight in terms of the business, Keyshawn will want to move up to 140, right? He would, even when he was calling TO before, why he stood at 135. You know what I'm saying?
I
Just
agree.
go to
I
140.
I
Because you're
didn't
not
have
gonna
a chance.
fight Shakur
Yeah.
Stevenson, right? You're not gonna fight your friend Shakur Stevenson. So I always felt, Keyshawn, you want Tio, you're wasting your time at 135 because you're gonna get a title. You probably won't get no Tank. You're not gonna fight Shakur. They probably gonna give Shakur first then Lomachenko. So why wouldn't you just move to 140 and then campaign and put yourself in position for a Teofimo Lopez fight? But if he says y'all moving up to fight Tio, I think Tio will want that fight. Matter of fact, Tio wants all those fights, but is behind the scenes. Are they calling for those fights to promote their up and coming fight and using people's names? Do you really want the fight?
It's a lot of smoke at 140, man. A lot of
I
smoke.
think
Business decisions speak louder than words.
I agree. I think, I don't know. I'm not on the inside. I don't get the interviews like you do, but I think Keyshawn does want it. I question whether Devin Haney wants the fights that he and his father claim they do, because they say one thing one day and then change the narrative another. But they did go to, and I'll go on record. Yeah, went to Australia out of their comfort zone, albeit being against a weak champion. But yeah, it's no, I agree. Well, I think Keyshawn does want the fight. I think I agree. I feel that Spence wanted the Crawford fight, hence why it got made. But Tank, I don't know if he wants to fight anybody.
Yo, I think Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, they're in the Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia business. Those guys are gonna wind up fighting each other 3 times. We're gonna have Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury all over again. You know, it's gonna be a trilogy. I think they're gonna milk that cow. Is because it's money to be made right there. They're gonna milk that cow as long as they can. They just gonna make money fighting each other.
Well, that gets into drug testing, which Puncher, in the past I've tweeted I disagree with you publicly, but hey, all respect, I got to bounce, guys. It's getting late here in New Zealand, but I appreciate you having me on. Punch, would love to jump on in the future.
Man.
I enjoyed the debate, guys. All the best.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Brother,
cool,
man.
brother.
Take care, brother.
Get the
Thank
fuck
you,
out of here. Boring ass guy. Fuck out of here.
Oh Lord.
Man, I can tell y'all some gangsta ass stories right now if you want.
No. I don't want to hear your story. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear your
Come on,
movie.
Punch. I got some badass
No.
stories.
I'm not. No. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear your stories.
Tell you how one time I kidnapped this dude and tied his ass up, threw him in the fucking
Hey, yo, my brother. Hey, yo, my brother. Hi, Sabina, bro. I don't like that shit. To be honest, bro, y'all do that
Oh
shit on
shit!
purpose.
Come on,
Y'all
man.
like to flag channels. No. I'm dead serious.
Okay, I didn't
That's
know
why I
that.
open
Okay,
up the
my bad,
panels
my
and some
bad.
box.
My bad. I don't got a
No.
podcast, so I don't know what's good and what's not good. My bad. All right.
They'll report this joint,
ISO.
man.
Sorry, Punch. I'm about to send you 10,000.
No. You ain't gonna. Don't worry about that, bro.
Hey, Punch, you be going to the events? You got credentials and shit like that?
Man, you see me in the events. Stop acting like you don't
I
know.
don't know. Dude, I don't see
Yo,
you. I don't see nobody nowhere. I don't see Ness.
Punch, I gotta
What's
see
going
this. But
on?
what's up with Andrade, man? Why this dude can't get a fight, man?
Yeah, he need a
Because
fight.
they don't want to. Because they don't want.
God
They don't want
dang,
to. They don't
man.
want
I'm
to give him
talking
an
about this.
opportunity.
Man, this dude is in his box rec says inactive, man. I said, God dang, man, this dude can't get a fight. Like he
What?
can't catch a break, man.
I thought you were
They
supposed to
don't want to
fight
give him an
Plant.
opportunity,
What
bro.
happened with Plant? The Plant fight.
Plant first wanted a tune-up fight, and that was his tune-up. And then they were supposed to get a fight in January, and probably in that David Benavidez card. But seems like Plant see a money grub with a Berlanga. So you know what I'm saying? It's easy to avoid the mise en Andre. Yo, man, let me tell
Well,
you
Yo,
like this.
yeah.
Let me tell you like this. The mise Andre before even fighting Demar Nicholson, he called to fight David Morel, and Samson Liquid said no.
are you
So
serious,
it
man?
wasn't even supposed. Yeah, bro.
Dang.
Yeah. He was so frustrated. See, people don't know. He was so frustrated. He said he called for a for a David Morel fight. He never thought he was gonna get a David Benavidez fight. Then then later on they gave him a take it or leave it deal. Once a David Benavidez and Jaime Munguia didn't fall through, then they said you want to fight. The only fight that we got on the table for you is David Benavidez. That's why he took the David Benavidez fight.
Yeah, 'cause he's supposed to fight Jamal, but Jamal Charlo kept bull jiving,
Yeah,
man.
exactly. There was a negotiations, and then Jamal Charlo had pulled out of the negotiations. But before the Jamal Charlo negotiations, he was calling for the David Morel fight.
Yo, you know what? You know what, Punch? I was on the panel today, man, and I'm gonna tell you this: how narratives work. Somebody was sitting there trying to convince me, and no shade to Steve Nelson, that Steve Nelson is a great fighter. I said, man, bro, Steve Nelson. I said I could probably train for 16 weeks and I could beat Steve Nelson. I can come out of retirement and beat him.
Nah, he
And
was
I'm
rough
not
though. He was
knocking.
a good fighter.
He
He
decent,
was
but I
really
mean, but
good.
yeah, he did. But I mean, really, if you really go back and watch that fight, Steve, he wasn't trying to win that fight. He was trying not to get knocked out, man. I've been around boxing my whole
Offensive.
entire life. I know when somebody's trying to win, and I know when somebody's trying not to get knocked out. He was just basically trying not to get knocked out and
He was
put
trying
on
to
a
win in the
Offensively,
decent
yeah.
12th. In the
and put
12th
on a
round, he was
decent
trying to
showing.
win.
Yeah, but 12 round. I mean, the fight's over with, so of course you got to do a little something. But he wasn't trying to win that fight, man.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
never really thought highly of Steve Nelson. I like that he's a former Marine. I like
yeah,
that
good
because
guy,
I was in
quality
the
guy. Ain't got
Marine.
nothing against
So
him.
once a Marine, always a Marine. You know what I mean? But they're talking about Pacheco fighting Berlanga. What do y'all think?
I want Andrade to get
Hold
in the
on.
mix, bro. I know those guys don't want to take a chance against Andrade. He's gonna beat him. beat both of those guys. I know he can.
You know what I would like to see? Andrade Munguia.
It's easy work. They don't want. I mean, I just wish my dog can get in the mix, man. You know what I'm saying? Get in the mix, man. That's all I'm saying. You know, get a man a shot. I mean, goddamn, the way they've been freezing this guy out is crazy, man. It's nasty work, man.
But let's see,
And
does Andrade really want it? Since he lost the way he lost to Benavidez, does he really still got that fire? Does he got that dog inside? Does he still really want it? That's the question.
only one way to find out. And you know what? This is my whole thing. If you're a young and up and coming guy, if you got a former champion, if you think you can beat him, Demetrius Andrade would be a great name to have on your resume.
Oh, yeah.
Than a Berlanga. You know, if I was Pacheco and I felt confident that I can beat Andrade, I'm taking that fight. I want that scalp on my resume. The dude only has one loss, man. You know, you acting like you fighting a guy who got multiple losses. The guy 2-time champion. You know what I'm saying? If I can go out there and do the same thing that David Benavidez does, then that makes me look even that much better. Or better yet, instead of trying to fight Berlanga, I'm gonna try to fight William Skull, so I can position myself to get that Canelo fight. I'm the IBF champion. Fight me. So I don't understand the logic behind a lot of these fights, man. I mean, Berlanga, man, this dude did a freaking parade for losing. I mean, they celebrated this guy for acting like he won the fight or something. Man, you lost, dude. What you doing, man? You got a freaking
Well, you know,
national
yeah,
parade. It's crazy, man.
it's because the Puerto Ricans don't really got no fighter to go behind, and they feel like they got this guy, and they want to juice it, and this and that. They don't really got anybody to go behind, and they got Berlanga. They're gonna milk it for what it is, and I mean, he's okay. He'll knock you out. That's about it. I don't like the way he carries himself. He's kind of goofy.
Yeah,
But Turkey's taking everybody out of business, and that's it. He's gonna take everybody out of
man. I hope
business,
not, man.
and nobody cares about pay-per-views anymore. Nobody
Nah,
cares
you
about
right.
buying it. Everybody's gonna. They got their, like I was telling Punch earlier. They got their smartphone. They're paying this high-ass cell phone bill. They're gonna find any means to do what they got to do to try to get something for free. Watch at a bar. Watch at a friend's crib. That's what boxing was always about. Hey, let's all get together at this crib. I'm gonna get the fight. Everybody pitch in. Everybody bring beer, liquor. You got bitches there. You know what I'm saying? That's what boxing was all about. Let's get around the big fight. And
Yo,
I think we're moving away
I'm gonna
from
put
that
you up on. I'm gonna put you on up on somebody. I don't know if you know this guy yet. You watch Pro Box?
a little bit, little
You
bit.
ever heard of a kid? You ever heard of a kid by the name of Tito Lopez?
No.
Light heavyweight, 175 pounder, man.
Hmm.
I'm telling you right now, keep an eye on this kid, man. This kid gonna be a world champion.
He's knocking people out, or he's going to the
Yeah,
distance.
well, he just beat the dude. I think the dude that fought Bivol. What's that guy's name? I can't even remember his freaking
Mm.
name. He fought Bivol. He went 12 rounds with Bivol, and he just knocked him out. Tito did. This
Oh
kid like
shit. Okay.
6'3", 6'3.5", 78-inch arm reach. Young kid. Undefeated box. He's like 12-0, 13-0. I mean, but the kid's gonna be a problem, man. Just trust me when I tell you, man. This kid is gonna be good, man. Just remember that name right there, Tito Lopez, man.
Yeah, pro
As a matter of
box.
fact, he hangs out with a Berlanga. He's with that crew.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, Pro Box seems like they got some good fighters, build them up, bring them up, they knock shit out, and then they go to like the big leagues, and get that big fight. And that's pretty cool about Pro Box. Don't know too much about them. Seen some good stuff coming out of them. They got some good shows, but you know, come on, Punch, throw out a subject. What's going on? You drunk? You
No, you couldn't even hold the panel. What? You couldn't even hold the panel down. You couldn't
Tito,
even hold the panel.
Punch. You
what do you want
you,
me as your
you
co-host or something, bro? What the fuck?
Hell
you heard
no.
about Tito Lopez, right? Tito Lopez, you know who that is? Tito Lopez, the light head.
Nah. Mm-mm.
Yeah, oh yeah, you don't know nothing about him either. Check it,
Oh
man. You gotta check
shit.
this kid out, man. I'm telling you, man. He's a Puerto Rican kid, man. He's like 6'3.5", 6'4", light heavyweight, man. He's good. He just knocked out one of the dudes that Bivol went the distance with. He knocked him out, man.
Hey, so let me ask y'all a
I'm gonna jump
question,
back. I'm
man.
gonna jump back out. Let me put the link on the chat. Hold on.
Yeah. Have some more motherfuckers come on in, man. Hey, so I don't get all the hate with Canelo. Like that UK guy, he's a Canelo hater, obviously, because his big point was he just argues and debates Canelo fanboys, right? But his thing was that the Canelo fanboys moved the goalposts. But it was clear that he's the one that moves the goalpost when it comes to Canelo. He's saying that everybody's saying that Canelo's ducking at 68. The two guys who are fighting this Saturday at 75, right? That's all good, man. Canelo's not done. He got some more fights. I want to see him fight Crawford. I want to see him fight Benavidez. And then he's probably going to fight Bivol or Butterbeef.
Nah,
I mean,
I
I
don't.
think
I
those are
disagree
the
with
three
that, man.
fights.
I don't think
I,
that's gonna happen, man.
I
I
definitely
think
think he wants
Canelo's
that
on.
rematch.
I think Canelo's on his way out. He's doing his money Mayweather right now. He don't care what we think, man. That man's not gonna take no tough fight with no freaking David Benavidez, man.
He's going to
Canelo's too
fight him, bro.
small, man.
He's going to
He's
fight
too
him.
small, bro. He's too small. But David's gonna beat him up, man. He's
Nah,
gonna beat.
he might be small in stature, but he got a fucking big ass heart.
You gotta remember, this
And
dude's almost
he can take a
36. This
punch.
dude got freaking 25 years in the game, man. This dude 36 years old. He's 5'7". He's not gonna go in there and face freaking David Benavidez. Somebody you've been freaking
Oh,
been hunting you down for 4 years.
is the win as important as the performance? Do you what type of performance do you expect from David Benavidez?
I think David
I
Benavidez
expect. Yeah, go
beats the crap out of Canelo. I think he beats him up. That's
No,
what
no,
I
I'm talking
think.
about the David Morel. David Morel.
Oh, yo, okay, I got you.
How's the
I think Benavidez is gonna beat up Morel. To
I'm
be
gonna go
honest.
out on the limb. I'm gonna go out on the limb, man. I'm going with the upset, man. I'm gonna be
Okay.
that guy. I'm
I know
gonna
you
go out
want
on the
some
limb.
money.
Let me ask that question. Will y'all be mad? Will y'all be mad if Terrence Bud Crawford takes an in-between fight and that opponent will be the rematch of Earl Spence and Bud Crawford? Will y'all be mad?
Wait, what? That he rematches Earl?
I like that fight.
Nah, I don't want to see no I don't want to see Earl get in there with Crawford again, bro. There's no point. Why is there a
I'm saying the
what garners a
in-between fight
rematch?
for Canelo Alvarez. The in-between fight. Would you be mad if it's Bud Crawford versus Earl Spence at 154, 160? Would you be mad?
I'll be mad.
No, sir. I
Yeah,
wouldn't.
I'll be mad.
I wouldn't. I
Because of
wouldn't
the
be
way he
mad.
beat him the first time, bro. I don't think there's anything to show for a
So
rematch.
what? Evander Holyfield stopped Mike Tyson and we got a rematch.
Yep. But not only that,
Rock
he
got a
can make
rematch.
adjustments, man. He can make the Errol Spence will make adjustments. I think the only reason, one of the reasons Errol Spence got beat up in that fight because I think they overlooked Crawford. I think they underestimated him. And that's one of the reasons. That's one thing you could really lose a fight. If you come in thinking one thing, and once you get in the fight, you really find out that you really underestimated this guy. And now that whole element of surprise is gone right now. So they can make an adjustment. But then you got to remember, Errol Spence, he lost Derrick James. So who's he going to train with now? So that's
He hasn't
another
been training,
issue.
right? Well,
I
here's the
don't know
thing:
who's going to be working his corner.
are
HLD
they
in the
taking
building. Leave it on
tune-ups?
HLD.
Are they taking
What's going
tune-ups
on,
before this
Punch?
fight?
Chilling, bro.
Punch. Are they taking
I
tune-ups
see I
before
see
this
new
fight?
faces, but we gotta call Tom Holman, man. We got a criminal on the panel, man, and he's from Chicago too. He's
Hey,
over
bro,
there
don't
right
try
now.
me, bro. You come in here, you respect me, bro.
Es un
I'm not
criminal.
laughing.
He's
Hablando
talking
que
about
de ganga, que yo
de que
hice.
kidnapping people.
Yo, man, we need to deport this mofo, man.
You respect the city, bro. Hey, nigga, I ain't no Dominican from New York, bro. I ain't no Puerto Rican from New York, no lame ass
Ya la
Dominicans
jodí.
and
I
shit.
got him going, Punch. My fault,
I'm
man.
Mexican, gangster, two sticks, dumbass.
Anyway, man.
You
Hey,
a goofy, nigga. You a goofy. You a goofy. You a little
this
goofy.
this Saturday, man.
Hey, just remember.
I got my man said what I
Hey,
said
just
right now, man.
remember that Chicago,
Morel
we
for the
land king
upset,
killer.
bro.
We land king killer, nigga.
We
Pero
don't care
déjalo
We
about that,
land
hablar,
bro.
king
Punch. ¿Qué
Guys,
pasa
killer.
con usted, Chicago?
Hey, I'm just saying, bro. We land king
Pero
killer.
déjalo
That's it.
hablar también.
yo, Tom, let me call Tom Holman, bro. He's in Chicago. He was there last
We
night.
land king. Hey, tell that nigga that we land king killer. We no KK, no
Nobody cares,
Days.
man.
No
Anyway,
way, bro. We
Morel
care.
for the
We
upset
care.
this weekend, bro.
Nah, bro, you don't know boxing. You dumb.
Morel for the upset this weekend. I think my man,
Man, get your
he said
dumb
the upset.
ass.
Pero deja hablar, Chicago. ¿Qué pasa con usted?
Hey, bro, I don't speak Spanish. My bad, bro.
Ni habla español and bro, that's messed up. Imagine not
Man,
knowing
fuck
Spanish and
Spanish.
still getting
Fuck
deported.
Spanish, nigga. We're gonna deport
Damn.
your ass in your Spanish
He
speaking
lost.
self, nigga. Fuck Spanish.
Yo, you desperate. You know
Hey,
what it is?
dog, I'm
You know
saying,
what it
man.
is? You know what it is for Chicago? He is
What?
desperate
Desperate for
for
what?
this, for this free smoke.
Hey, you know why I'd be mad, bro? Because I can't go on the boxing voice and shit because that motherfucking Nestor be letting me out there like a little bitch.
Pero why you gotta curse too much like that? ¿Y qué pasa
My
con la
bad,
boca
bro.
tan
Hey,
sucia?
man, you know, man, we grown
Hey,
adults and
man.
shit. My
Yo,
bad, bro.
we
I'm
need a
crazy,
brotherhood
bro.
intervention here
I'm
with this fool,
crazy,
man.
bro.
Nah, you're not
I'm
crazy.
real. I'm a
Get
real
crazy
Shit.
too.
motherfucker, bro.
Maricón más loco
We
que.
killed, dog. We killed, bro. I ain't know, like
Yo te voy a
you know what's
sacar. Ya
funny,
sigue hablando
man.
así. Yo, you keep on
Puerto
talking like that.
Nah,
Ricans,
I'm
nah,
gonna kick your
hey,
Dominicans,
grandma
and
hey.
out.
Cubans, y'all be on some gay shit.
Yeah.
Y'all be
Chill,
on
chill.
like that gay suck my
Yo,
dick
I'm
shit,
gonna kick you
Mira,
bro.
out
you're
because you're
gonna
doing
ruin
it
the
on
panel. You're
purpose
gonna
now,
ruin the
bro. You're doing it
show.
on purpose, bro.
He's a
Yo,
fag,
Chicago,
bro. He's a
yo,
little
Chicago,
faggot,
you do it
bro.
on purpose. You do it on purpose. You
Nah,
do
bro.
it on. But
He's
you
a
do it
gay
on
Dabba
nigga.
purpose,
He's
brother. You do
ja.
it on purpose. You just want to flag the
No,
lie.
I'm not trying to flag you, man. But like, if you're gonna
But
All
start
right,
talking
then
stop.
you
about
You
can't
stop.
do
me,
You
that,
stop
talking
talking
bro.
about my
about me,
friend.
you
Shut
know
the
what I'm
fuck up,
saying?
my
You know what
friend. Yeah.
I'm saying? What you say?
Good.
What you say?
He
El
said to
me
shut
oíste,
the
me
What
fuck
you
up,
oíste.
heard?
man.
What you say? See, bro, you don't tell somebody shut the fuck up, bro. You dumbass New York niggas don't know how to respect
Shout out to
niggas, bro.
Teofimo Lopez. I got Benavidez for the
Hey,
win.
try that juice, man.
Yeah. Shout out Teofimo.
I got
Bitch ass Teofimo.
I got all right. But the question is, how do you see him winning? How do we
Ooh,
see
Tio got
Benavidez
Benavidez.
winning?
Okay.
I think I
Shout out to
got
the
Morel
champ.
winning that fight, man. I got Morel outboxing him, man. Keeping
I
him
think
at
I
you
got
range,
got
keep
Morel
him on the
Morel,
too.
bro.
outside. I think so, man. The key to beating David Benavidez, you got to cut that punch output in half. And I think this is the first time that David, well, I don't really count. I guess you can say the Vosnik fight, but Vosnik, he was kind of past it. But you look at, Vosnik was able to push David Morel. I mean, I'm sorry, Benavidez around. He manhandled him at times. You know what I'm saying? David didn't have that same strength that he had. You know what I found interesting in that fight?
Mm.
Is that at the light heavyweight division, when David Benavidez rehydrated, he weighed in at 189 pounds. When he fought Demetrius Andrade, he was 196. How the heck
Mm-hmm.
are you bigger at 168? And then you move up 7 pounds and you come in smaller. Well, how does that work out?
He looks smaller
Because
too.
when you dehydrate so bad when you're at a very lower weight than you're not supposed to be, your body turns into like a prune, bro, dried prune. And so when you start bringing in that water, it sucks it up like a motherfucker. But it's not healthy for you at all. It's not healthy for you.
Yeah,
But
because
that's why when he went up
he was
to
much
7 pounds.
smaller. He was much smaller at 175. He was a bigger guy at
Yeah, but that's
168.
what I'm saying. At 168, he had to dry himself like a prune to make that weight. Now, when he moved up those 7 pounds, it's a little bit more realistic, closer to where he's supposed to at least be at. So he doesn't hydrate. So his body doesn't gorge itself as heavy as when it's at 168.
Yeah,
But that
I don't see Morel hurting Benavidez. I don't see Morel. It didn't. His power didn't come up when he
Oh, but
fought
you wasn't the
Hot
one to get
Rod.
that. And you wasn't the one that was saying, oh,
What?
that David Morrell killed somebody in the ring. You wasn't talking that bullshit earlier.
Hey, but so did Kovalev, and look what Canelo did.
Oh,
Man,
okay, so why?
Kovalev's
All right
washed
then.
though, man. Everybody know
That was my
Kovalev's
point,
washed
though.
up, bro.
Punch, come on, Punch, bro. You be writing shit down, and he be remembering shit.
Because I'm not like you.
He be taking notes. Chicago kills.
Because
That's
I'm a
right,
good
nigga. That's
listener.
why my name Chicago kills, bro. You don't
Ahí
know
viene,
we
ahí viene,
gangster
ahí
over
viene, ahí
here.
viene. Now he's the
No, but
killer.
look,
Now he's the matatano
I
guy.
just don't think that Morel got that. I mean, look, David Benavidez is gonna walk him down. He's gonna smile at him. He's
I don't
gonna
see
hit
that,
him
bro. I don't
with
see
that
that,
I don't
man.
see that,
backhand
man.
gun punches.
Yo,
First
Hurt.
off, Benavidez is not a heavy-handed puncher. Period. He's never been. He's a volume
Oh
puncher,
no,
and he's a
bro.
TKO type of guy
He's
that'll
good by
overwhelm you.
kicks.
But he's not a heavy puncher. Now Morel, he's a heavy puncher. So
He didn't
I
do nothing to
believe
Hot Rod.
and Morel's more athletic too.
He didn't do
I
nothing to Hot
believe that
Rod.
he can. I believe he's gonna surprise everybody on Saturday.
He couldn't
I
come to the
really
David
do
ring.
because I
Benavidez.
don't think
All
Benavidez
right,
has
so
ever had a test like this.
what
Nah,
okay, what was
Nah, I
all
think it's
right.
the other way
I think
around.
never So what is the weakness? What is the weakness of David Benavidez? In my opinion, David Benavidez.
Experience,
I
He
think
got more experience than
no. I
Morel.
think David Morel is inexperienced. That's his
right?
Hell
weakness.
yeah.
Now he got
David
the
Morel
Cuban
is an
David
skew, man. He
was
experience.
been
David
the
Nah.
Benavidez.
Cuban skew, man.
And
Was
Cubans
Yeah,
ain't no
but
boxing,
he's
bro.
only got
Cubans
10
are
fights under
amateurs.
him, and he's not like crazy active. You know, Benavidez has got what 30 fights under his belt or so, and
Bro.
he's been at it
Yeah,
since he,
He
young pup.
fought the better
you got to remember
David
competition.
David
David
Benavidez has
Benavidez.
been fighting
I
freaking. He
think
been
David
fighting
Benavidez.
small guys, man. He been
He's been
weight
fighting the
bullying.
better
I
Yeah,
think
but
competition,
he's
Under,
bro.
also
man.
been training. He's been also training with the best since a young age with triple G's and shit like that. You know, so
Yeah,
he's been
Benavidez
in the
has.
ring, sparring with some of the best in this
Yo,
business.
talk to us,
yo,
chat.
I
He said, "Hey, yo, Teofimo Lopez said, yo, we working on the final touches with the deal. Watch
Tell him
me
to join them
cook
fucking panel.
baking soda. I got baking soda. Diablo, he's cooking. He's
Hey,
cooking cracky coke. Eso es lo que está cocinando.
Tio's cool, man, but he's a goofy. He doesn't like he be talking about some dumb shit.
Pero mira este hombre
He's a
hablando who
goofy.
You the
talking dumb
goofy one.
He's
shit.
a
You the
goofy.
goofy one that has Chicago
Why?
kills, and
Why
you
am
don't
I the
kill
goofy
nobody but
one?
a roach.
Why
Yo,
am I the
chill,
goofy
man.
one?
Call Tom Holman, bro. This dude is from Chicago. He deport his non-speaking Spanish ass.
Oh yeah, they're gonna deport me, right? Over you?
Este
Over
hombre
you?
ni habla español. He's gonna get
Yo,
deported.
bum. Fucking bum. Go make some money,
Two-time
bum.
lineal champion. Mira hablando de goofy, and you the one that's
What?
and you the Chicago kill que no pelea nada.
Why you protecting him though, Punch? Why you gotta
Yeah,
fucking
they can
rag on
protect the
me and protect
protecting. What
Hey,
do you
him?
want to
isn't,
protecting? You talking
hey,
Why you
about
gotta
isn't
how
that
come you
other
don't protect
crackhead
me?
from Chicago too in
Hey,
Southpaw?
hey, how come you don't protect
Bro,
me?
there's something wrong in the water in Chicago, man. Well,
Hey,
what the
Punch,
fuck?
how come you
I
don't
told
protect me,
what I
bro?
told you what I told you Chicago. See
You
that
don't protect
you want to
me.
make a name for yourself, but you ain't gonna
Everybody
do it
knows
on
me though,
Punch Drunk
bro.
Boxing's
Everybody knows
time.
me. Everybody knows me, G.
Nobody knows you. Let me
Everybody knows me,
cut the
Punch.
camera on. Let me see it. Let me see your face. Let me see if everybody knows
Right
you.
now, man, I'm naked and shit, man. I
Ve,
fucking
nah,
Diablo,
fucking
God,
eso no
no,
puede
Yeah,
ser.
no
Drunk
Diddy,
these
boxing.
bro, no
I ain't
dudes
Diddy,
even
man.
finished the fucking
I'm
point.
on, I'm on
So
some
you
Diddy.
telling me that you on a panel talking to a bunch of grown men butt naked. Mira, tú eres un sucio, mira,
jalándose
mira,
Nah,
la
mira,
nah, I'm
paja
mira.
not
del
butt
nombre del
naked,
punch
nigga.
drunk.
I'm not butt naked, but I'm chilling and shit. But
This guy's
you
butt
y'all
naked
see me
talking
already. You
boxing.
see me already.
This guy's butt naked right now talking to dudes, talking boxing.
Fucking
Diablo,
Punch, bro.
bro.
Hey, how come you don't protect me, Punch, like you protect Tio?
What I would have protect you? You talking butt you butt naked talking to
Cause, bro, I
grown
can
ass
make you
men talking
bigger than
about
what you
boxing.
are, bro. I can make you bigger than what you are.
Get out of here, bro.
Come on, man. I got your back, Punch.
No, no, you got my back. Yo,
Diablo, bro.
don't
No
say butt
Diddy.
naked
No
No,
and come
Diddy.
back at the
Diddy,
same
man. You got
sentence,
to
Fucking,
bro.
no
fucking
Diddy,
gay
brother.
stinking
Bro,
ass
it's
bitch.
hard to say no Diddy when the dude butt naked talking to us, bro.
I'm butt naked with your girl right now, bro.
Bro, how much baby you got over there,
You
bro?
you 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 wouldn't
I
you
got your
wouldn't be
baby
on the
mama right
panel.
here, bro.
You wouldn't
I
be on the
flew her out
panel
to
if you were butt naked
Chicago.
with a chick. You wouldn't
I
even be
flew
on the
her out to
panel.
Chicago. She didn't like New York's dirty ass city.
Tú estás
Hey,
con Trani, eh. Tú estás con
but look,
Trani. Tú estás
bro.
con las mujeres con pinga.
Back to fucking boxing, right? Back to boxing, bro.
Oh, now, mira, look at this thing. You see how the tables turned? Thinking now to boxing
Hey, we
now. So
trying
you
to
gonna take
talk
the heat?
boxing,
You
G.
gonna
Hey,
take
look
the
at
heat?
Teofimo
You
says I
tranny
love
lover?
Chi Town. We
Ah,
love you out here, Tio. We got your
You
back,
yeah,
bro.
I know where you at in Shot Town. You probably
We
from
got
Boys
you.
Town. You in
Boys
Wrigley Field.
Town.
oh, he's a Wrigley Field,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
you in
nigga, we Cub
Wrigleyville.
killer. We Cubs
You
killer. We
nah, you
White
in
Sox fan. I'm a
Wrigleyville.
White
You in
Sox
Boys
fan,
Town.
bro.
Anybody in the chat, yo, Google Boys Town, Chicago.
Yeah,
You
that's
from
gay shit right
Wrigleyville.
there. Hey, you know where I'm from? I'm from
You
Little
from Boys
Village,
Town, bro. You
26th
from
Street.
Wrigleyville.
26th Street,
You like
bro.
going to the Cub games.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he likes going to the
Man,
Cub
this
games. Nah, cause
this has
Chicago
gone
White
off
Sox
topic
games.
As
so big,
I
bro.
know Punch,
Yo,
bro. You also
STO,
gay.
D still in
Punch,
Miami.
you
STO, D
Punch.
still in Miami right now. I think
Hey
T.O.
yo,
down there with
hey
Pedro
yo,
Diaz.
Punch me hanging in the north
hey
side.
yo,
yo,
Punch me
let's
hanging in the north side,
yo,
Punch.
everybody in the chat, Google Boys Town, Chicago. You're gonna see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, punch me hanging out over there when he's in the shot.
Nah,
You
because
in the
one time I
north
went to
side.
Wrigleyville, I went to
Ah,
see the
why you
Cubs,
in the
and I said
north side,
I'll
G?
never go see the Cubs
no
ever again.
You
Tio's
crazy.
probably recently right now in New
And
York, but
I think T.O.'s in Miami because he was down there. One of my fighters was in Miami this
Miami
weekend.
Beach.
No, he was down there at freaking Mondo Boxing down there with Pedro Diaz. He laced up one of my fighters' gloves because my fighter sent me a video of T.O. tying his gloves up, man. I thought that's pretty cool, man.
oh, when he was with the kids, you mean?
Yeah, they were getting ready to do some sparring. He was
Yeah.
down there in the gym, and my fighter sent me He
Hey yo,
sent
what
me
y'all
a
think? Hold on. Wait.
video.
Champ said that he got the deals almost finalized. What y'all think on the panel? What deal y'all think is gonna be finalized for Teofimo Lopez on the panel? What y'all think?
He
Hey
must
man,
be fighting.
we want that Hitchens fight, bro. T was conning
Yeah,
his little Richard ass just a few minutes ago on Twitter, cooking him, bro.
yeah. I like that
I don't
fight,
want
man.
to
I
see
like
that,
What
the
he was
bro.
Hitchison
saying?
fight.
What he
I
was
It's
like
saying?
that
boring.
I
fight.
was driving.
It's boring.
Yeah,
T.O. Let me bring this over here with
I
it.
don't know, bro. I think he's talking about the Ryan Garcia fight, the 3-fight deal with Turkey.
Man, Ryan
Yeah, but his
three
Garcia,
next
fight.
man.
fight
Ryan
that he's
Garcia
trying to
might
But I'm
get.
saying,
finish
yeah,
up on.
the next fight, the next fight. I think what y'all think about that fight? T.O. versus Richardson Hitchens, the unification belt.
I think that's a
Fuck it.
potential banana
Do it.
peel for To. If you want to keep it 100, I
Go
think
ahead,
I
talk about it.
think I mean he could slip up. I mean Richardson, he got that type of style. To has shown you don't know what he's inconsistent. He's a good fighter, but you don't know what he's gonna get. Sometimes you get the
But you know
good
what?
To, sometimes you get the bad To.
Hmm.
And then Hitchison, he has enough boxing ability to keep To. To's a really really small guy. I didn't know how small he was until he was standing next to my fighter. I think To's probably literally like 5'5.5". He's a short guy, man. Cause my fighter's only like 5'8". No, I'm dead
Hey,
serious. My fighter's 5'8". My fighter was towering over To, towering
what,
at
he
Bro,
not
5'8".
that.
T.O.'s taller than Tank, bro, and Tank is 5'5".
Yeah, he
No,
wasn't
Tank is
that
like
short in the
5'3",
rise.
man. I think
No,
Tio's really about five.
Whoa,
I can show you the
Pitbull
picture,
Cruz
man.
is 5'3", bro.
Tank
My
5'3".
fighter is tall, towering over him. Tio's probably 5'6.5".
He's
No,
5'7",
he no
5'7",
longer. I mean,
5'8".
he's
But you know
short, bro.
what?
I'm
But
telling you.
it don't matter because look at Josh Taylor. He was towering over T.O.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
he looked like he was kicking his
Josh was
ass.
so freaking shot, man. He was just so shot at that. I mean, he was shot, man.
He only
No, he
You
lost
know,
was
one
shot.
round, really.
They robbed
Yeah,
him against Cat on his last fight.
he did
How
that
is he
good.
dude was
shot?
shot, man. I mean,
No,
Josh Taylor, man, he was just a shell of himself, man. He was real slow. He was sluggish.
no, we ain't
Nah,
gonna, we ain't
But
I'm
gonna,
why y'all do
he
that
we,
was,
though?
we
man.
ain't gonna
Like he's a
downplay
shell of
that.
himself because Catterall gave him a run for his money, so he's a shell of himself. Or for one fight,
He
Catterall's
just didn't
good,
look
yo,
bro.
good.
we
He
don't
didn't
do
look
that to
good
like
to me.
UK fighters. Like Derek Chisora is still respected out there. He beat George
Derek.
Joyce. Why people try to take that performance away from just shell of a fighter? Come on, man. He just came off a tough fight with Catterall, who was number one.
And
But
I
I
thought
think
he
the
won
dude was
that
coming off.
fight.
He was coming off a long layoff too, though, man. I mean, you got to keep it 100, man.
But
You know
Hey,
both
the
Tio
Tank
guys was
was.
coming, but
Right,
inactivity.
remember,
saying that he's coming off a long layoff and
but
wash is
Tio
two
was coming
separate
out
things,
of
bro.
Tio was coming off a hand surgery too.
Yeah,
That's
but
why all
nah,
these short fighters are kicking everybody's ass.
I think, like I said, I think his style matchup. I think with Josh Taylor, I think his best days were behind him, man.
Hey,
You
I
Tio
know,
don't
I
said
think
he's
mean,
it's.
5'8".
I don't think. Let's back to what it is
All
with
right then. All
Hitchens.
right then. So you guess what I like. So see what you just said right there. So see. So if Josh Taylor had an iffy fight with Catterall and Crawford had an iffy fight with Majumov, then you know what?
He's
Bud
washed.
Crawford, he's washed too. Bud is
He's
washed
I
too.
agree. I agree. Bud's an old man in boxing. Bud's old, brother. Bud is an
he's
old man.
washed, bro.
Hey,
Hey,
Bud is an
I
old
think
man.
that if
He,
Tio
he,
fights
he
Richard Hitchens, Tio is gonna be able to hit this dude with hooks. He's gonna jump in with hooks at angles because Hitchenson's don't move. He just those are 1-2, and the Tio's gonna duck under that shit and catch this dude, clock this dude with hooks. He's gonna knock him. He's gonna get him out of there, bro.
nah. He's long. Hitchens is a
Tio's gonna
long range
Tio's gonna
fighter, man.
barbecue this man's ribs early on. He's gonna
Nah,
set him up to drown him in the later rounds. He's gonna start just cooking him to the body. And then when we come, he's going to turn up the pace because that's one thing he did in his last fight was to turn up the pace like he's never done before, almost throwing 1,000 punches, landing over 300. So I know that if you could do at least half of that,
yo, and that's
and the
another
second half,
thing. You talk
second
about
half of the fight, in the second half of the fight, I see Teal stopping this fool, bro. I
I
see
think
Teal
I think
making.
The freaking
I
Steve
think
Claggett fight was a disappointment. I thought Tio was going to stop him.
I
But
think
not having to stop a person does not mean it's a bad. The dude landed over 300 punches. Guess
I
what?
Yeah,
But
but
guess what?
freaking Tio's head was all busted
Crawford,
up too, man.
Crawford and Madrimov, Latil out punched and outlanded with Claggett than what Madrimov and Crawford did combined.
Yeah, that Crawford Majamal fight, that was like a
All
snooze
right,
fest.
then. So,
See,
I mean,
It
what
was
is that about a
it was
disappointment?
a snooze fest,
I
man.
think this what it is, and I think this what it is that, and I think a lot of people who don't want to admit it, because he did his thing at a very young age, right? Versus Vasily Lomachenko and Richard Comey, and he knocked out Richard Comey. People that didn't follow Teofimo Lopez since the amateur, Teofimo Lopez was always a boxer. He was always a boxer puncher, but he was always a slick boxer. If you look at the amateur, he's always a slick boxer. He beat everybody in the amateur. He beat the guy that beat Vasily, the only guy that beat Vasily Lomachenko. He beat him in the amateurs. He won the USA Olympic trial. And if you ask any fighter in USA in the US, what's harder, the first 10, 13 fights in the pros or going through the nationals and USA Olympic trial, they say that that shit is way harder. I think that
Way
people
harder.
don't want to I think that people don't want to admit it, but yeah, if people have so high expectations for Tio more than anybody else that because of the knockouts early in his career, that's what we
And
depend
against the
on.
competition that it was, yeah.
We depend on those knockouts that he had early on. But in reality, T.O. wasn't this knockout artist like that. Like he got power, but he was not Kid Dynamite, Mike Tyson. It was just that he did his thing versus Vasily Lomachenko. Richard Comey knocked him out in the second round, was playing around with dudes, knocking them out early on. Then now the expectation is so high that anything less of his performance of Vasily Lomachenko is like, he ain't do good. Because now that he put the bar so high for himself, if he's not fighting better than he did with Vasily Lomachenko or that type of performance with Josh Taylor, anything less than that, he's gonna get heavily criticized.
I agree. I think there's that comes a lot. The optics make you look like that. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I think the Cambosos fight will really kind of monkey wrench the T.O., man. 'Cause once he lost Cambosos, everybody was looking at him like, man, hold up, man, you supposed to get this guy out of here.
Yeah, but
And
two
you
on
know
top of
that
that's got a lot of people in this media. They make money just on full day videos of the hate towards a young man. So
Hey,
but
it's a lot of that
you
too.
you got to
Champ
admit
said
though,
I
man,
didn't score
that
much
was a big
last year.
upset. That was a huge upset.
It wasn't
You
a big
can't
upset like you said because it was just a split decision loss.
Champ
no,
said
but
Cambosos
I
he
has
was.
didn't
never won. Cambosos has never won a fight since.
Champ
But that
said
was
I didn't score
that makes
much
it even
last
worse.
year. I
That
am
makes it
planning
even
to
worse.
start.
To see
No,
the
because
loss
that
Hey,
due to
man has
age
never been
well.
the
I
same since.
what
Once
the
you
fuck
gave
is
him that
going
whooping on that raw
on,
night that they
guys?
had, that man has never been the same since. It was a split decision too.
I
So that
Yeah, I
didn't
means
think
that
score
that's
fight really
much.
could
Tio
have
right
should have
there.
gone the other way.
I don't think
Champ
that's
said I didn't
Teofimo
score
Lopez
much
right there,
last year.
bro.
I am planning to start sparring next
I don't think
week
that's
until
Tio
June.
punch. That's not Tio's account.
Dude, he's got a wrench, mama.
What the fuck is Mamao? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is a wrench? Lame ass Spanish, bro. I swear.
Teofimo Lopez said, "Yo, I will make it better. I know what my problem was. I'm working on one myself.
That's
On
not him,
oneself."
punch. He's playing with you.
I didn't
Hey,
spur
punch.
him
Let me ask
much.
you a question.
Yo,
How do you
Tio,
get
that's
media
a fact,
credentials?
Papa.
How
A
do you
matter of
get
fact,
media
you want to
credentials,
ask him a
Hold
punch?
on.
question? Go
I
in the
can tell
chat.
you,
Go in the chat. Get out
T.O.,
the panel.
where
Go in the
were
chat
you
and
this
ask him a
Saturday?
question.
Punch, man.
T.O., where were you
Punch.
this
Yo,
Saturday?
guys, we know that's him. He's got a wrench. You guys
No.
don't get it.
Hey,
That's Tio.
Hold
how
on
do you
one
get
second. I got
media?
one question. T.O., hold on one second. T.O., where were you at this Saturday? If you're really T.O., answer the question.
He was jacking
Yo,
off at Punch's
that's the
crib.
champ, bro. What the fuck
He
got to do
He
was
with
was
he,
at
me?
he
What the
was
fuck
No,
got to
'cause
do
Punch's
with me?
I
bathroom.
he
know
was
what
banging
T.O. was at.
he
I
was
know what T.O.
banging
was at
the
this Saturday.
Chicago guy's mom, bro.
No, I know
Oh
what
shit.
T.O. was at this
Yo,
Saturday. That's why I want to know. T.O., where were you
oh,
at this
all right,
Saturday?
put it there, but put it this way
Yeah.
in terms of the Cambosa thing, right? Teofimo Lopez went to the 140
Tio
pound
slick.
division. He went to the 140-pound division and became lineal champion. George Cambosa probably won 4 to 5 rounds in the last 4 fights of his career after the Teofimo Lopez fight, which common sense tells you that George Cambosa had his Buster Douglas moment.
He
And if
did.
you want and if you want to live, you know, just in the he want to live his whole life just because of what he did 4 years ago. Yo, let me say it like this, man. 4 years ago was the first fight of Anthony Joshua and Alexander Usyk.
Bro,
Like,
it's
yo,
kind of
that's
like
far long ago. That's it. Like George
it's
Cambosa is hanging on to that split decision gift that, yo, you haven't even moved on. You're still in the clouds of that fight. You haven't done nothing in boxing after that.
I
The
mean, he
greatest,
tried to do
the,
some
the
shit.
greatest.
You can't discredit him all like that, bro.
Any, but you know what? You mentioned one thing about the
Hold on.
sparring, and I
Read the comment. Read the
100% agree.
comment. That's T.O. right there, 100%.
Oh
He
yeah,
said
Mundo
Mondo Boxing
Boxing
Gym.
Gym. Okay,
Yep,
that's him
that's
for
him.
sure. T.O. That's what's up.
Cause he was
Salute,
but
down
bro.
with you. That's him right there.
yeah,
Salute.
but he didn't have to prove himself, bro. Punch and I,
Nah,
we
he did
telling
have
you
to
that's
prove
him.
himself. He had to prove himself to me.
But you mentioned one thing about the sparring, and I think that's key. I think that's key. It's the only way to implement the subtle practices that you have in between of what you're learning. And I think yeah, you do need good sparring. I'm not saying wars, but you need to have good sparring where you're working out those technicalities of what you're supposed to be doing. Ain't nothing better teacher than repetition, and that you need to have the right sparring partners to do that.
Is that what you
But
trying to
Beyond
say?
that,
You
the
I
jerking
also
hope
thing
off?
that people don't,
beyond that,
Is
my
that
man, I'm talking.
is that what you
Uh,
tell yourself when you jerk off? You fuck.
this is why I give massive credit to Tio, because he wasn't, his career is not manufactured
no,
to be the next guy. He fought Vasily Lomachenko. He was the underdog. He wasn't supposed to beat Vasily Lomachenko. He was not even supposed to beat Josh Taylor.
Hey,
You feel
Punch,
me?
your English sucks, bro.
Yo, hold on. Take this guy out, bro.
bro, está interrumpiendo demasiado.
This motherfucker don't know how to speak English.
Hold on, give me a second.
Tom Holman, we got a report here. Chicago, South Side, Little Village. He said,
26th Street, baby.
"There you go. Pick this dumbass up, man."
Yeah, we out.
There we go, man. Tom Holman,
Put put him in
on the spot,
timeout, huh? Dang.
bro.
Y fuera, se fue el
But I
carro,
think
que te
two
mata un
things that I like
tigre.
to see
A
from
volar, que
Tio.
te mata un carro también.
Two things I like to see from Tio that he already mentioned one, which is increasing his time with sparring. I think is one of the best tools out there. Pa'
Y
fuera.
fuera, y fuera, se fue el tigre.
The other thing I hope that Tio can fix is to have a proper cut man in that corner, man. I believe that a Formula One car needs a Formula One team in the pit, and you got to have that. You got the right man with the in swells, making sure you take care of any cuts. You got to have the best in there. That's my strong opinion. Those are two things. Yeah, the properness of sparring. I think it's just one of the greatest tools. Till's a master at conditioning and always being a beast ready to go. So it's nothing with that. I think the sparring, and then when it's fight night, we need to have a proper cut man team ready to go, working on all cylinders. So when you get to that stool, it's just working flawlessly with perfection, to
Yeah,
maintain the swollenness and all that type of shit.
I
But how do you
always,
like
That'll
T.O.?
I
How do you
always,
like
I
T.O.
always,
fighting at 147? You think he should stay at 147? You think he should be at 140?
I think Teal, after he's done with Hitchens, I have no problems with Teal moving up and getting his third division title and lineal belt.
You don't think he's gonna be too small at 147?
Man, I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, he's the same height as all the other greats have come up through those divisions. I mean, hell, Roberto Duran was shorter, bro. I
I
mean,
think
no, I
look.
don't think so.
I think you always have to reevaluate yourself, even with wins or with a loss or with a tough outing. I think that this is so much of a dangerous sport, and this is so much of a sport that if you lose, your stock drops heavily. That you need to always reevaluate. You always want to go out there and give your perfect effort, not only in the ring but also in preparation. Even Floyd Mayweather had the best cut man in his corner, just in case. You know what I'm saying? He didn't.
Master security, man, you have to
He
have
would.
it.
He knew that he was had the best defense, but he had everything prepared. You know what I'm saying? So I think a T.O. will always, and other fighters always have to, at his level, reevaluate. He should always want the best. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
well,
Yeah,
right now,
no short corners.
I think a lot of guys
but
right now.
also have but also have chemistry with him. Like just because you have the Customado and Emmanuel Stewart on your corner, that doesn't mean that you're gonna have chemistry with them at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So have the best. Let's say Eddie Reynoso and Teofimo Lopez Sr. Hopefully during the fight and during the preparation, everything is hitting on all cylinders. The chemistry is great. You know what I'm saying? And then come fight night is gonna be good as well.
But sometimes there's not that perfect chemistry. You know what I mean? And people still got to pull through. Sometimes maybe you just don't like the way things are with the whatever it is. You got to eat that shit. You got to still sometimes eat that shit.
It seems like it's been finalized. Look like it's been finalized, champ. He said line up will be 140 unification with Hitchens, then winner of Boost and Stanionis. Final fight, Haney versus Garcia. Is it three? Is it
Yo, and
finalized, champ? Is it finalized?
that's my thing. You know, a lot of these fighters right now, I think these guys what in their late 20s, right, or mid 20s, or late 20s.
It's just
These
27.
these guys right now, they're really going for the money fights right now. You know, they don't want. There's no reason they don't really want to fight. No, I call banana peel fights. You know what I'm saying? You can fight these guys that maybe you don't get up for, or maybe you might have a lackluster performance. So right now, I think they're kind of all sitting at the table right now, so to speak, and they're playing ball with each other. You know, the Ryan Garcias, the Devin Haney's, the
Well, all those guys have
Teofimo
always been like
Lopez.
that. The Tank
They,
Davises, they all been doing that. The only guy who has
yeah,
not been doing that is
they all
Teofimo
making
Lopez.
If it's 5 months,
all
so we
making money.
expecting. If it's 5 months, then we're probably expecting champ in the ring in June.
June, July.
Ooh, June. Even though Teofimo Lopez got a lot of Puerto Rican fans too. June in
But
Madison Square Garden versus
But
Hitchison.
I'm telling you right now, don't be surprised. This Hitchison fight, that's not an easy fight, man.
But put it this way though.
It's not
Put it
gonna be
this
an
way.
easy fight.
It's good. You know what people should be asking? Tio, since a lot of people want to say that Teofimo Lopez fights to the level of his competition or performs to the level of his competition, is if he says, you know what, I don't really want to fight this guy, we should be like, yeah, because we're not going to see the best Tio. So we rather see a Teofimo Lopez fight a guy that we know he wants to fight. You know what I'm saying? Since he fights to the level of his, he performs to the level of his competition. Then the Hitches, which is Hitchison, was a unification bout. We expect him to fight to the level of his competition. We expect him to perform to the level of his competition versus the winner of Boots and Stenionis, and we expect him to perform to his competition versus the winner of Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Thus, Teofimo Lopez Takeover 2.0 is going to perform at the highest level.
Till to come in and come in with those with that killer dog intimidation walkthroughs into the ring. I like to see that. I like to see just like, yo, man, he's all business. He's coming to rip your fucking head off one way or
What
the other.
about
June, July,
what about
then May.
Gary Antron Russell and Rayo? What about that fight?
I got Antoine, man. Even though well, you did a number on him. And Venezuela, he showed me a different side of him versus Pitbull. Not that Pitbull's something, is
What
not
the
those.
UK hitters? What the when I said that UK hitters, you bugging, man. Please, man, I got T over everybody, bro.
Who's that?
You said punch once, T.O. the duck hitches. You crazy? That's unification bout, bro. Talking about, bro. Come on, y'all been in the channel enough, man. Come on, man.
Now I feel you, but I'm just saying I think that freaking tournament that he's getting in, there ain't no guarantee he's gonna win. I mean that's a tough
Yeah.
tournament if he's getting in with all those guys, man.
Well,
That right there,
let me
that is
ask
no
you this.
cakewalk.
Let me ask you this. What's a tougher tournament? Tio going through Comey, Lomachenko, and Taylor, or this one?
This one.
You think so?
This is
Against
These
tough.
guys
against
these,
unproven fighters?
these guys are much bigger, man. You got to remember these guys are fighting. These guys are a lot bigger
How
than
are they
Tio,
bigger than
man.
Taylor, bro? None of those guys are bigger than Taylor.
But you know why?
Devin Haney's
You know
100
why?
freaking super middleweight. What are you talking about? This dude weighed in 100. This dude's a freaking
No,
super middleweight.
The good thing
you're talking about
about
a
it though,
manufactured champion.
look, the good thing about it is he fighting a Hitchens that didn't get a vacant belt. He earned to be a world
It's a
champion.
real belt, right?
Exactly. He beat Liam Pyro, who beat the quote unquote boogeyman of 140. So this fight is like legit the best fight in the best right now at
That's
140.
what I'm saying. This is a real fight. This is not gonna be no cakewalk. You ain't
This
just
is a
finna go in there
true,
and
like
just
a
But it's
run
not
real
over this
supposed to
dude,
be.
man.
top
It's
unification
not
fight.
supposed to be a cakewalk.
Nah, he's not finna go in there and run over Hitchison. Trust me, this fight is gonna
He-
be a
He's
legit
gonna
fight,
beat
man.
him, though. He's gonna beat him. That's all I'm gonna say. He's gonna
Look,
beat him.
and then he's stepping in fighting, trying to fight, Ryan Garcia and friggin'
No, he's trying to fight
Boots.
Boots next.
Like think about it. Like
Boots is
think
gonna. I got Boots beating T.O., man.
like
All
think
right.
about it.
I
Teofimo
got
Lopez
Boots
got the
beating him.
best.
The
Tio got the
unproven
best win.
Boots.
I
Tio
got,
got
but
the
hey,
best.
when they make the fight, I'll cash app, punch the money. He can hold it in escrow, and then whoever win the fight, that's who win the money. I put my money where my mouth is on that fight. I'll bet on that fight. I bet on that
Eh,
fight.
eh, that would be a good bet because I know would probably have the underdog numbers to get that payday.
So
That's what
all
I'm
right.
saying. So
So
however much you want to put up, you want to put a couple hundred on it. Hey, I roll. I shoot it the punch. He can hold the money, and at the
Yeah,
end of the fight,
we could do that,
you know what I'm
man.
saying. We
We
can
could
do it
do
like
that.
that.
big don't win fights, skills win fights. Will be easy 3-piece combo.
Pra, pra,
Ooh.
pra.
I
Uh,
bet you too, punch. You want to put some money on it? I put my money on Boots. I'll take both of you bets. I'll take both of y'all money.
I don't bet on
Punch don't
boxing,
bet
but
on
I don't
boxing.
bet on
Oh, he
boxing.
don't bet. Okay.
No, I
Yeah,
don't really bet on boxing. But
that's his
but
code.
but I say this though. All right. So what you think? How all right? How what you think? How Richardson Hitchens could take advantage of Teofimo Lopez? What will you think Richardson Hitchens? How you see Richardson Hitchens beating Teofimo Lopez? Y'all on the
But the
panel.
move,
Well,
the move. Go ahead. You can go first.
he could beat him in a marathon, I guess. Be running around and shit.
Like Jermaine Ortiz, you think he's gonna run like Jermaine Ortiz?
Well, like he did with Limos when he was tagging his ass. I just expect Teal for that fight to learn how to increase his volume and that pressure on that motherfucker. That's what he got to do. Cook him early on with the ribs and hit that turbo button. Come in the mid rounds and increase the pressure and volume because that motherfucker ain't gonna be able to handle it. He gets nervous. You can see it. He gets nervous.
I could see that Richardson Hitchens is gonna be more comfortable than he's been in a while because the unification bout, they don't have to go with the 10-pound rehydration clause. So that was always his thing. Richardson Hitchens about the 10-pound rehydration clause. He did good versus Liam Paru. So now he could go up all the way to 160 if he wants versus
Well, he
Teofimo
still
Lopez.
can go to 160, even with the 10-pound rehydration. Just the morning after, you cannot weigh 10 pounds more. But after that, the entire day, you could hydrate to whatever the fuck you want. It's just the first 24 hours after the first weigh-ins that you cannot gain no more than 10 pounds. That's it. After that, you can weigh in at 180.
Now, after that, I have been working on my ring generalship.
Yeah,
That's key to you. That's key. At least you see what and I think that's something that working with Reynoso and Canelo and crossing your T's and dotting your I's with them, you're gonna learn more than you ever learned before because this is it's another level. It's all new fresh stuff. It's new material and it's proven material. So
I
I
think
I think he's gonna
well,
learn.
I think
I th- I think
I go ahead.
yeah. Well, I think with this fight, with the Hitchison fight, he's gonna first of all he's gonna have to negate the height and reach. He's gonna definitely have to cut off the ring because I believe Hitchison is gonna be on his bike, gonna be moving around. I believe he'll come in good shape. And he's probably going to be a better fighter because he got that belt. When a guy gets a championship belt, he just mentally just usually becomes a better fighter because he wants to hold on to that belt.
Confidence
So
wise, absolutely.
I
yeah,
don't.
confident. Yeah,
I was gonna
and
say I think that Tio got the skills and talent to adjust whether it's inside whether it's outside game. I think that maybe the reason why he didn't look all crisp, let's say with the Sandor or with the the Jermaine Ortiz and him
Well,
running and stuff like that.
his defense wasn't on point with the Claggett fight. I like
But he
T.O., but
landed almost every punch and power punch. I think I think the more was that nobody knew about Steve Claggett and we expected Steve Lopez to
Claggett,
just stop him. But
Claggett's the same guy
hold on.
that beat.
Let
Oh,
me
sorry.
finish on this point. So I think that maybe Tio goes in with the intentions of already premature thinking that the fight is going to go this way. I don't think that he thought that Jermaine Ortiz was going to fight that way, because we never seen Jermaine Ortiz fight that way, and he fought him in the amateurs. We're not familiar with Jermaine Ortiz fighting that way. So I think that Tio was preparing for that, the Jermaine Ortiz that we have seen that we have seen in the past. Um I think that's it. I don't think it has to do with more skills. I think that probably he premature, not premature, but what's the word, like, not premature, but
Premeditated.
yeah, premeditated a style of the fight going into the fight. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what it was, in my
Yeah,
opinion. And
but the
some of the
thing is
fights,
that you bro. I mean, the man that was running, bro. That's avoiding
no, I think he
engagement.
won. I think he won,
Yeah,
but
yeah, no, obviously. But I'm saying everybody always about like, how can you cut the ring from somebody who's running from you?
oh,
How the hell, bro?
he was running a Boston
Bro,
Marathon.
after Charlo got dropped in the second round by Canelo, he couldn't catch the Charlo after that because, bro, that dude was running for his life. And we're gonna say that what? Canelo don't know how to cut the ring off?
well, hey,
No,
hold on 1 second. Hold on, I want to give you a little pushback on that though. Look, you remember when Kell Brook tried to run from Triple G? Triple G was able to cut that ring down and get him out of there. So I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, the man's gonna run from you, but it's up to you to be able to cut that ring down, corner that man, and get him out of there. And you know, you got a guy that's trying to survive. All the guys that are really good at great fight. I mean, George Foreman was good at cutting the ring down. That guy tried to survive against him. He cut the ring down on you.
but
So
what
that's
I'm
something.
saying,
We have something we all got to work on.
what I'm saying, but also is during the preparation, right? During the preparation to a fight for a particular fighter, you go out there and you seek and you get sparring partners, right? And I'm not saying that this is how Teal trains or prepare. Everybody prepares a little bit different, but standard is right that you get your sparring partners that's going to mimic. You're gonna get certain big sparring partners, little sparring partners. You know what I'm saying? Different, but there's gonna be, but you go within a game plan. You're preparing for a game plan. You're preparing for a style for that particular fighter. And then when you're preparing your 10 to 8 weeks for that type of style, and that opponent don't bring that style, it's not necessary that you can't adjust and get it. Is that you prepare so long and you're so focused and prepared for this particular style that now this person brought some other style that you never seen before, that your team didn't even prepare before. So remember, it's like you practice, you perform how you practice. So
Now, I
maybe
gotta give you a
that's,
little, but you gotta make the adjustment though. You got to be able to make the adjustment, man.
I understand that. I'm not saying I understand that. What I'm saying is more of a preparation and maybe premeditating a style, and that's the reason maybe you couldn't get him out of there, because probably you didn't prepare yourself. But guess what? These fighters are young enough that they haven't even reached their peak. Remember, Teofimo Lopez is just walking into his prime. You know what I'm saying? So we're saying, well, a Triple G closed the deal. Well, Triple G was 30 plus years old, where okay, now he knows how to, now he perfected a style. All these guys haven't perfected a style yet.
Uh,
They
uh,
elite, but that doesn't mean they perfected that style, or their style knowing that it comes with experience as well.
another
I'm a,
thing another thing I think that Tio needs to work on mentally is that he doesn't need to focus on having to perform all the way to the crowd and force that you need to get something going because the fight is boring, because people don't like it, because the fuck is running, or whatever the fuck it is. I don't think he needs to then change and then and get frustrated because he wants to perform for the crowd, and I get it. He wants to entertain, but I think you got to let the entertainment come to you at the right time of the fight. And once you got it locked down, then you just bust out on a dude. But until then,
Hey
you know,
yo,
just work your
hey
craft.
yo.
¿Qué pasó?
He said you got to be prepared for busting a dude.
Well, you know, come on, man. Hey, I need to know. Estás hablando de que si
I
somos
know,
maricones, no,
that's
bro.
I was gonna get your
Nah, bro. I don't think
Hey,
like that.
yo.
Just tune in because my stock will. Habla ahí que dijo el campeón.
Just tune in because my stock will rise after this. The networks will be amazed with the numbers of views, and my ability to become a greater fighter will be displayed with good champions. Facts. He's gonna get his just due.
Hey, man. You climbed the mountain and you conquered. God willing, you get your just due now with this shit.
I got a question. I got chat champions in the chat. Maybe this is good for the chat. What is the misconception of Teofimo Lopez as a fighter? As a fighter, what is the misconception of Teofimo Lopez? Mm. People feel like, well, you can't cut off the ring. People feel like he fights emotional. People feel, what is the misconception?
I think the biggest misconception as of right now is that they think that this man has avoided the fights, and
I
and that's farther from the truth.
No, I was
I
gonna say
think
mostly in type of skill set. The
I think
misconception.
this is what I think. I think because I remember when T.O. first came out, he was really almost considered a phenom. If you really want to think about it, he had just as I mean, he had a lot of. Yes, he did win championships, but we gotta give him credit. Hats off, he got it undisputed, unified champion. But he was so athletic and so gifted. I mean, athletically. I mean, the dude was doing gainers after the fight. You know what I mean? Running backwards flips. I mean, think about it now. He
No,
was a
no, you
phenom.
right,
He
you
was a
right.
phenom. And then what happened is that I'm gonna keep it 100 to yo. Don't get mad at him. I think he started reading his own press clippings and he lost the desire. He lost the hunger that he once had when he achieved that greatness. And then he just started taking it for granted that these guys were just gonna disappear because my name is Teofimo Lopez. And he stopped training like he used to. And I
But he
think
did say
that
that he
that
said
that
on the
what cost
chat.
him.
He did say on the chat, right? He talked about his marriage, that was probably his look. He said, "Man, the toughest battle was being married. Made my fights harder because I wasn't in those fights mentally."
So
I think a little bit of everything plays a part with what's when you, especially when you're going through a fucking divorce and all that shit. Because I mean, those who've been through the fire and has been who have kids and involved with that, it brings you down to your knees. I don't give a fuck who you are
But
when you.
that's why I say that your team, the people around you,
It's important.
theirs is support, but also is their job is to take weight off your shoulder, is to block the negativities away from a person. Because in the end of the day, remember, Teofimo Lopez, his job is risking his life to also feed himself, feed his family, bring the bread to the family. So his family and his friends or his team, everybody collectively, their job is to take weight out his shoulder. The job of his wife was to take weight out off his shoulder. It's to make his life easier after having this hard job in to prepare for a fight, massaging, getting your body prepared, repairing your body and stuff like that. The job around you, but think about it, even with the Nakatani fight. Go look at the Nakatani fight. And there's an altercation out there. I believe there's with his well, his ex-wife and his family members, and they was going at it. Teofimo Lopez was looking outside of the ring and not 100% focused on Nakatani. But the people around us supposed to be like, hey, yo, we here to support Tio. Why are we creating this outside of the ring when Tio is looking outside of the ring? So that has to do with he's young at the
Absolutely,
time,
man.
his experience, his level of focus. But that's also after the fight is have those conversations like, yo, what the fuck is y'all doing?
They gotta eat their ego and pride. It's all about Tio and only about Tio. And if they cannot do that, then they're not cut out for this type of business for a fighter who's in the position that Teofimo Lopez is. He's not a regular dude off the. No, this is a world pound for pound champion who's at the on top of the elite. And so if they don't understand that these other things are gonna distract this young man from achieving his ultimate goals, and that they're not all 100% on board, then you got to get off the ship.
Hey,
I
but
don't care who it is.
I'm gonna say this too, and I'm not saying that this is the case with T.O. I'm gonna preface this. I'm not saying this is the case with T.O. But a lot of times, as men, we do a lot of things that we shouldn't do, and then we sit up and we cry when our woman gets on to us, or they catch us doing things we ain't supposed to be doing, and it winds up messing with us. Like the old saying, you make your bed, now you got to lay in it. And it happens all the time. Jamal Charlo happened with him. Dimitri Bivol happened with him. Him and his old lady was going through it before he fought Better Be. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so you can't, you think that didn't affect his performance? I mean, so a lot of times, as men, we got to be responsible. We got to be accountable. And I'm preference. I'm not saying T.O. done anything. I'm just throwing this out there that it does happen. And when you're married and then you're in a relationship, if you're violating trust and doing things you should not be doing, you're bringing that stuff on yourself, man. And that's
Yeah, I mean
facts.
that's the growing pains, right? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, look, it goes through experience. The first look, could you handle your first breakup, or could that woman handle that breakup with you in the beginning when you got your puppy love, when you in your early 20s? But by the time you had those experience with the girls and the breakups and that love, it's easy to have those type of breakups. But also is, let's not also forget, a marriage is different from just any other breakup, because with a marriage you become one. You build a home, you build a family. You know what I'm saying? So when that then there's a breakup, is a whole lifestyle. Like, I understood why Jamal Charlo couldn't get back in the ring. What everybody in the boxing world was, yo, man, he's been with that woman since he was in high school, married, 5 kids. That's his everything. They molded each other. So when you lose that, it's almost like you lose yourself. We just look at the fighters and feel like, they're not going through anything outside of the ring, but we all go through that shit. We all go through that shit outside of the ring. But yeah, sometimes we still gotta go to work. Sometimes we still gotta do our thing. But I know there's a lot of, I know fathers, my boys, and I've been in a situation where I'm fighting for my son and I'm going through custody battle, but I still got to keep that smile on my face even when I'm with my son. But at the end of the day, I'm like on some angry that I'm going through this stuff that I have to fight for my son. It does take a toll, bro. It does take a toll.
Um, you gonna
That's
read what the champ said there, or
where.
lo que acabaste de poner?
Oh, my boy HLD got to say this one. My wife was my happiness, but she didn't like to see me happier than what she thought was more than her. The honeymoon stage was why I was pulling gainers.
I could see what he's talking about, and I could see how that happens. You know what I mean? Especially in the limelight of the life that Tio has. Uh, I don't want, yeah, he knows what happened, and I don't want to talk about that out in the open here. But I can see what he's talking about. I can see what he's talking about, and if you're with someone who's not used to getting outshined by you as the head of household, as the king of your castle, then that can those type of situations do bring issues, and I've seen, and I know exactly what he's talking about.
You said, "Nah, family. I had a chance with Sweetie, Sweetie, Doja Cat, Rosalia. I never pushed it. Stood loyal and loving to my wife so much that you think I was pussy with. But as a
And that's the
family
right way.
man,
That's
as a
that's the right
family
thing to
man,
do.
yeah,
That's what you're married. That's what you're supposed to do. I
yeah,
mean, and
vice
and
versa.
and, and and don't change that. Don't change
Yeah,
that because of whatever's happening right now. Because now that you get, you're you're like you're free and shit. That those other women out there, they'll take you down faster, bro. They'll take you
yeah,
down
listen,
faster.
man.
It's not even worth it. Stay who you are. Stay
Yeah,
who you are.
it's picking and it's just gotta pick it. This is an experience. It's a bad
Hey,
experience,
hey,
but
I got some experience for the champ. Hey, champ, if you listen, I know you out there. I want you to read the book of Ecclesiastes. Read it from start to finish, and you're gonna find that the whole duty of man is to serve God, man.
Amen.
And
It's
the, and
12.
was the and was the duty of the woman to serve
It's
the
to
man?
serve the man so exactly. But also as men, we got to be leaders, but
Be
we got to
righteous.
lead
You gotta be leaders.
righteous. Yeah,
You
Be
yeah.
gotta
We got
teach
righteous.
your wife to learn the ways of the Lord and how things are supposed to be and guide her in all of those things. But
Yep.
you have to lead by example with that.
Yep.
That's right.
It gotta go through you. It gotta go through you. She see the Lord through you because you're righteous and you're the extension of God. And that's how that women live through us. We live through God. We are, you know what I'm saying? That's supposed to be. But we
You know,
living in
so
today's world, bro. We living in today's world where
but like I said, it's a tough task, man.
they trying to condition the women that they don't need men and they gotta be equal to the man and all that stuff.
No, I mean, so what he said, I totally understand what he's saying, but that also goes for everybody else. You know what I mean? I mean, I know we're talking. I'm just talking about everybody in general. Since we're talking about the Nakatani thing, I say everybody. I don't care who it is needs to have when it's Teofimo time. It's Teofimo time, and that's fight day, all that stuff. It's Teofimo time. Oh, that this person said this, that person said that. They treated me wrong. I didn't get the right seat. Oh, I mean, no. Yeah, suck it all up. It's Teofimo time, and
And
that's
this what
how
it
it
is.
has to be.
And look, and this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Also with fighters, that is like Tio's age. You know what I'm saying? That now they're grown men and stuff like that. But they also have to acknowledge this. Especially the fighters. Your team is built by your trainer in the beginning. Your team is built by your trainers. By you got father trainers. You see, like if you look at Devin Haney, that team is built by Bill. The friends around Devin Haney, you saw that locker room. That's all Bill. The boxing content creators that's all Bill. That's not Devin. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
get lost within that because that's not really your team. That's your trainer or your father's team. You know what I'm saying? At a certain point, in my opinion, especially at this time, you got to build that team that is the extension of your goals. Not your trainer, you're not your father, not the manager, not your other boys, not this. Is your extension of your goals, your team, and you build it now.
Yes.
but
There-
also have but also have those strong personalities and those strong coaches that you are truly going to listen to them and just like what Oscar De La Hoya said about Floyd Mayweather Sr. He said that was the only trainer that could make me wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and that's why I hired him. I wouldn't do with no other trainer. I had to do with him. That I respected him that much that he was the only trainer that could make me wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So you still have to be responsible and put a team around you that is going to hold you accountable. You're going to let them hold you accountable. They're going to support you. They're going to be real. It's not no leeches. It's not no yes man. I believe yes man is a disease to a fighter, in my opinion.
absolutely, absolutely. You know, I think all of us as men, there comes a point in time when it's time that you got to spread your wings and create your own lane and your own surroundings. And yeah, family is always family, but you still got to cut your own lane as a man and be independent as a man and got to learn those things from other men because you really don't learn that all the time at home. You surround yourself with good men, men of God, if that's what it's about with him, good. Is it men of experience in this game that you can see that are trustworthy men? Absolutely, you go that route. But at one point in time, no matter who we are as men, at a certain time and then, you have to spread your wings, and you got to be your own man.
Yo,
And
I
and
gotta. Hey, yo,
Let me read
go.
this. Let me read what he said.
Okay.
I'm learning to love myself before any of this. And I'm telling you that the next version of me will be greatness. I am even doing the drunken master in the ring now, having so much fun with it, man. That sounds great, bro. I'm happy
Yo,
for that, bro. I always say the happy TO, man. Shit.
absolutely,
Do me a favor, man. When you over there with Turkey Al Sheet, tell him to put my boy Demetrius Andrade on the card, man. Do that as a personal favor to me, man. I'm dead. I want to see my boy get eat. You know what I'm saying? Get some of that money, man. So put a bug in his ear. Tell him, say, man,
Who do
put
you want me
Andrade
to
on one of
rank
these
up?
cards, man.
Mr. Andre for you, my friend.
You know,
Who do you
that's a
want me
good
to hook
shout
him
out, my
up?
man.
Yeah, man.
That's a good shout out.
I
I
would
mean,
like
I
to
know
know how to.
Boo Boo's been under the bus with this industry as bad as to as some with these promoters, man. But that would, you know what, that would be a good thing, man. I mean, even though if it's at the bottom of the card, let him work his way up if that's what he's got to do and get a couple of paychecks. You know what I mean? And
Nah,
who
to be
knows?
honest, I do like the collaboration with Tio and Eddie Reynoso. So I like the collaboration because it doesn't even look. It looks like they even have chemistry outside of the gym and stuff like that. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
it's a different
It's a
deal.
chemistry.
The
It's
little
a
bit that we've seen, Tia knows you're the little dude there, bro. You're not the big dog, and you're gonna have to follow through with Eddie Reynoso, and we all need that structure. You know what I mean? He knows that Eddie Reynoso ain't gonna put up with anything.
yeah, shout out to Boo Boo Andre. Boo Boo and I know each other since I was 12 years old. It's almost like it's almost like look how what Tio from Lopez was going be outside of the ring. The same thing with Boo Boo. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad that he actually said what he needed to say on the Fight Hub interview because I know what he was going through. You feel me? Like he had to prepare. Look what Boo Boo had to go through, and he already. I always wanted to say it because I wanted the people to understand who Boo Boo was. Boo Boo had his mother was in a. I'm even getting a little bit emotional right now just saying this because yo, Boo Boo, his mom was in a coma, right? And she was on the fourth floor, and his brother, his little brother, who's paralyzed right now, got shot up. He was in the third floor. This is all him preparing, going into the preparation for David Benavidez fight. He never used that as an excuse. He never used that. Never. Yo, I was when Boo come to New York, bro. It was a time where, bro, the dude was just couldn't. He had to be in the car, just crying. He just couldn't. And I'm like, but the only way that he could get back into that mode was to go to the gym. He was always in shape. You feel me? But him going through what he was going through was like, damn, like you didn't even know what to say. You feel me?
That's some man shit. That's just
Still,
some man
still
shit.
got still got his wife, got the 4 kids he still need to take care of at the same time and be strong for them. He didn't want nobody that's weak, nobody that even want to talk about it to bring his emotions back to it, right? So he's still prepared for that David Benavidez fight when he felt going through what he was going through. And even after the fight, it's still, his brother still trying to help his brother, because he's paralyzed, still, lost his mother already, So people don't know what fighters are going outside of the ring, bro. They
No,
don't
just like
know.
everybody else, man. We have our daily job, but shit, life still goes on no matter what. You know,
Yo,
things happen
punch.
at home. You still gotta punch in on Monday.
Yo, punch. And that's another reason that I don't like Canelo is because what he did to Demetrius Andrade. He put a jacket on him that day. He had never been able to shake that jacket.
That's
And and
facts.
to, and to prove he wasn't a bad fighter, he had to go up against David Benavidez, somebody that
Mhm.
Canelo is scared to death of. And now people say, ha ha ha, see, I told you he wasn't no good. But David Benavidez has been literally killing everything that he got in the ring with.
Mhm.
So that's what I got to go through to prove that I'm a good fighter is fight this guy, the guy
Mhm.
that you've been running from, the guy who comes in 197 pounds on fight night. So that okay,
So
this is it's unfair. You know what I'm saying? And
It's unfair,
Canelo,
so now
but
peep this. We saw the David Benavidez and the Beast Andre fight, and people was like, "Yo, but damn, why he took that approach? He went out there to knock him out, right?" We saw the approach from David Benavidez. I mean, from Demetrius Andre. People didn't expect that. But what he said, man, I just wanted to knock him out. That's the only way. I was just thinking about taking my anger out, right? So you understand? There's certain that think. Look at Teofimo Lopez the way he went after George Cambosa in that first round. That's not really what Tio does. First round, ding ding, and try to knock you out, blow you out the water right there.
Teal came out like
Like a
Mike
dude
Tyson that video
possessed.
game, bro.
He came like a dude possessed. You know what I'm saying? Of course, and then there was some altercations, between this family and George Cambosa's family that led up to the disrespect of the women of his family. Tio wanted to take his head off, bruh. The same way with Mise Andre, what he was going through, he needed to release some type of anger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
And
that's when the emotions got the best of yourself,
yeah,
and you lose
that's
control. You lose the
and
mindset. You lose the focus, and you can't have that. Not at this level.
yeah, he looked like a man possessed going after.
Yeah.
Yo,
And you
I
know,
was
the
watching
another
that.
thing.
Yo, when I was in the theater, and no lie, I was sitting next to shout out to corner boxing, right? He's one of the dope dudes that be covering boxing, right? And thing the first round, and everybody around me like, yo, and he's holding my shoulder, yo, Tio about to knock this dude out. Everybody was hyped. And you know what I was saying? No, no, chill, relax, Tio. What? No. And
I
then the
was
dude, and the dude looking at me, right? And they looking at me like, yo, but that's your boy. What you mean? No, I'm like, nah, bro, that's not him, bro. Nah,
I
nah, nah. And then, yo, and then when he
we
got
all
put,
we
yo,
know
when he
Teal
got
were all
put
like
down,
that.
when he got put down, and they look, I said, man, nah, that's not, he don't start like that, bro. He never fought like this since the Ammonite.
You,
That's not like a man possessed, bro.
you know what Teal, but everybody forgets what Teal did after he got up from that drop, bro. He almost clotheslined the fuck out of Campos, almost ripped his head off. And he didn't duck, bro. That was crazy, bro. That
But
was
they still
crazy. But
gave
that
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 round.
proves
I
that
think
that
one
he was not
judge,
in his mindset.
I think one judge still gave that round what a 9-8 round. I
I
think
don't
so.
remember. I know it was a 9-9. I thought.
A 9-9-8 and 9-8 round. They didn't even give one judge didn't even give him George Cambosa that
Well,
a
he only
10.
got the drop. He didn't do anything until just that. I think it was like the
A
last.
10-9 round. It was a 10-9 round and 9-8 round, I remember.
I
Something like
think it
that.
was 9-9. But okay, but it's a learning experience, and Teal said it himself, and hopefully he reminds himself every time. You got to stay in your zone. You got to stay in your zone, and you cannot let the anger distract the flow of battle. He knows that. He knows that. So
Yeah.
we'll see a better version of Teal. I mean, how much more better version is there, right? I mean, he's already beat two top guys, but I'm just saying, as far as how we see things flow in the ring, I expect a lot better, and hopefully, exactly, Teal. You live in and we learn. Well, we learn if we're willing to learn and accept. You gotta bite it. You gotta bite it and gnaw on that motherfucker, even though you don't like it. It's bitter as fuck, but you
But you
gotta
know,
gnaw on it and learn from it.
but you know what's also, man, is what works for you too, bro. You feel me? Like I said this before. The most people say don't take things personal, don't hold grudges. To be honest, I'm like the opposite. I take things personal and I hold grudges, and it worked for me. Like I don't know, it just
Under
worked for me
control,
that
it does work.
yeah, it works for me to I identify I could identify that experience, and I'm like, nah, I don't want this type of person. Nah, I don't want to be cool with this person. Nah, 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 nah. And my those grudges that I could have with that particular person won't allow me to have another friendship or relationship with this particular person that I identify. But that's still grudge.
And that's
Right.
okay
It
to
could
have
be
the grudge,
trauma.
but you gotta be
It could be
methodical.
trauma. It could be trauma.
But you gotta be methodical, and you gotta be thinking things right to do the right plays, to do the right moves. How you gonna make this motherfucker pay for the bullshit without having to go
Yeah.
crazy on it? You know what I mean? You gotta be methodical. You cannot let the situation and the emotions dominate your thinking process of what you gotta, break down and do. Because if not, you're just gonna go all crazy, guns blazing, and that shit don't work. That may work for the punies, but they don't work with another killer.
Exactly. That's why I said it depending, depending what works for you, depending on how you say you channel it. You know what I'm saying? Channel whatever it is. Because it's like, let's say Mike Tyson said, what made you win and knock all these guys? And he said fear and nervousness. But most people didn't believe that he had fear. The fear of not getting knocked out was the reason why he was not getting knocking these dudes out and going guns blazing in the first round. The fear. I mean, that's what he said. But other fighters won't admit maybe there's fear of losing, fear of embarrassment. I think more fighters may feel the embarrassment of performance when embarrassment, not necessarily that they're afraid to lose, they're afraid of probably
Right.
the embarrassment, that feeling.
They're afraid of the internet the next day because everybody wanted to just these are
Right.
human beings. Everybody's gonna ridicule them every single day, gonna make videos about them. Like even though you like take Devin Haney for instance. I mean, people hate Devin Haney whether you like him or love him. And they freaking this kid has been a freaking punching bag for the past year. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm being serious, man. I mean, think about it. You gotta call a spade, man. That kid is taking a lot of punishment, a lot of criticism, a lot of name calling, and it's a lot that these fighters are human beings. That's why you see these
Who
guys
do such things?
get in the ring and start, like start crying. Like remember when Danny Garcia broke down in the ring, started crying. Freaking Oliver McCall, he broke down
No,
in the
when he
ring,
did
started
that,
crying.
only the young and dumb would laugh at that and not understand what's going on. I think us men know what the fuck it was up with that. My man. What's your name, man? Because I only see you by the picture there,
Oh, I'm
So
Coach Eddie, man.
Coach. Oh, Coach Eddie, what's going on, man?
What's up, man? Yeah, man. But
Good, good,
these
man.
fighters, they go through a lot, man. I was listening to Andrade's interview. He actually wants to fight David Benavidez again. That's
yeah.
to let you know that he wants to smoke. He's like, look, I want a rematch, and I think David's the type of guy who will give him a rematch. You know what I'm saying? David to me seemed like a pretty stand up guy. He just seemed like he doesn't really duck any smoke. That's one thing I like about it. I like about the kid. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people try to downplay. One thing about Canelo Alvarez, when you talking to, once you get that Canelo Alvarez stigma on you, then they're just going to downplay anything that you do. And David Benavidez and Demetrius Andrade is Canelo public enemy #1 and #2. Still, and I still like that fight. I still want to see Canelo fight Demetrius Andrade. You can sell that fight. They got a history. It's gonna be a great press conference, and you can sell it.
So
I
You
my
know what I
man's
agree.
got
mean?
to get back in the ring, man. He, there's nothing worse than inactivity to make you, irrelevant.
Yeah,
Uh,
It's
somebody got to
it's
put him
something about
on, man.
yeah.
it's something about it's certain media folks. Like I've talking to other media folks, and they, oh, yo, yeah, Demis Andres, he's nice, yo, yeah, he'll give this yo, I think he beat Edgar Balaga, yo, I think he'll beat Jaime Munguia. But then when they're in the position to ask questions, even last fight, they go Diego Pacheco, nobody brings up Demis Andre, but why? This is 168 pounds. Why y'all bring? You know who they brought up? Jamal Charlo, Jaime Mugi. Yo, Jaime Mugi got knocked out
Yo,
by
that's
a
a good fight for
nobody, and
Pacheco,
Jamal
man.
Charlo.
And
Why
how do you
y'all?
think about it?
It's like, yo, these media don't. It's like, I don't know. I even told Demis Andre, what the fuck you did? You fuck these dudes' wives or something like that? Like, yo, like I never seen a guy get shot away like that.
I think that's a good fight, though. Now that you meant Pacheco and Boo Boo, that's a good fight. That's
Yo,
a
But
this
good.
is
then
a
That's a good name
Boo Boo takes it
for.
to school, man. He takes it Pacheco to school,
We
man.
can, no, man, no. Pacheco might knock him out, bro. You got to sell it like that, bro, because like they can take it.
it's,
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
at
But
least at least Jose Benavidez senior. He likes that fight. He
I
likes
like
yeah.
that
that
type of
fight.
fighting.
Pacheco and Boo Boo is a good fight. It's a good name. It's. I think it's a win-win for both.
But I think that's one of them fights. That's a freaking banana peel, man. Because I just think Boo Boo's skill, class, and experience. Pacheco based off what I seen with what he did versus Steve Nelson. I pick Boo Boo all day to beat
Well,
him.
you know what? Then Boo Boo needs to pick up pick up Nelson next. Let's get
Man, but
Nelson fight.
Boo Boo will smoke Steve Nelson. He'll stop him, man.
But we got to get it. You know what I mean? He's got to build
Yeah,
his name up.
you're
What
right.
about
But it also
stop
gotta.
him?
But the thing is also gotta be a push. There is nobody wants to
Yeah,
push
but I
for.
mean, you don't need a big push for no Nelson and Boo Boo. That's an undercard fight anywhere. And then hey, he stops him like, oh shit, Pacheco couldn't do that.
Yep, you're right. You're right.
I think and I know there's the business side, and but yeah, we know it's not a big money fight, and so I don't know
but
where's
that
his mindset with all that, but
Let me
now, but
ask
you're
y'all.
doing
Okay,
right. That's a good
let me
idea.
ask y'all. Let me ask y'all a question. Why do we make a big deal of Devin Haney and Conte affiliation, but not a big deal with David Benavidez and Memo affiliation?
well, because
That's a
Memo's
good
quiet and
point.
he's not out there all the time, at least that I don't know of. He's not as boisterous as that fool is, Victor Conte. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve some eyeballs on him because we know what's up, but Victor Conte is internationally known.
Yeah, you know that Memo blocked me and I didn't even say nothing about him in public.
Yeah, he blocked me too, man.
Yo,
Yeah,
I never said anything.
plus
I'm like,
that
I
Terrence
went
Crawford,
to his
man.
Twitter and I'm like, and it says blocked. I'm like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
he blocked me too, bro.
He
Yeah,
said
it's that.
he probably was looking at my tweets going that Conte. He's like, all right, man.
Oh no, he's gonna
He's
cook
coming
us,
after
bro.
me, bro. He's
He's
coming
gonna
after
Yeah, but
cook
me.
him, bro.
yeah, but it's also that Terrence Crawford too. Once Terrence Crawford beat Errol Spence, and everybody started really going at Victor Conte too, because they're saying, well, Terrence Crawford, was on snack. That's why he beat Errol Spence.
No,
You remember that whole?
I think Victor Conte's always had that hate relationship in the game. I don't think he's ever been someone that the field appreciates him being. I don't think I think we would all be happy with Victor Conte not being in the game. Period. Period.
But
And
why? But why? But why? Why are they going with Victor? Like I know,
but,
I know, but I'm just saying, like,
one thing is punch is that the Vada business is big business, and you have no idea how big it is. It's really big, and so we're talking about big money with what they bring in, and so
and they're
the
getting help by
endorsement and trying to
WBC.
sell it more and trying to get maybe an exclusivity and a network with Vada, you know what I mean? That's we're talking big money. And so that's the push. I mean, we know what Bill's doing, bro. He's hustling, bro. He's selling it, bro. Well, that's why I told him the other time, bro. Man, what's your percentage, man? And I every fighter who signs up to it. You know what I mean? Because it's big business.
If Bud beats or staggers or hurts Canelo Alvarez, is 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 Snack or Victor Conte not gonna be in the back of your mind?
Oh, you already know they. You know, I know they're gonna say that, man. Especially if he comes in really big, looks good on the scale and all that stuff, really filled out real good. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, that's the snack program. But even when
But
Demetrius Andrade, he was on the snack. You see how he looked big against Demetrius. I mean, against David Benavidez. He looked really filled out. He looked like a big guy, man. So
Mm.
it's something. Whatever's in that snack, man, it definitely can put the weight on you, and they can put the muscles on you.
I think the snack product itself is trash. I wouldn't.
Diablo, mira today, 4 horas we live y mira lo que me dieron hoy, di que 2 pesitos. Gracias, Leonardo Rodriguez today. Diablo, mi diablo, you people in the chat, yo lo digo así mismito, dice, diablo, ustedes sí son chippy. Diablo, man. Pero esta gente son chippy, coño, trabajando duro.
Con el campeón aquí.
Diablo, así no se puede trabajar.
Yeah.
Así no se puede trabajar, mi gente. But it's
But
cool.
when it comes to Crawford, he already came in as big as he's gonna come in for that other fight for Canelo in his last fight. His rehydration was 169.8 when he came into the ring to fight Majumov. So we saw how old and slow he looked there, and he ain't gonna get. What's he gonna do? Add more to that? We already saw what Crawford looks like at that 168. He looks like slow molasses. He's gonna get killed. He's gonna get killed,
That's
and
why,
he can't hurt
that's
Canelo.
why I say, I, I get into that mood swing like, all right, man, let me just, I agree with the, nah, 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 nah. I can't, yo, to be honest, H, I can't mind my F. I mean, I can't mind F myself. That thinking is a good fight. It's just not. It's just
No,
like
bro, it's a good fight so we could ridicule, man. That's all it is for me at this point. I'm not gonna shit on it. I'm just gonna have fun with
he
it.
said ridicule. I ain't gonna shit on it. That's the
Yeah,
difference.
man. I'm just gonna have fun with it, bro, and that's it. I'm gonna have fun with it and troll. You know what I mean? I mean, fun troll.
You know what it is you know what bothers me is just the narrative around it. Is the narrative of now is that Majimov is better than Canelo Alvarez. Got more skills than Canelo Alvarez. Just to push this fight. Is that shit is what irks me. Like
Yeah,
they
you know.
creating these narratives like, oh, but Bud is not Jamel Charlo. Like, shut the F up. Like,
All
like
right,
we
let
have
them have it,
like
man. It's gonna
like,
be a
yo, think
fun
about it.
night.
This fight is closer than what it was before the Mashamore fight. How? How? How do the bookies feel like, nah, this is closer to a 50-50 fight? What did Canelo Alvarez did, and
Now,
what did
all they trying
Crawford?
to do is trying to steal everybody's money by moving
Yeah,
numbers like that. They know what time it is. You're not getting a decision against Canelo.
they're trying to get the
You ain't
money on the
knocking him
Crawford
out.
early on because
Yep.
it ain't got. That's all they're doing. That's all
They're
they're
gonna they're
doing.
gonna they're gonna they're gonna
Yeah,
freaking rob the bank, man. They're gonna be all these suckers are gonna put their money on Crawford and they're gonna lose.
But by the time September 15th comes, it's gonna be a minus 1,000 Canelo.
yeah. Like I just can't. Like, yeah, I did support Jamel getting that fight, but because of that fight, that even humbled me. Like, all right, like, okay, this is not
Jamel
this
was
book.
huge in that fight, bro.
Who?
Jamel, he came in big for that fight,
Nah,
man.
bro.
And I'm like, damn, that don't mean nothing.
Nah, I saw them both. Like, and I said right away when I saw them both, I said, yo, Canelo Alvarez rehydrated like 15 pounds over. Like Jamel Charlo didn't have to didn't have to say, I only rehydrated 4, 5, 6 pounds. You saw it in the back. Yo, Jamel Charlo, if you see it in person, he's not that. He keeps himself in like slim shape. He walks around in 160 something. His brother Jamal walks around 180, 190 and stuff like that, but not him. If you would have saw him that night in the physical face to face, you would have been like, damn, look at Canelo Alvarez's neck. Look at his back.
I, I, another fight I want to mention is his brother, the other brother, Charlo with Boo. That'd be a good fight too.
Oh, that's the fight that he wants.
That's a good fight too. But okay, yeah,
He,
I'm not gonna. Hey, it is what it is. I'm just gonna see, Crawford head get decapitated and roll with it. Because I mean, maybe we need this so that the game doesn't push this shit. You know what I mean? We see a total domination, done, easy in, easy out, and then we won't be hearing these stories of Monster Nue versus Tank Davis and all this bullshit.
Yeah,
it's
Tank.
just, in my opinion, it's just there. The timeline is still like, let's say David Benavidez is going to be fighting this weekend. If all plays out and he's still healthy coming outside the ring, right? It's still, I could still see a Cinco de Mayo. It's still time for that. It's still time for that. If David Benavidez really wanted and Canelo Alvarez says, you know what? Yeah, let him suffer a little more because he just came from training camp. He gotta lose back weight. That would be the perfect time for Canelo
I,
Alvarez
I
to
can
be
see
like,
what you're saying, right? Have a fight now, and see. Then we have February, March, April, three
right?
months. We
Like
got
he
three
did to
months.
Kovalev. Like he did to Kovalev.
Yeah, like three
Oh, you really want to
months.
fight right now? All right, come back to 168. Ay,
Yeah, and
lo
especially
mandaron
especially if
directo.
it's a tough fight. If it's a tough fight, when like Kovalev when he fought Anthony Yard, Kovalev almost got stopped, man. You know what I'm saying? So he was really really damaged when he fought Canelo. He's a freaking alcoholic.
And to be honest, I think if there is no announcement, official announcement throughout the week, right? With Canelo Alvarez with the 3 fight deal,
We're
I'm
waiting
thinking
till
that
this
his
weekend.
team, I'm thinking that his team And Canelo is truly waiting for after this fight. And also,
Chess, baby.
I think they're gonna actually wait for this fight, see what David Benavidez is, how he perform, and be like, okay, we could fight Cinco de Mayo at
It's chess,
168
baby.
with a
It's chess.
rehydration clause.
It's chess.
Because
It's chess. I could see that.
that right there is gonna kill David Benavidez. That right there, because think about it, he's gonna rehydrate to what?
Once
He's gonna be
178.
170. No, he's gonna he remember they fighting at 175, so he's gonna
Oh, you
rehydrate
mean
to
for this fight?
190, almost 200 pounds.
No,
And
no, for
then
this fight he's gonna. But I'm saying if he comes with a rehydration clause with Canelo, it'll be
that's
178. But you know what,
exactly.
Punch? That's a good timeline. I
Yeah,
could
so
see
then
that.
he's gonna have to come back to 168 in 3 months to make weight. See, that right there is going to hurt David Benavidez.
It
That's the
might
advantage.
if he comes not beat up out of this fight and takes just a few days off and gets back to conditioning, I think it'll be okay. Just the conditioning to get down, by mid February, back down easy, to a comfortable weight, and then start, really training. Fight camp. It can't be done, but you got to do it smart. But you got Benavidez winning this weekend, my Punch.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
You
I,
said
I
hell
think I
yeah.
think I think
Yeah,
Benavidez
I
is
got hell
coming
yeah.
in too emotional, man. I think he's too emotional, man.
I think that if he ain't have too much fun in Miami, because hey, I'm gonna say it like this. Miami is not where you usually go to run and get a training camp. Even though there's a lot of people that do train in Florida, but I do think that David Benavidez got happy watching, the Miami life.
Where's the fight at?
Vegas, but he trained in Miami.
Why would he train in Miami
Exactly.
for a Vegas fight?
You remember when I was interviewing his father, I said, Miami, Miami. He's like, yeah, there is a lot of distraction in Miami, but
Nah,
that
bro. Espérate. Let me see what the sea level is in Miami.
Yeah, then you
but
got the town.
what did David Morel train at? Or Texas. He trained in Texas.
Yo, I'm telling you, man. I think David Morel, man, gonna surprise a lot of people this weekend, man.
There could be an upset. I won't be surprised if there's an upset. But I got David Benavidez winning, but I won't be surprised.
Yeah, and then you got a rematch. If he wins, now you got a rematch. You know, but now those two guys will be tied up with each other for God knows how long. If they split 1-1, what you do? You do a freaking rubber match or something. But that's a beautiful thing about boxing. You never know how everything's really gonna go down. That's why we fight the fights.
But
Yeah,
folks,
that's
man,
the
I'm
word.
about to call it a night.
Yeah, me too, man. Hey, stay up, brother. Hey, appreciate you having me up, man. I'm about to go to sleep too, man.
Coach
Steady,
Eddie,
brother.
man. Great, man. It's nice seeing you, man. We know
Yes,
each
sir.
other, man.
Peace, Pots.
All
All
right,
right, brother.
peace out, y'all.
All right, man. Punch ahí hablamos, manito. Everybody hit the subscribe, hit the like button. Thanks, Chan, for tuning in a little bit with us, man. Y ahí hablamos, manito. God bless.
All right, champ.